Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 3 Part 3. Chapter 271 You three are very stupid. Chapter 271 You three are very stupid. Translator Novel Sarder Editor Novel Sarder. Princess Ling Meng's entire body started to tremble. Jun Mo Zai's devilish expression had frightened her. So much so that she didn't even dare to cry. In fact, you didn't try to escape when Yi Guhan sustained seriously injuries. Indeed, it is very good of you. You are very formidable, Your Highness. You're very attached to him. You were willing to do so much for your uncle Yi. This is so moving. I admire you so much. Jun Mo Zai gnashed his teeth and nodded ferociously. He then let out an earth-shattering roar. You didn't even think of the other people with you. You didn't think about your two good sisters. You got so emotional that you wouldn't escape no matter what. But did you think they would abandon you and escape? You could've caused them great harm. In fact, you could've gotten them killed. All three of you would've been killed and turned into a pile of rotting flesh if the assailant's intention had been to assassinate you instead of kidnapping you. Your beauty wouldn't have been of much use then. Your death wouldn't have been that much of a tragedy if you were the enemy's target. However, you managed to involve your two innocent sisters as well. How would you have felt if something had happened to them? But Princess Ling Meng felt a sense of foreboding deep in her heart. She also felt somewhat ashamed. Hence, she didn't dare to meet Jun Mo Zai's eyes. Moreover, she didn't even dare to look at her sisters who stood beside her. But what Jun Mo Zai's voice and expression were very stern, however, and when Yi Guhan was lying on the ground on the verge of death. What was going on in your head then? This is such a piece of muddled logic. Let's say that Yi Guhan doesn't die while defending you and you are safe, then there would've been no problems in that situation. In fact, if Yi Guhan had died in order to protect you, it would have been a willing death, but he put his life on the line to cover for your escape. Your escape was to be the price of his life, but not only did you not escape, you remained motionless. You would've made his death entirely meaningless. It would've been for nothing. He would've traded his life to give you a chance to escape. But he would've died a discontent death because of you. Stupid woman, but how will you be able to understand? Your head is full of curd, huh? You're stupid and beyond help. You believed that your brain is not that bad, and you even boasted your intelligence. You felt that you're something that I should not be looking down upon. He felt delight and a sense of accomplishment in bullying her. This was only natural since the princess had previously disregarded and disdained his existence. And you, he pointed at Dugu Zairoyi, the knife I gave you. Do you find tying it to your arm very amusing? Why don't you tie it inside the crotch of your trousers? Don't you know that the knife law fits you, and using it with this knife can yield excellent results? But how's tying it to your arm of any use? Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Jun Mo Zai was panting heavily, but he continued to scold. Why are you reluctant to do it? What else do you plan to do with it? It's a knife. What is it used for? Knives aren't used as ornaments, nor are they used as decorations. Knives are used to cut people, to chop enemies, and to kill. What would you accomplish with it by tying it to your arm? I forged it with so much effort. Didn't you guess that your everyday sweat and smell might corrode this knife since you tie it to your arm? Do you know how much mental and physical effort, time, and energy it took me to forge this beautiful knife? What a waste. Stupid, you are incorrigibly stupid as well. If her head is full of curd, yours must be flooded with water. Someone needs to shake that nonsense out of your head. Jun Mozai pointed at Dugu Zairoyi. He almost spluttered on her face. Dugu Zairoyi's face became pale as she made an effort to evade his spit. Moreover, their objective wasn't you. Princess Ling Ming wasn't willing to escape. But you two didn't hurry up the road to look for reinforcements. You just foolishly looked in until the enemy arrived. The enemies were Skykshuan experts. Do you understand what a Skykshuan is? You are like beggars declaring their intent to revolt against the king. That's exactly what you are in front of them. The enemy could have torn your weak bodies with their fingertips. They could have crushed you two into pieces by pressing their fingers. No, not even a single piece of your body would remain. You were like an ant trying to shake a tree. The only praise I can give you two is for insulting those Skykshuan level enemies with your actions. You're the second stupid woman of this gang. Jun Mozai drew a long breath as he made his conclusion. And you think you're very smart, right? Jun Mozai wasn't about to let Sun Zyro Mei off either. They didn't understand. But are you stupid too? You couldn't get it either. Are you aware that you should've been escaping and not enjoying the view of the street? Weren't you supposed to flee for your life? And that stupid escape route you picked was something only a brainless person would choose. You wouldn't have found many winding roads ahead. But there were houses on both sides of the road, and there would've been many whose front door would've been connected to a back door. That would've lead you to an alley at the back. That would've been safer, right? Yet unexpectedly, you madly rushed onto the main road. Do you think your speed is faster than a Skychuan expert's? I know that your looks aren't good. Therefore, you behave in an unconventional manner. You look at problems. You look at people, and you look at matters in an incisive manner. Therefore, you're very cocky in this respect, but your pride is worth a fart. How is it useful? You never look at yourself. You only scrutinize others, and most of that is bogus as well. Do you have a brain? Zyroe isn't very logical regarding such matters, and Princess Ling Ming's mind was very muddy. You were the only clear-headed individual there. So, couldn't you just knock out the princess and then leave with her? I'm sure that you could have escaped with ease if you had knocked out that stupid woman earlier. And even Yi Guhan could have escaped if you would have done it. You tell me, am I right or am I wrong? Don't ever think you can understand others without understanding yourself first. Jun Mozai pounded the table. And don't, by no means, think that you're so clever that you can understand everyone's intentions. You think that you can understand a man's psychology and a woman's weaknesses. Let me tell you, the thoughts of men and women are their own, and no one would ever want someone else to control them. Don't ever weigh someone else's personality with your pitiful wisdom. It anyway seems that you're still very lacking. Even a small random can be dangerous enough to kill someone. And what happened to Yi Guhan is a great example of that. It's okay to be stupid on your own. However, you should never involve anyone else in it, especially those close to you. Jun Mozai roared. Then, Jun Mozai stopped raining curses. His spittle was everywhere, though his heart was content. He had gone about scolding a princess and the daughters of big families like he was lecturing his grandson. But it's like you just said that we are Gold Xuan level, far from the Sky Xuan level. Moreover, we had to resolve everything despite that huge and unconquerable difference in our strengths. And we could only depend on ourselves. So how could I do it? Sun Zyro Mei snorted as she pointed at his nose. She had straightened her neck and had shot back somewhat resentfully. This little girl wasn't like the princess and Zyro Yi. She was very proud. Therefore, she argued back. You think strength falls out of the sky? A snorting sound came from Jun Mozai's nose. Don't you dress up and adorn yourself every day instead of training for your tyrannical strength? Do you think you can have an exceptional strength when you treat yourself like a delicate flower vase and remain protected? Do you know the cost of becoming a genuine expert, a really strong individual? That is obviously something which you young ladies will not be aware of. One should put all his life and soul into attaining even the most ordinary understanding. Jun Mozai smiled. You're very young, yet you're already gold Kshuan experts. In fact, you can even be considered extraordinary talents amongst the younger generation. Many people will consider your feat of reaching the gold Kshuan level at such a young age as a remarkable one, and I'll admit that it's true. The cultivation of Chuan Kai is against the natural order of things. And to walk this troublesome path means to expend a lot of wealth and energy. And the most important part is to give up on world. You'll be in conflict with your body every day. However, you're at the best age throughout a woman's lifetime. There have always been many talented women in existence. However, only the women who gave up on their good looks and youthfulness and were successful in becoming unrivaled experts. They are few and far in between all these years from the ancient times to now. I say these things to ensure that you don't make stupid mistakes like you did today. Your strength is weak. And I'm certain that an incident like today will happen again, but I'm sure that no one wants Yiduhan's sacrifice to become worthless. Do you understand my words? Jun Mozai hummed for a while. He had lost interest in venting his feelings. Jun Mozai walked over to the chair and leaned into it. Then he closed his eyes. He then said impatiently, don't dispute the truth I say to you. It's useless. It might do some good if you're confident that you can use that bullshit logic to convince the enemy. If not, then shut up. This young master has been working hard for too long. He needs to rest. The three women were flushed with anger at first. Then they realized that Jun Mozai's words were very reasonable, even though they were extremely difficult to hear. They couldn't help but hang their heads and ponder on his words. Dugu Zairoi drummed her mouth and turned. She then snorted and gave a supercilious look. She wrinkled her nose and mumbled, "You're so unreasonable, Humph. Whenever I get irritated I take that knife out. It feels like I'm looking at you." Then suddenly, they heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from outside. At first, it seemed that a monster the size of an elephant was wildly stomping towards their direction. The speed of its progress was scary. It was not scarily fast, it was scarily slow. The three women looked at each other. They gasped. Then, they heard a voice calling from outside, "I say, young master, you deliberately made me run on my broken leg. Poor me, I must sweated around 5 kg on this journey. What was so important that you demanded these medicines so urgently? Moreover, why was it necessary that I bring them over personally? I deserve a special treat for this. Let's go to the Spirit Fog Lake this afternoon." TCH, just think of those powdered and delicate women, brother. My mouth slobbers at the thought of them. I'll wish to seek out several of them, and then I'll try your if you don't pay for it, you don't but it trick. Indeed, the young master is a true genius. This little brother admires you. He bows in front of you. It goes without saying who the new arrival was. The color of the faces of the women inside the room changed into that of a boiler's base. It was dark and scary. The three women's face showed the same intention in unison: murder. It was a very oppressive intention. The Tang family's young master dragged his huge belly to the of saliva, and let his belly go. Then, he looked around the place in a distracted manner and let out a blood-curdling scream. He will whip that fat grease off your body today. How dare you even mention those girls? Sun Zyromei took the lead as the three women started raining curses at Fatty Tang. They even stomped on him right in front of Jun Mozai. Each of them had accumulated a bellyful especially when they even had a just and reasonable cause to exploit. Tears and snot ran down as he was punched, and his face had turned from white to green to purple and then black in an instant. land as Tan Zhang City reverberated with it. It continued to linger, though not for much longer. The sound seemed unhurried yet earth-shattering. It seemed like the rivers had flowed backwards, and the countless people sailing it had roared in unison. Everyone was woken from their sleep. Even those sleeping deeply weren't an exception. No one was able to hear anything else since their ears were full of that reverberating voice. A thin, black-clad man stood on the roof of the magnificent jewel hall. His roaring voice was full of grief and anger and a strong, destructive, and tyrannical murderous aura. You have the guts to kill my disciples, do you not have the guts to face me, solitary falcon? When Kang you are you dead yet? Don't you dare act like cowards. The black-clothed man let out a more powerful cry this time. Many people who were nearby were left hearing impaired after they heard this roar. Their ears were covered with blood in an instant. It seemed as if their ears had ruptured because of this loud sound. The two distinctive roars were heard, one from the imperial palace, and the other from the Jun residence. These three roars reverberated through the sky and collided against each other. Suddenly, the pressure of the previous roars started to pacify. Bang! A huge bird-like figure appeared over Jun Wuyi's small courtyard and suddenly took flight. It let out a loud and unending roar as it soared upwards. He rose over 30 meters in the sky, and then spiraled in the sky like an eagle that was rising to the 9th level of the heaven. Then he turned in the direction of the magnificent jewel hall and flew towards it. Cold-blooded Master Lei Wubei, you have finally arrived. You brat, I've been waiting for you a while. Solitary falcon laughed loudly as he flew like a meteor. I see that this cold-blooded beast has arrived. But why has the 5th-ranked master of the 8 supreme masters come here? Another uninterrupted roar could be heard as well. It was resonating from the imperial palace. Senior Lei and Senior Falcon, you have arrived. Your little brother Wen Kang Yu welcomes you both. Wen Kang Yu was Mr. Wen from the imperial palace. His voice was exceptionally abnormal. It was very gentle and didn't seem hurried. It was apparently emitted without any effort. However, his gentle voice somehow was able to compete with the fierce voices of his two seniors. It was clearly audible and didn't seem subdued by theirs. It was evident that Mr. Wen wasn't as strong as the two masters, but he was definitely close to them in terms of his Chuan level. The three men stood on the roof of the magnificent jewel hall. The innumerable stars glittered in the heavens above them. The wind screamed through the crisscrossing streets between the houses. The robes of all the three men fluttered violently in the wind. It seemed like a deity from the 9th level of heaven had descended upon the mortal world. Surprisingly, the cold-blooded Master Lei Wubei had personally arrived. It was a sight to see. This old man had 10 disciples in total. 4 of them were dead, 3 of them were disabled beyond healing, and the remaining had been injured and hadn't yet recovered. The old man had gone mad with rage after he had seen this. It would have been a good bargain if they had killed their imperial target. But they hadn't. Hence, he had rushed over to see things through. Hitman Jun knew that Lei Wubei was a peerless, cold-blooded master. However, Jun Mozai didn't feel any fear in his heart when he heard his voice. Instead, he quickly activated the yin-yang escape and tailed behind Solitary Falcon. In fact, he followed him rather closely. He didn't pull back a single step. Jun Wuyi walked to Jun Mozai's room with difficulty. His blue robes were fluttering in the wind. However, he only found Yi Guhan there. There was no one else in that room. Jun Wuyi couldn't help but smile. His nephew's methods surely surpassed the heavens. However, his courage was as impressive. Lei Wu Bei's stature was tall. The sky hadn't lit up yet, and the stars still glittered. The earth was completely dark in contrast. However, Lei Wu Bei's eyes shone through that darkness with a cold, merciless light. But if one would examine him carefully, they would see that his eyes were brimming with an incompressible sorrow. He had the reputation of being the most cold-blooded master. However, 3 of his 10 disciples had been permanently disabled, while 4 had been killed. This was a huge blow to the powerful cold-blooded expert, and it was something he could not excuse. Perhaps no one could ever excuse this. Lei Wu Bei had trained 10 Skyxuan experts simultaneously. It was considered an enormous achievement. Moreover, it was something that none of the other great masters could boast of. However, he had lost 2/3 of his original 10 disciples within a month. Even if their cultivation wasn't at the Skyxuan level, he wouldn't have been able to make peace with it. The young Master Jun had closely followed behind Solitary Falcon. However, he was in no mood to understand Lei Wu Bei's grief and anger. But he found himself witnessing a very fascinating phenomenon, or maybe it could be called a wonderful feeling. Moreover, this was something he had noticed whenever he had run into the top experts of this world: Shicheng Zyro, the Solitary Falcon, Lei Wu Bei, Yu Tang Empire's imperial teacher Fei Ming Chen, the 3 spirit Xuan elders of the Silver Blizzard City, Mr. Wen, and even the 2 king beasts of the Tan Far Forest. Though it wasn't very obvious for Mr. Wen, but looking at the people from the Solitary Falcon's strength and onwards, it could be noticed that these supreme experts had one characteristic that was common between them. They were all lonely. Chapter 273: A Supreme Master's Rage. Chapter 273: A Supreme Master's Rage. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. That's right, lonely. It seemed that no matter where they stood and no matter how many people they had standing beside them, they were always very lonely. They were incompatible with their surroundings. It seemed that they were alone in the scope of this boundless heaven and earth. Such loneliness was indeed heroic. Yet, there was a sense of desolation to it. Was this the price one had to pay to become a peerless master, or was this what they call being lonely at the top? If one reaches their level, would one also be lonely like them? However, I am convinced that if I'm to talk about loneliness, I've reached greater heights than them. Jun Mo Zai snorted coldly. I can't compare with you in terms of strength, but I'm far lonelier than you. Jun Mo Zai pondered deeply for a while. Then, he suddenly saw a couple of shadows. 2 more people climbed onto the roof. Their white beards were floating in the wind, and their expressions were dignified. The new arrivals were none other than the Silver Blizzard City's 3rd and 9th elders. The 2 seniors honor us with their presence. It's a pleasure to have Elder Brother Wen in our company. My Silver Blizzard City is truly honored. Why don't we all go down and have some tea? 3rd elder cupped his hands and smiled. He could see that the 3 men had their daggers drawn against each other. He knew his words weren't suited for this environment. However, he still requested them to follow him into the magnificent Jewel Hall. No one would wish to lose the Silver Blizzard City's favor. Therefore, he put on a brave face and invited them in. Lei Wu Bei was very sad. He gave a long smile, but then ignored the 3rd elder's request. He then shouted, Solitary Falcon, my 6th disciple suffered serious fractures and torn tendons. He has been disabled for life. Why did you do it? The 3rd elder's face was filled with embarrassment. His strength wasn't comparable, but he was the Silver Blizzard City representative. Lei Wu Bei's attitude had made the third elder very angry. However, he kept his rage at bay since he could see Lei Wu Bei's obvious sorrow and somewhat crazed expression. Solitary Falcon laughed in an understated manner. "Why are you so angry, elder brother Lei? He was just a disciple. This old man did him a favor and taught him a lesson in your stead. You have 10 disciples, one getting crippled shouldn't matter that much. And he was the only one amongst your disciples who hadn't reached the Sky Chuan realm yet. I removed the garbage that plagued your name. I've taken out the trash for you. I avoided you so much embarrassment, har har har." Ferocious Kai arose within Lei Wu Bei's body. There seemed to be an invisible undercurrent in his body, and it was slowly rising up. He stared at Solitary Falcon. His eyes showed an endless increase in murderous intentions. He nodded slowly, and then said in a deep voice, "Well, very well, Solitary Falcon. You're not worthy of calling yourself a teacher of the senior generation. You attacked a member of the younger generation. You must be ashamed of yourself." Solitary Falcon snorted and looked at Lei Wu Bei with disdain. He sneered, "What, are you going to avenge your disciple? Then come on, Lei Wu Bei. I've waited 30 years for this opportunity. I've long felt that the rankings are wrong." Lei Wu Bei repressed his emotions and smiled, not exactly worried about it. "Solitary Falcon, what I'm really interested to know is how had my disciple offended you? What made you do this evil deed despite being aware of his identity?" Solitary Falcon replied coldly, "Could he dare to offend me? He just wasn't pleasing to my eyes. Will this reason suffice, Lei Wu Bei?" The Solitary Falcon, Shi Chang, Zyro, and others had been fighting over the Xuan core. Lei Wu Bei's 6th disciple had snuck in an attempt to steal the Xuan core from the Solitary Falcon, and he had almost succeeded. This had caused immense embarrassment for the Solitary Falcon. However, how could he admit it now? Moreover, there was no way the Solitary Falcon would ever explain anything to the cold-blooded master, especially given the arrogant tone in which Lei Wu Bei had asked him the question. The proud master would never bow his head. Who was right and who was wrong? Strength was the only truth in this world. This is a good reason, a very good one, Solitary Falcon. I'll remember this reason. Lei Wu Bei laughed heartily. He then changed the direction of his gaze, and spoke to Wen Kang Yu in a dignified voice, "Elder brother, when you are here you're staying at Tanzang City." Wen Kang Yu smiled gently. "Master Lei is very perceptive. Wen has arrived to protect the sacred contract with the Empire." Lei Wu Bei closed his eyes. His eyes somewhat twinkled and became gloomy. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, and they started to emit a burst of cold, poisonous, and a miserable green-colored light. It felt as if there was an evil and unsettling wind around them. This wind seemed to screaming the agony of his heart. He spoke in an incomparably cold manner. "Elder brother Wen Kang Yu, protecting the treaty is not a proper justification for killing 4 of my disciples. Guarding the treaty doesn't mean you can act unscrupulously." Wen Kang Yu looked up to the sky and let out a faint sigh. A trace of anger flit across his face. Lei Wu Bei wasn't in a position to distinguish between good and evil. Moreover, he was acting in a forceful and somewhat unreasonable manner. However, Mr. Wen remembered his duty. He took a deep breath and somehow managed to restrain his anger. He pondered for a while and then lowered his head. He then looked at Lei Wu Bei indifferently. "Master Lei, I did not kill your disciples." Wen Kang Yu's voice sank. "I have to address Master Lei since you've questioned and ridiculed. But I will only explain this to you once, whether you believe it or not, or accept it or not." Lei Wu Bei remained silent for a while. He then replied coldly, When elder brother Wen says it like that, how can I not believe you? His voice was still cold, but the murderous tinge in it seemed to have reduced. His voice then became gentle. If elder brother Wen tells me he can leave any time, but then who killed my disciples, can you tell me? Elder brother Wen, if elder brother is willing to accept my questions and tells me the truth, then Lei Wu Bei would offer apologies for his conduct. Lei Wu Bei removed his hands from his sleeves and kept them at his side in a gesture of friendship. Lei Wu Bei was a supreme master. His disciples had been slaughtered. Yet he was speaking in a very dignified manner, and was willing to listen to logic. It would be considered very commendable even if the opposite party was a spirit Xuan expert like himself. That man's origins and strength are quite mysterious. Mr. Wen is also very interested in him. It is such a pity that this is so muddled and confusing. So much so that Wen is convinced that he shifted the blame to me. A short yet bright burst of a smile spread across Wen Kang Yu's face. He didn't seem ashamed. His smile was like a cloud in the face of insipid wind. It seemed as if the matter was frivolous and unimportant. And now I see Master Lei has personally set out to find that person. But Wen is helpless and willingly concedes defeat. You have my many thanks for this, elder brother Wen. Lei Wu Bei's eyes flashed with a cold light as he cupped his hands. Do as you wish, elder brother Wen. Many apologies for today's matter. Wen Kang Yu laughed and cupped his hands in return. That's very noble of you. I hope to see you again. Wen has some pressing duties, so kindly forgive me. He cupped his hands again, and then he was swept away like a dead leaf in the strong wind. He flew up to the sky. His slim body seemed to resemble a piece of parchment. He swayed in the air for a while and then vanished without a trace. Young Master John had been watching in secrecy. He couldn't help but curse in his heart endlessly. This senior's explanation was so plain. He merely said that it was a misunderstanding. Wasn't this too easy? And how did the cold-blooded Master Lei Wu Bei get convinced so easily? The other person merely told him that he hadn't done it. And surprisingly, this fifth-ranking master of the 8 great master was convinced by it. Is Mr. Wen incapable of telling lies, or is he too good at swindling? Genuinely speechless, Jun Mo Zai understood one thing as he cursed in his heart. People at such levels of cultivation didn't have a need to lie. It was unlikely that they'd be afraid of anything after having reached such a level. However, this explanation still seemed strange. That explanation shouldn't have QT'd even if it were a misunderstanding. That explanation was too weak. The solitary falcon's attitude wasn't very different either. Lei Wu Bei had genuinely believed Wen Kang Yu's explanation. Moreover, the cold-blooded master's attitude towards him was entirely different. It seemed as if Lei Wu Bei had no option but to agree with Wen Kang Yu even if he didn't give a proper explanation. And it seemed as this had something to do with Wen Kang Yu's identity. Mr. Wen's Xuan level was lesser than Lei Wu Bei's. However, it seemed that the man had only given an explanation since he didn't wish to disrespect the cold-blooded master. Is that man from that place? Jun Mo Zai's attention shifted to those words as he pondered inside. But where is that place? How did Lei Wu Bei, a member of the 8 great masters, seem fearful of him? Is there something fishy between them? Lei Wu Bei then turned towards the solitary falcon. He withdrew his hands and snorted coldly. Now it's only the 2 of us, solitary falcon. Then he suddenly swung his sleeves in anger towards the 3rd and the 9th elders. He then shouted, "This matter doesn't concern you. The Silver Blizzard City doesn't have any qualifications to get involved in this matter. It seemed as if a strong wind had screamed at them. The third and the ninth elders were left in pain. They were extremely angry at this, but the other person was far stronger. Therefore, they had no choice but to cup their hands, jump into the gale, and disappear. However, their minds were singing a different tune. Let's see if you dare to act so arrogant when more people from our Silver City arrive. Solitary Falcon laughed. His tall body rose up in the air like an eagle as he sneered. You had a good relationship with your disciple, so you wish to avenge him. Follow me. Lei Wu Bei screamed. It seemed like 1,000 ghosts were escaping from the gates of hell. His body slowly rose into the air. He followed the solitary falcon closely, and then vanished with him in a blink of an eye. The Milky Way lit up the night like a cold and starry river. Jun Mo Zai activated the yin-yang escape, and followed after them. He couldn't help but admit that the master's strength was in a league of its own. Jun Mo Zai had activated the highest level of the yin-yang escape. Yet, it was very strenuous for him to keep up with them. Jun Mo Zai was an expert in tailing stealthily. He was convinced that no one in the Tanzang city would have been as successful in his place. And that included the mysterious Mr. Wen. Solitary Falcon's bird-like movements were the fastest in the Xuan continent. Moreover, Solitary Falcon was confident that he was one of the strongest amongst the 8 great masters. Therefore, he employed his full strength to show his authority to Lei Wu Bei. Lei Wu Bei obviously didn't dare to neglect this. Hence, the two individuals promptly began a competition of swiftness. The two men had merely exchanged a battle of words after they had met. However, they had reached the threshold of such a fierce competition. The coiling sounds of their roars seemed to have been the first round. However, it had appeared that the solitary falcon's cultivation was a bit lacking in that regard. But it seemed that speed was the second round of their competition. Chapter 274 Intentionally Stirring Up Some Trouble. Chapter 274 Intentionally Stirring Up Some Trouble. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Therefore, Solitary Falcon and Lei Wu Bei hurried with great speed towards the battlefield. They were putting forth all of their efforts for the fear of losing face. The Solitary Falcon's Xuan Kai had even started to produce sound waves as he flew. Speed had always been his domain of excellence. He couldn't allow Lei Wu Bei to beat him. Lei Wu Bei had come to avenge his disciples. Hence, he couldn't allow his strength to be looked down upon. Therefore, he was chasing after the Solitary Falcon in full force. From this perspective, Jun Mo Zai's yin-yang escape was worthy of being called formidable and astonishing. However, its efficacy was still very shallow. He had yet to unlock the mysteries of the yin-yang escape. So how could he compete with those two powerful masters yet? However, he was able to keep up with those two supreme masters. This was a world-shaking and astonishing fact given his age and cultivation level. The two men's shadows flickered back-to-back like a falling meteorite. They crossed from house to house and were soon outside the city. They then disappeared into the vast open lands. The city couldn't be considered small since millions of people lived in it. However, these two masters had crossed over from the center of the city in a few breaths. Jun Mo Zai reckoned that even an F-4 fighter aircraft from his previous life couldn't match this speed. Young Master Jun felt a little dispirited as he saw the two men disappear from his line of sight. The people he was following had managed to evade him. This was the first time in his life that something like this had happened to him. He couldn't help but force a smile as he raised his eyes. Indeed, it must be fate I had come here in the evening today, and had barely plucked myself from a hugely troubling incident. And now am here once again in the middle of the night. Does this place have a relation with me? Jun Mo Zai looked around to confirm this inference. This place was an uninhabited countryside. It was surrounded by dense and misty forests. It was well suited to kill someone. He stood on a treetop. The wind caressed him as it slowly whistled by. Jun Mo Zai felt content for a while. In fact, he even felt heroic. He was almost unable to stop himself from singing, to wear a dress and to step across the snow-covered forest anger to dash like water oee. This loud singing voice never left his throat though. Suddenly, two loud blasts burst from the middle of the jungle. They submerged that part of the forest like a tsunami. Its waves were as imposing as mountains. I thought those two old fools had gone far away. But it seems like they've started fighting somewhere nearby. It seems that this territory not only appealed to me, but them as well. What a great area. Countless trees were forcefully tilted in the opposite direction. The area resounded with snapping sounds. It seemed that the trunks of the trees would break at any second. He had been standing on a treetop and had felt very pleasant in this atmosphere. In fact, he was on the verge of breaking into a song, but the young Master Jun suddenly swayed and came down. He then cursed inwardly. These old bastards don't have any appeal. Don't they know that fighting requires grace? Then he silently looked towards the inner part of the forest. An opportunity to watch a fight between such masters was very rare. Solitary Falcon and Lei Wubei stood opposite each other in the middle of the jungle. They were about 30 meters apart. The ground between the two men had become exceptionally smooth. There had been a huge tree there just moments ago. However, it silently disintegrated and disappeared forever because of the explosion caused by their colliding Chuan Tai. At present that space seemed smoother than a basketball court's floor from his previous life. Such amazing craftsmanship. How come these two beasts don't repair roads? They ought to go to remote mountainous areas and build roads. This is even smoother than the work of a road roller, and it's far more convenient. This road is so smooth that it could be used for speed racing. It's such a waste that no one will be able to make proper use of their craftsmanship in this area. An invisible field of Kai spread out between the two fighters. The back of Solitary Falcon's head was covered with disheveled hair. His hair seemed to lift as if they were drifting in the wind. Lei Wubei stood opposite to him. However, he didn't move a single inch. Even the hem of his clothes didn't sway. The two men had judged whose cultivation was relatively superior. Falcon, your cultivation has progressed significantly over these years. Lei Wubei snorted coldly. I can't compete with you in speed, but your Xuan level falls far behind mine. You'll have to be honest in front of me. Is that so? Not necessarily. Solitary Falcon suddenly jumped high and soared into the air. He was like a high-pressure spring which had suddenly rebounded. His entire body was like a javelin that had been thrust straight into the sky. The Xuan Kai of the imposing Master Solitary Falcon was a bit lacking. It would have been difficult for him to continue if he were to maintain his position. Moreover, he would have been too powerless to save himself had he fallen into Lei Wubei's field of Kai. Therefore, the Solitary Falcon had made a prompt decision and had shot up. He had broken through Lei Wubei's Kai barrier in the process. The Solitary Falcon held the last position amongst the 8 great masters. His Xuan Kai was also at the lowest level amongst those masters. This was a well-known fact. In fact, He probably wouldn't have been deserving of the title of a great master if he were to foolishly entangle himself against one of the mightier ones. Each has their own strengths, and Master Falcon's strongest advantage had never been a powerful Xuan Tai. This high jump had broken past Solitary Falcon's original limit. He had jumped to over 70 meters. He looked like an indistinct dot in the night's sky. Lei Wu Bei snorted coldly as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He started spinning on his toes, and his body suddenly became similar to a spinning top. Then suddenly, a tornado started to appear around him. It was made up of a completely shiny-black strange tie. The surrounding trees, the grass and the soil started to roll up with this tornado. As its range got larger and larger, its power also increased. A sharp, incisive and ear-rupturing howl echoed in the sky. The mournful and shrill howl came down like lightning. Bang, 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 the sound of a sonic boom echoed from the sky as the Solitary Falcon reached the limit of his speed. The friction between his body, his clothes, and the atmosphere rent the air. This had given rise to such a loud sound. The Solitary Falcon extended his right hand into a claw as he moved his left to his shoulder. The man himself was descending from the sky, but his long shining hair was perpendicular to the ground. The Solitary Falcon resembled a devilish god of war as he emitted a fearsome arrow made of wind. He screamed loudly as he let it loose towards Lei Wu Bei. "Good, come," Lei Wu Bei shouted coldly. The tornado around him rose steeply from the ground to meet the strong black figure in the sky. Soon the two came into contact. This resulted in a loud blasting sound. The two powerful forces disappeared in the blink of an eye. They left no trace. The Solitary Falcon stood in front of Lei Wu Bei again. His claws transformed in an ever-changing manner as he snatched at his opponent. Lei Wu Bei let out a ruthless howl. His palms were covered in black kai. He welcomed his opponent's attack with no trace of fear in his eyes. The hands of the two men clashed several hundred times in an instant. Then, suddenly there was a loud bang. Lei Wu Bei's body flew away, while the Solitary Falcon stumbled back due to the recoil. This flying retreat had created a distance of over 30 meters between the two men. There had been an intense explosion at the place where these two forces had clashed. The two men were thrown into a retreat. Jun Mo Zai had been hiding over 60 meters away. However, the waves of the aftermath of the explosion had reached him. In fact, the tree he stood on had snapped under the effect of the explosion. It was a huge and astonishing explosion. Hitman Jun had been observing this decisive battle between those two powerful great masters with keen interest. Moreover, these were the top fighters of this world, and he had been comparing them to the ones from his previous life. He felt that he could learn a lot by observing from the sidelines. That could help him in becoming more powerful. He had just figured out another hiding place when that tree broke. But it broke into more than 10 pieces. Jun Mo Zai was suddenly flung to the ground. He fell hard and rolled for a while. It was a sudden incident, and he didn't get enough time to recover. Moreover, he couldn't help but let out a low groan since it happened so suddenly. This groan was indeed extremely low in volume. However, that sound was like a thunderclap to the two great masters. Someone had been spying on them, and the two of them had been shockingly unaware of his presence. The two men couldn't help but shout in unison, "Who's there? Come out and show yourself." The young Master Jun didn't dare to. He withdrew his neck and escaped into the woods. He moved onto another tree as he studied the contest between the two men in his mind. He could determine who the relatively superior man was. The fight had just started, but he could see that the solitary falcon was no match for Lei Wubei. "I'm afraid he'll have to suffer if he loses." This was like a fight between two extremely rich men. One was fighting with 1 billion, while the other was fighting with 1.5 billion. These two men were filthy rich from this world's standard of strength. They had spent enough, but as much as they liked it, they were still squandering their money. However, the one with the 1.5 billion would win if both sides fought to the end. After all, he was better off. "However, the falcon is on my side. Do I just look on helplessly as he gets humiliated? I guess I'll give them a little trouble." Jun Mo Zai suddenly thought of a plan. He snorted coldly. His voice was full of disdain. He then moved again. The two figures suddenly moved onto the place from where he had groaned in a fraction of a second. However, Yin-Yang escape was wondrous. He could hide right in front of the eyes of the two masters. The two great masters thoroughly searched the area. They looked at each other in dismay since they were unable to find him. The two men were extremely shocked. How could someone infiltrate so close to them, that too right in front of their very eyes? This man's Xuan level was in no way under theirs. His Xuan level might even be superior to theirs. Who is this man? What is his purpose? Just then, someone snorted coldly. It seemed as if this person was looking down upon them. Who would be so arrogant? Solitary Falcon suddenly came to himself. He then cursed, "Lei Wubei, you're extremely shameless. You came with a helper. I am disgusted with you. This is your manner of conduct, and yet you call yourself one of the 8 great masters." "Shut your nonsense." Lei Wubei was very angry. "I can deal with you on my own. Why would I need a helper? This is a joke. This man's your helper, right, Falcon? Stop crying thief when you're the one going about committing robberies. I'm going to teach you a lesson." The two men cursed each other, but they were inwardly alert. One may have been superior to the other, but his superiority was very limited. However, their respective opponent could easily turn the tide in his own favor if the man had someone with a decent strength as an aide. Therefore, both the men quickly came up with a thought to end the fight. The Nander. Chapter 275 I Will Seek to Avenge. Chapter 275 I Will Seek to Avenge. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Even if you do have a helper, what do I have to fear? Solitary Eagle laughed mischievously. He snorted as his hands turned into bright claws like those of a falcon. "Lei Wubei, your Xuan cultivation is indeed slightly better than mine, and I admit this. However, winning a battle doesn't solely depend on the level of Xuan Kai. But it's your lucky day today, because I'll teach you an important lesson. This old man has come up with an exceptional move. My move will make the 5th great master eat dirt. Har har." Solitary Eagle's body accelerated and became very erratic as he burst into laughter. His body had suddenly taken the shape of a demonic and ghostly bird. The entire realm under the firmaments seemed to be screeching as his claws came together in a crisscross shape. This move had given rise to a strong gale. His claws formed a large network of airtight angle which could seemingly penetrate through any angle. If this bird was supposedly a falcon, then it appeared as if the ghost of a falcon had launched an attack. The 9 claws of the ghostly falcon. "An excellent falcon claw!" Lei Wubei suddenly shouted in praise. He had never seen anything like this before. This move had attracted all his attention. His brain even forgot to counterattack. Kai. Lei Wubei had never seen such a fantastic martial arts move before. This move had left him at a complete loss. Solitary Falcon's claws inflicted 3 cuts on Lei Wu Bei's body. However, Lei Wu Bei didn't get frightened even though he wasn't prepared to face this attack. He calmly retreated a few steps. Solitary Falcon howled as he gained the upper hand. Then, he unleashed the second move. The Supreme Master Solitary Falcon had only been able to learn the first 2 steps of the 9 claws of the Ghostly Falcon. His confidence increased when the first step showed results. Hence, he decided to strike with the second move while the iron was still hot. Bang, 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 the sounds of explosion emanated from Lei Wu Bei's body. He then let out a fierce roar and started to accumulate an exceeding amount of Xuan Kai in his body. The Xuan Kai started to surge like a tsunami. Lei Wu Bei was the 5th great master. He couldn't allow himself to get pushed to such a state while fighting the Solitary Falcon. He made no attempts to hold back as he unleashed his cold-blooded finger. There was a loud explosion, and the 2 men stumbled back in recoil. Lei Wu Bei was extremely shocked when he looked at his chest and saw 5 bloody palm prints. Then, he looked up. What is the name of this remarkable falcon claw technique? How many steps are there? Solitary Falcon's face was flushed, and his chest was heaving rapidly. He answered coldly, "How did my new technique taste?" It's called the 9 claws of the Ghostly Falcon. As the name implies, it has 9 steps. How did you like your lesson? 9 steps. So this wonderful move has 9 steps. The 9 claws of the Ghostly Falcon. It is worthy of the name Ghostly Falcon. Lei Wu Bei groaned in a depressed manner. He then added, "Solitary Falcon, you're different from before. This old man has no interest in dawdling with you today. So I am dropping this matter for the time being. Humph, but I'll find you whenever I want." Solitary Falcon laughed heartily. "You can seek out your senior whenever you wish to taste his new and unique skills." Solitary Falcon were both called the 8 Great Masters. "So I shall give you a warning. Stay away from the Jun family." Lei Bu Wei snorted. "The Jun family has provoked 2 powerful entities. And now they've added this old man to that list as well. It seems that it will be necessary to take action against them. This old man doesn't wish to see you there when he annihilates their entire family. Otherwise I doubt I will let you off either." "Annihilate the Jun family? How?" Solitary Falcon snorted coldly. Why should the Solitary Falcon listen to this nonsense when he can sort Lei Wu Bei out easily? "And you wouldn't be delaying this matter if you could contend against my 9 claws of the Ghostly Falcon. You don't know how to regret. You always act so recklessly." Lei Wu Bei snorted as he hung his head. Then, his body rose up and suddenly vanished. Lei Wu Bei had decided to act when he saw the peculiarity of the situation. The Solitary Falcon's 9 claws of the Ghostly Falcon was a very strange and unpredictable move. Moreover, each step was more powerful than the previous one. He felt extremely threatened by this move. He didn't have the confidence of emerging victorious like he previously did. Moreover, the lowest-ranked Great Master was known for his speed. Therefore, it would have been very hard for Lei Wu Bei to escape if the Solitary Falcon had a powerful aid in support. Therefore, Lei Wu Bei made a prompt decision and escaped. The Solitary Falcon was silent for a while. He then sighed. "Well, that was a close call." His opponent was ranked 5th amongst the Great 8 Masters for a reason. It would seem that both the fighters had done equally well in this battle. However, the Solitary Falcon was aware that he would have lost. His 9 claws of the Ghostly Falcon had admittedly been very fruitful. However, he would have undoubtedly been in a difficult situation once the opponent increased his power output as the fight progressed. He was already scraping the bottom of his trunk of tricks, and had nearly exhausted them. However, His opponent had just begun to unleash his cold-blooded finger. The second step of his unique 9 claws of the ghostly falcon had dominated for a short while, nothing more. Further, there had been a mysterious occurrence. The two men had searched throughout the periphery, but hadn't been able to find any trace of this spectator's presence. The two men had lost the zeal to fight after that incident. They feared that a fisherman would catch both the fighting fish one. And the fisherman had a great advantage in this situation. This fact could not be guarded against in case the two men were to sustain serious injuries during the battle. The third party could swoop in and clinch the victory. He could attack and kill both the great masters. How could he possibly attempt something that crazy? Who was this extremely mysterious person? Therefore, the two men thought of the same thing and gave up on the fight. I'm afraid I would've been humiliated if I hadn't practiced this ghostly falcon's claw move. My recent comprehension of the second step was especially pivotal. Lei Wu Bei is far stronger than me. He is truly worthy of being called the most cold-blooded master. I am thankful to the man who made that noise regardless of the intentions he may have harbored. It seemed that he needed to learn more about the 9 claws of the ghostly falcon. It was imperative that he quickly master that move without delay. The solitary falcon sighed and then quickly left. The young Master Jun had departed before the two great masters. Jun Mozai was bursting with anger at that moment. Hitman Jun was extremely mad at Lei Wu Bei. Correct, our family indeed has incurred the grudges of two powerful organizations, but it doesn't mean that anyone can come and step on us as they like. His precise words had been, the Jun family has provoked two powerful entities. And now they've added this old man to that list as well. It seems that it will be necessary to take action against them. This old man doesn't wish to see you there when he annihilates their entire family. Otherwise, I doubt I will let you off either. The mere thought of Lei Wu Bei's words had set Jun Mo Zai's stomach on fire. This was a clear threat for the solitary falcon to abandon the Jun family. Damn it, I've somehow duped a great master to come and protect my side. So what if you're the 5th great master? Bullshit, you're merely the 5th master, and yet you dare to oppose me even if you were the supreme master. Yun Bei Chen, what could you do? I will kill you the first chance I get. Why even wait for an opportunity? Let's play right now. Let's see who beats whom. Jun Mo Zai was full of rage. Extreme hatred had accumulated in his gut. Damn it, old man, you had 10 apprentices, and 4 of them are dead. It seems that it's not enough yet. I can't sort you out for the time being. Nor can I deal with your remaining Skykshuan apprentices. However, I can assassinate your crippled apprentices. You think that's going to be difficult for me? So your heart aches for your deceased disciples? Then this young master will make your heart ache once again. Jun Mo Zai was recklessly angry. The hitman Jun couldn't help but recall the Jun family's ancestral teaching: having balls does not make you a man, it is the incomparably indomitable spirit which does. Good ill send them to their seeking ancestors. Jun Mo Zai cursed in anger as he unleashed the yin-yang escape at full speed. He darted back towards the city like a wisp of smoke. His desired destination was the Lai family's residence. I don't care if your bullshit ranks 5th or 6th in the list of the great masters. I will make you cry today. I will tear you down and turn you into a kite. His speed increased exponentially because of his anger. He searched the Lai residence thoroughly, but couldn't find anyone. Does no one live in the Lai family's residence? This is very alarming. What's going on? Young Master Jun scratched his head upon finding the place deserted. Finally, he stamped his foot in frustration and then infiltrated into the ground of the locality. He carefully searched while he listened for a giveaway sound to a hidden private chamber. 1 lap of the residence, 2 laps, then finally. A strange voice grabbed Jun Mo Zai's attention. The Xuan beast crossbows are very important. Everything has been arranged carefully, but the good thing is several intermittent words reached Jun Mo Zai's ear. Jun Mo Zai suddenly became alert. He slowly and carefully followed the sound to its source. I've been making a plan to capture the Xuan beast tendon crossbows. But surprisingly I've found other interested parties as well. This is an unexpected gain. These are Xuan beast tendons, and materials used in the frame of crossbow's body make an excellent combination. Their lethality will be immense. Even an Earth Xuan expert will find it hard to evade its attack if they're caught off guard. It is a rare and killer weapon. It is a pity that we have to give up on these. A person with a musical voice sighed. Why are we giving it up? Junior disciple Lai, we can't let them go so easily. This is a very rare opportunity for your Lai family. These weapons are ready-made and good to go. These are of a special make. These crossbows will make terrifying, killing weapons. Will you let this opportunity pass you by? Why would you do that? Another person spoke in an anxious voice. Jun Mo Zai could listen properly by now. This was the voice of the senior-most disciple Lei Jianhong. He was eagerly trying to persuade someone. Elder brother Lei, how could I not see the importance of these crossbows? The voice that replied was sonorous, graceful, and extremely refined. One could imagine this person's graceful personality by merely listening to his voice. He was audible to Jun Mo Zai as he continued. 10 brother disciple had come to Tianzang City to help you Ran. But I've done nothing for Master in return. Yet, I've only received Master's aid and my senior's affection. I'm truly ashamed, and 4 of my seniors have left for the heavens because of my matters. And 3 of my seniors have been crippled for life. This little brother is remorseful. What right does this little brother have to exert himself in front of his seniors? If some misfortune befalls the senior brothers again, wouldn't Liu Ran's behavior be considered worse than a beast's? Junior disciple Lai, why are you talking like we are strangers? We are brother disciples. Your matter is our matter, Lei Jianhong anxiously replied. And if these crossbows ended up with the second prince, heaven knows what that idiot would do. This could turn into a major threat. The Jun family won't be the only one to get affected. If the second prince succeeds, your Lai family will also be affected along with the emperor's ironclad strength. How can you not see this, junior disciple? This matter demands immediate action. You've always been so firm. Why are you being so overly sensitive at such an important time? Notes: a slight modification of an idiom. The actual idiom is sandpaper and clam war together, and the fisherman catches both alternately. 2 quarreling neighbors lose out to a third party. Chapter 276. I am not satisfied yet. Chapter 276. I'm not satisfied yet. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. No, elder brother. But your junior brother appreciates your feelings. Liu Ran seemed pained as he shook his head. Elder brother, do you know when I close my eyes at night I see the 4 seniors standing in front of me. They are drenched in blood and covered in scars. I Liu Ran am ashamed to face them. The second prince will use his entire strength to escort these crossbows to the capital. The number of secret experts will be too many to count. If anything bad happened to you, elder brother, your little brother might as well die. Jun Mo Zai couldn't help but inwardly curse when he heard that emotional sigh. What this Liu Ran is too pretentious. He is at the greatest level. This guy could even beat me. Why did you deliberately mention it to them if you didn't wish for them to take action? You've just told them the rationality and the threats of this course of action. and then you stated your desire to refrain from participating in it. But now they won't stop no matter how hard you try to restrain them. They'll be touched when your words convey that you don't wish for them to go, so much so that they might even leave without telling you. This scheme is amazing, and I was belittling this brat before. You want them to become cannon fodder for you, but you want them to be moved enough to volunteer for it themselves. You wish for them to feel that they owe you, and you wish for them to feel that your concern for them will cause you big problems. You're hot and numbing at the same. You're pretending to be real while you pretend. That's for sure. How's that possible? 3 voices shouted in unison. How can we sit and watch as our younger brother's family slips into a dangerous situation? What are we then? What kind of people does little brother treat us as? Well, relax only once the Lai family obtains those crossbows. This matter doesn't need so much deliberation. It's already decided. When the time comes, we 3 will act. Well, when the Kshu and Beast crossbows for Lai Yuran, we'll hand them over to you. If younger brother Lai is still uneasy, then you can send some of your men to support us. Eldest brother, second brother, elder sister Lai Yuran had seemingly been moved speechless. However, he seemed to become more and more resolute as well. But how can your younger brother respond? Your younger brother, I'm ashamed, and my conscience is uneasy. A man acting effeminately indecisive. What are you doing? You are decisive, then why don't you go to that place? This was apparently the voice of the female senior. Younger brother Lai, why won't you let us go? Do you want us to watch while your Lai family slowly descends into danger? Master has been very generous. I won't let elder sister and the elder brothers walk into danger. Lai Yuran could be heard speaking these words. It seemed as if he was resolutely gnashing his teeth. This is rubbish, his 3 seniors shouted angrily and pounded the table. Then Lei Jianhong started to speak. Younger brother Lai, we will refuse to recognize you as a fellow disciple if you continue to talk like this and look down on us. I'll kick your buttocks, and I'll never look at you again. It seemed as if heroism had reached its pinnacle. It felt as if both parties were treating each other with the utmost sincerity. The young Master Jun was still hiding in the soil. He almost broke into laughter. What is this? What trash has Lei Wubei taught his disciples? Lei Wubei wouldn't volunteer to personally take action, right? If this is the case, you big brother must be very careful. Lai Yuran's diction wasn't very clear. It seemed that he was choking with emotion. I beg my seniors to be very careful. It doesn't matter if I get those crossbows. You must return safe and sound. I will assign you the maximum number of troops. Please don't be stingy with the manpower, and I won't care if they are sacrificed to ensure your safe returns. You mustn't hesitate to spare any expense. Be at ease, we will take care of everything. And prepare for the good news, younger brother. The 3 people patted their chests. They were brimming with feeling of heroism, one which could even lead them to die for their friends. Jun Mo-Zai didn't laugh this time. Instead, he let out a profound sigh. It seems that they will spare no effort to help Lai Yuran. Apparently, Lai Yuran has completely brainwashed these 3 individuals. Lei Wubei's eldest, and these 2 other disciples, are in a pitiful situation. It's no wonder that these 5 powerful experts managed such a bleak result when they encircled and fought alone Yigu Han. Men without wisdom are pathetic. Many thanks, elder brothers. Elder sister, according to my information, I believe those crossbows should reach the outer reaches of the capital in 13 days. Well, make our move when the time comes. It could be assumed that Lai Yuran must have taken a deep bow before he had begun discussing the specifics of his plan. Everything was clear to John Mosai after he had listened to them for a while. He had no interest in listening to Liu Ran play with those idiots. Moreover, he had suddenly formed a new plan in his mind. Of course it was for later. It was time to kill a few people now. The hitman John had never forgotten the original purpose of his visit. Overhearing this important information hadn't interfered with John Mosai's determination to kill. He silently surfaced above the ground and found himself in the middle of a huge but empty courtyard. John Mosai looked up and realized why he could not locate the Lai family's main operation center. It was located outside the Lai family's residence. It was located in the area next to the Lai family's residence. So that's why. He then turned as he heard a voice of someone's groan. The person seemed to be in pain. It came from a cider room. This room was surrounded by green bamboos. John Mosai's mouth bent into a cruel smile as he moved into that room as quick as lightning. The room reeked with the smell of medicines. 3 of the disciples were lying on soft mattresses inside the room. They were mostly stationary except for an occasional twitch, and they looked deathly pale. It's pitiful to look at you in so much pain, elder brother. Let this little brother free you from this world of suffering. John Mosai sighed compassionately. Then, a sword which hung on the wall, which might have belonged to one of those 3 patients, suddenly rose on its own. The sword then started to move like a meat cleaver. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 men had been fatally wounded during their excursions. It was amazing that they had been able to persist for so long after. But one mustn't delay more than 1 breath's time if they wish to resist fate. Blood and flesh splattered. The speedy 6th disciple was the last one left. He stared blankly when he saw the sword float. He couldn't believe his eyes initially. Then, he saw it come down like lightning on his senior and junior brother disciples who lay at his side. He felt weird when he saw their heads separate from their bodies, and then roll about like watermelons. He was extremely frightened by this sight. He was about to cry out in alarm, but something unseen covered his mouth and he was unable to shout. The thing that covered his mouth seemed to be a hand. It was warm. But why was it invisible? Why is it invisible? Does this world really have ghosts? He had just thought this when he saw the man's sword chop down on his neck. John Mosai stopped his hand from making more chops, and coldly picked up a piece of cloth. There was blood everywhere. He smiled mischievously and crookedly as he dipped the cloth in the blood and wrote several characters on the wall. I wasn't satisfied after killing those 4 people. So I've killed these 3 too. But they were already hafted, so how could I be satisfied? Wait for a few days, I'll hack open the final 3 as well. But if I'm not satisfied with that, then it will be your turn, my dear cold-blooded master, Wu Bei. But he didn't feel satisfied with these threats. Hence, he added several more characters. He left the room once he was satisfied with his work. The distance between the cider room and Liu Ran's location was barely over 30 meters. The hitman John had used a method which had increased the speed of his movements exponentially, and his actions had been urgent. He had been able to kill the 3 people without any resistance. No loud sounds had been emitted over the entire course of his covert operation, just a highly subdued PFFT, and the entire mission had been completed. This was the basic skill that was required from a good assassin. It wasn't considered to be something amazing in this line of work. Besides, this sword is very sharp. He was convinced that if anyone heard him, they would merely think that they heard a lot of fart noises. Therefore, No one would know that the men in that small room had been relieved from their mortal suffering and had gone to heaven until Jun Mo-zai was finished with his task. The hitman Jun had barely escaped that courtyard when he saw the silhouette of a man floating towards his direction. The man's hands were dirty. His movements were calm, they were neither too fast nor too slow. He was frowning slightly, and it seemed that he was having difficulty with some problem. His name could shake all land under heaven. He was the cold-blooded Master Lei Wu-bei. "You old bastard, you've arrived too late." Jun Mo-zai smiled ruthlessly and deliberately brushed past him. Just as Jun Mo-zai brushed past him, Lei Wu-bei seemingly sensed something. There was no change in his body posture, but he surged his powerful Kai in a split second, and it frighteningly burst out. Jun Mo-zai suddenly felt the burst of powerful Kai hitting him and became gloomy. Jun Mo-zai stuck out his tongue in a tease and moved into the Hong Jun pagoda. "You think that I can't hide from you? I'm in here now. Try to find me if you like. However, no one has ever sensed my presence like this." So how come Lei Wu-bei was able to? Jun Mo-zai crouched in the Hong Jun pagoda and thought hard. Could this wonderful yin-yang escape have some shortcomings? Or is it possible that masters with such high level of cultivation can detect my anomaly? Jun Mo-zai suddenly recalled that he had just killed some people. This meant that his body must be emanating a cold-killing intention. He reckoned that Lei Wu-bei must felt this dangerous killing intention. Moreover, his aura contained a massive feeling of hostility towards Lei Wu-bei. Suddenly, Jun Mo-zai realized that this incident may have been a normal occurrence. So, I can hide easily when I'm not hostile or I don't have the killing intention about myself. However, I might fail once I get into that mood. He obviously dispelled the idea of stealthily killing the Great Master. Chapter 277 The Super Misunderstanding. Chapter 277 The Super Misunderstanding. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Hitman Jun's inference was reasonable, but it was slightly inconsistent. The yin-yang escape was a wonderful evasive technique. So much so that even the 8 great masters couldn't find Jun Mo-zai's tracks. But the yin-yang escape didn't use the 5 key elements for the time being. One could go into hiding, but they'd still be discoverable, for they went escaping into the void. The technique merely altered the flow of air to create this anomaly. This technique wasn't much of an anomaly from this perspective. In fact, it was quite ordinary. A person would basically be walking around with some alterations in the flow of air around their body. The vast majority of people were unable to detect these subtle changes. However, who was Lei Wu-bei? He wouldn't have been worthy of his name if he couldn't detect these changes. He could easily notice even the most minute changes in the flow of air. However, the situation in front of him was too weird. He had never witnessed such a strong killing intention. He could infer that the strength of the individual emanating it was quite profound. Therefore, Lei Wu-bei had released his powerful Kai in order to protect himself. However, Lei Wu-bei couldn't sense it once Jun Mo-zai entered the Hong Jun pagoda. Jun Mo-zai had realized this in time. He felt frustrated and remained inside the Hong Jun pagoda with a blank expression on his face. He stayed there for a while and reckoned that he'd escape once Lei Wu-bei left. He came out to take a peek and realized that Lei Wu-bei was unexpectedly rooted to the same spot. Moreover, the young Master Jun had barely come out of the Hong Jun pagoda while being invisible, yet Lei Wu-bei's eyes quickly turned to look in his direction. It seemed as if his eyes were a pair of jack-lanterns. Damn, this fart has a lot of free time. Jun Mo Zai felt very helpless since he had no option but to return inside. He inwardly cursed Lei Wu Bei. I won't be able to get out of here before break of dawn at this rate. This isn't good. A great master would never doubt his spiritual sense. Though the young Master Jun's odor subsided in a flash, but it left a deep impression on Master Lei, and he wouldn't dare to neglect it. Lei Wu Bei had nothing to concern himself with while he returned from his confrontation with Solitary Falcon. Therefore, he had slowed his speed down. Moreover, he had attempted to look for the mysterious owner of that groan throughout the journey. This had slowed him down even further. He had barely returned to the vicinity of the Lai mansion, but he suddenly felt that bloodthirsty killing intention so close to his own body. He had no option but to mobilize his Xuan Kai as he prepared to move into action at a second's notice. He had clearly felt that sharp killing intention. It's terrifying. Only the world's top assassin had the ability to emit such an intense killing intention. Such a ferocious killing intention could even kill a great master like me. Therefore, Lei Wu Bei didn't dare to neglect it. He released his powerful spiritual pressure, and then waited alertly. Hitman Jun's killing intention and murderous aura were far beyond that of an ordinary person, and Jun Mo Zai was well aware of it. His strength may not have been very tyrannical. However, that didn't lower his killing intention. Lei Wu Bei concentrated hard as he remained there, silent, calm, and unmoving. That cold killing intention suddenly disappeared, and everything is calm again. In fact, there's no sign of any danger. I can't help but find this strange. Was I imagining it? But why would I imagine something like this? He would have let his guard down since he felt that he had been overly suspicious, a lurking enemy. But that murderous aura had momentarily resurfaced just when he was about to do this. Moreover, that murderous aura had appeared very close to his body. However, there was no one present near him. Lei Wu Bei was about to move into action when that extremely terrible and lofty killing intention suddenly disappeared. It had vanished without a trace. Lei Wu Bei was terrified. What kind of a peerless killer would possess such a terrifying skill? Lei Wu Bei's entire body was covered in cold sweat. This was because he had suddenly recalled a terrifying person. This person's Xuan level might not have been anywhere near Yun Bei Chen and Lai Jiu Tian, but Lei Wu Bei's chest had stiffened at the mere thought of him. This person was a very formidable individual. He had been active for dozens of years, and no one had ever escaped him once he had decided to assassinate them. This man was a legend among the community of assassins. Everyone avoided him like the plague. Even Yun Bei Chen and Lai Jiu Tian had never dared to take this man lightly. He was a frightening killer with mythical abilities universally recognized as the living embodiment of death. He was the greatest assassin, Chu Kai Hun. Who else could emit such a sharp, powerful, and fatal killing intention? Who besides Chu Kai Hun is capable of hiding right beside me without me becoming aware of their presence? Who besides Chu Kai Hun can disappear once I detected their killing intention? There's no one else, not anywhere in the world. Even Yun Bei Chen and Lai Jiu Tian wouldn't be able to pull this off. They can defeat me. In fact, they can kill me. However, it's impossible for them to hide right beside me without my knowledge. But Chu Kai Hun has. Lei Wu Bei became more cautious as he became increasingly sure about this. And the more cautious he got, the more intense that feeling of fear became. Man is always full of doubts and fear when he faces the unknown. And the great master was no exception, especially since he was aware that he was facing a formidable enemy he couldn't beat. Lei Wubei was confident that his Xuan level and strength was in no way beneath Chu Kai Hun's. However, Chu Kai Hun was known to like making the first move very unexpectedly at that. It would cost Master Lei very dearly to be caught off guard. Getting ambushed by someone of the same level was no joke. Lei Wubei was somewhat afraid. Chu Kai Hun was considered a supreme master of his arts, but he wasn't counted amongst the 8 great maters. Consequently, that assassin would never attack from the front even when killing an extremely weak person. So much so that even a person whom Chu Kai Hun could defeat by blowing air on him was never attacked in a straightforward manner. This supreme assassin was extremely meticulous from the standard of assassins. He never left a single loose thread. His ability had reached the point of abnormality. His very name could give any man goosebumps. This was the main reason why the supreme assassin never got public fame like the 8 great masters. Though Chu Kai Hun wasn't considered one of the 8 great masters, but he was the most terrifying man in this world. This was a well-known fact. Even the 8 great masters had publicly accepted this. Lei Wubei paid careful attention to his surroundings as he spoke in a low voice. Is the person who's arrived the supreme assassin elder brother Chu Kai Hun are? I don't know what offense I've committed that elder brother Chu Kai Hun has personally arrived for me. And it's a great honor to have been taken so seriously. But we're both counted in the supreme ranks, so greeting each other before a fight to the death would cause no harm, right? There was silence all around as the autumn wind whistled, the dead leaves fell and spiraled into the air. But there was no reply. If someone had replied, then it would have meant that ghosts truly existed. The only spectator had no choice but to hide in the Hong Jun Pagoda. The individual hiding inside the Hong Jun Pagoda was obviously Jun Mo Zai. However, the hitman Jun had decided not to utter a word. He eagerly looked forward to watch Lei Wubei misunderstand the situation. The greater the misunderstanding, the better it would be for the young Master Jun. Want elder brother Chu give me face? Lei Wubei gnashed his teeth. His voice was full of anger. Has the elder brother changed his mind? Would he not battle me to death? No sound was issued in reply. Lei Wubei calmed down, but his demeanor continued to become more imposing. He spoke in a deep voice. It sounded similar to the calm before a volcanic explosion. He is elder brother Chu afraid to face Lei Wubei? That's okay, elder brother can return whenever he's gained his confidence. I shall eagerly look forward to seeing you again. He had finished speaking. Then his body transformed into that of a spirit dragon who was soaring towards the 9th heaven and disappeared without a trace. Jun Mo Zai stepped out from the nothingness of the Hong Jun Pagoda the moment Lei Wubei left. He had been stretching out half of his head to listen to Lei Wubei's words. He had almost burst into laughter when Lei Wubei had addressed the air in such a serious tone. However, he was awestruck to realize that his fellow assassin enjoyed such a terrifying reputation among the great masters. So much so that the mere thought of him had worried the 5th master of the 8 great masters. In fact, the cold-blooded master had seemed scared. This supreme assassin must be exceptional. The fact that an assassin could have this effect was an achievement on its own. Jun Mo Zai returned home relaxed and unrestrained while marveling at that supreme assassin. Lei Wubei quickly arrived at the small courtyard. His body floated as he opened the gate. The 4 people inside stood up at the sight of him and greeted him respectfully. Master, you have returned. Lei Wubei snorted coldly. His face was expressionless as he took a seat. Master, what was the outcome of this trip? Can we assume that Master has taught solitary falcon a lesson? Lei Jianhong was Lei Wu Bei's son. However, he never addressed him as his father in front of his fellow disciples. This was to demonstrate equality of treatment. But he was the only person inside the room who had the courage to ask this question. This matter is complicated. We'll discuss it later. Lei Wu Bei spat out these words in a solemn manner. You be more careful with your actions from now. The atmosphere in the Tanzang city is very treacherous. There are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons present in this city. You'll have to think hard before acting on every matter. He thought for a while, but then finally resisted. Lei Wu Bei had decided against mentioning the supreme assassin, Chu Kai-hun. He was aware that the name itself would have been enough to frighten his disciples. This would have made them hesitant to take actions. His disciples were at the Skyxuan level, but that was too meager. They would have gained no benefit from knowing of his involvement. Chu Kai-hun has decided to make a target out of me. I shouldn't tell my disciples about it till the outcome of this battle is decided. Why should I make my disciples unnecessarily nervous by speaking of this matter? The 4 disciples were no fools. They had heard the tone of their master's voice and had realized that the matter regarding the solitary falcon hadn't gone as smoothly as they had imagined. They restrained themselves and inquired no further regarding that topic. Lei Wu Bei got up and spoke in a tranquil manner. Let's go. Come with me to look at the 6. He seems to have lost his Xuan Kai. Let's see if we can recover it somewhat. If that doesn't work, then we'll have no option but to send him to the king of malicious medicines. Lei Jianhong trembled and cried out in alarm, Master. Lei Jianhong snorted since his master left the room without giving a reply. The 4 disciples' complexions were heavy as they followed behind. Listening to their master mention the king of malicious medicines had made their hearts heavy. Chapter 278 Soaring Rage. Chapter 278 Soaring Rage. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. The malicious king of medicines, as the name suggests, was an individual with a malicious heart. He was the most prestigious and famed doctor according to the rumors. He was considered without an equal. However, this doctor was the most expensive in the world. In fact, not only was the fee he charged exorbitant, there was another crucial point. One would owe him a favor if they were to seek him out for a treatment, no matter what the final result of the cure was. And one would have to return the favor whenever he wanted. As the capability of the person seeking treatment increased, the matter had wished them to deal with increased in difficulty. There was one particular rumor regarding the malicious king of medicines, which had spread far and wide. It was a matter that had happened over 40 years ago. The Yun family was one of the most influential families in the world of commoners. Their patriarch's little concubine had been critically injured, and he eventually went to the malicious king of medicines for help. The medicine king took 1 million silvers from the Yun family, and made their patriarch promise him to deal with a certain matter. However, the medicine king didn't tell him what that matter would be. The Yun family's patriarch readily agreed to these conditions owing to his love for that concubine. Consequently, she was saved. 2 years passed, and the malicious king of medicines sent a late yet important request. He wanted the Yun family's patriarch to kill someone. And this person was the Yun family's ward by marriage. How could the Yun family's patriarch do such a thing? What face would he show to the world if carried out this request? Therefore, he flatly refused. The malicious king of medicine laughed heartily. He didn't consider this a problem. He then vanished into the dust. He left without a trace. Later, the malicious king of medicine spread some news. He asked anyone who owed him a favor, no matter who they were, to do one thing: annihilate the Yun family. Even their family's chickens and dogs weren't to be spared. The entire family was to be annihilated straight down to their 9th generation. 2. The malicious king of medicine had accumulated several favors over tens of years. How could it be trivial? His favors were mostly qualified individuals, and most of them were high-level Qian experts. A majority of them were dealing with illness they couldn't have cured otherwise. However, strength alone can be a limited resource. But many rich and powerful people owed him favors too, and they became extremely formidable altogether. Their combined power was rare and powerful enough to shake the world. This order was a death-dealing blow. The whole of the secular world boiled over because of it. This resulted in the entire Yun family's slaughter. Their relatives and clansmen weren't spared either. They had ensured that even the chickens and the dogs didn't survive, as was the wish of the malicious king of medicine. The rumors state that the heads kept pillion outside the malicious king of medicine's place. The massive amount of blood was said to have covered kilometers of the lands. Heaven knows what strange favor that man would demand if Lei Wu Bei decided to deliver his disciple to the malicious king of medicine. Lei Jianhong knew that his master was one of the great 8 masters, so how could the conditions be easy? However, their worries were removed and replaced with grievances. Lei Wu Bei's expression changed as he arrived at the side of the bamboo-walled cider room. He said, "Why is there such a thick stench of blood here?" The 5 people looked at each other. They could sense that something was terribly wrong. They cried out in dismay and pushed the door open. The 4 disciples were heartbroken at the sight and exclaimed in grief. They were dumbstruck and could only look around blankly. The scene drove them mad with anger. 3 dead bodies lay on the beds. They had been chopped into pieces. Blood was still flowing inside the room. It had coagulated in some places, but continued to pour out slowly from others. The entire room had turned into a scarlet pool of blood. Lei Wu Bei's eyes had reddened as he stepped into the room. His clothes didn't even sway as he moved. He was extremely angry and was forced to use his supreme Qian level to restrain himself. He had even controlled the movement of his clothes by doing that. He looked around and saw Lai Yuran stand motionless in front of a wall. Lai Yuran's posture was strange. Lei Wu Bei's mind suddenly understood the reason behind it. He then shouted, "Get out of the way, Yuran." Lai Yuran showed an ugly expression. He then weakly spoke, "Master, I told you to get out of the way." Lei Wu Bei roared in rage as he hit Lai Yuran hard on the face. The youngster was sent flying out with a loud bang. Lei Wu Bei then looked at the wall. Lei Wu Bei gawked at it for a while. His face had turned red and he suddenly let out another enraged roar. The band on his hairnet got torn into a million pieces as his hair straightened. They rose up to the heavens unscattered for a long time. Arg! Lei Wu Bei violently belched scarlet blood from his mouth. And that blood instantly turned into mist. Master Lei cried tears of blood, thereby damaging his liver as he howled, "This scoundrel is shameless. He acts such with me. No matter who you are, I'll kill you. I will annihilate your family down to the 9th generation. Even chickens and dogs won't be spared. My name isn't Lei Wu Bei if I don't fulfill this claim." He again spouted blood as his lean body tottered forward. The act of bringing the world-famous cold-blooded master to such a condition by leaving a mere message had demonstrated that person's unprecedented talent. The 3 remaining disciples were perplexed. Therefore, they leaned in closer only to find 2 blood-stained lines written on the wall. The message was crooked and had been written in freehand. It was obvious that something had been dipped in the victim's blood to write that message. The first line read, "I wasn't satisfied after killing those 4 people. So I've killed these 3 too. But they were already hafted, so how could I be satisfied? Wait for a few days, I'll hack open the final 3 as well. But if I'm not satisfied with that, then it will be your turn, my dear cold-blooded master, Wu Bei." The second line read, "Elder sister Lei Wu Bei, I did your mother lao lao lao." The 3 disciples felt a burst of darkness. It was nearly as strong as that of Lei Wu Bei's. They spat blood. This was too much. That person had killed their brother disciples. Moreover, he had called the fearless Lei Wu Bei elder sister. And what's more, he had hurled abuses at their master. This is a huge insult, especially to master. Just that line, elder sister Lei Wu Bei will never die and will continue to ferment hatred. Not only has that person killed our brothers, but he has insulted master's ancestors. That man's conduct is incomparably vile and nasty. Master, the 4 disciples worriedly knelt in unison. They crawled 2 steps forward. They then held onto Lei Wu Bei's legs and burst into tears. This matter clearly occurred moments ago. The blood hasn't even dried yet. You went far from here, and none of you sensed it. Who can tell me why? Lei Wu Bei's body swayed for a little while. Then, he suddenly flew into a rage and let loose 4 kicks on the kneeling individuals. The bodies of the 4 disciples flew into the air, and they started to vomit blood violently. "Waste, the 4 of you are a waste." The cold-blooded master, Lei Wu Bei, exploded. He had never shown such anger in his life. His eyes were red, and his expression was fearsome and frightening. It seemed as if he was looking for someone to lash out on. Bang! The whole of Lei Wu Bei's Xuan Kai exploded at once. It collided with the room's roof. The roof broke off and soared high into the night sky. It almost seemed like a floating umbrella. The walls toppled, turned into thin dust and disappeared. The bamboo grove outside the room looked like it had been hit by a tornado. It had been uprooted and thrown into the air before being crushed. Lei Wu Bei still hadn't moved from his spot, but his heart was gradually calming down. He then thought of a possibility. The only rationale which could explain this matter was Lei Wu Bei's eyes had turned into deep pools of blood. He took a deep breath. He then spoke extremely slowly, but his voice was full of hatred. "Chu Kai Hun, you and I cannot coexist in this world any longer. I will kill you." Lei Wu Bei looked up and issued a long roar. It was similar to that of the mythical ape crying into the night, extremely mournful and shrill. The lengthy roar was extremely loud. It spread far and wide. The citizens of the Tan Zhang city had heard it loud and clear. It endlessly echoed at a low pitch. Each person in the Tan Zhang city awoke from their sleep frightened and uneasy without exception. The Jun residents. The solitary falcon got undressed and sat down. He frowned and resentfully looked in the direction from where the roar had come. He then cursed. "Murder, murder, Dan you, you've screamed twice this evening. Are you confused, or what? Dan you, the older you get, the sicker you become. FCK, you old uncle, why are you putting pressure on me and this targeting of Chu Kai Hun? Do you wish to hasten your death?" The solitary falcon cursed for a bit, and then lied down. Jun Mo Zai was inside his room when he heard that lengthy roar. He rolled his eyes and muttered, "I should've written the entire poem. Unfortunately, my language is quite limited. Therefore, I couldn't write it, old lay. The words I left you were deficient in literary talent, but they must have been easy to understand. However, you needn't have been so emotionally moved. Oh, I had forgotten to mention the name of my fellow assassin. How did you decide it was him? This matter doesn't concern Master Chu. It was my work. But this young master doesn't mind if the mad dog bites someone else in confusion. So don't look for me if you feel like losing it. He was in a happy mood, so he sniggered for a while. But the talented young Master Jun was very tired after a day and night of hard work. Therefore, he lied down and fell into a deep slumber. Jun Mozai envisioned several pleasant dreams throughout the night. There was even one in which he was inside a hot spring, and he was surrounded by outstanding beauties, each of whom could cause a nation's downfall. They were pure and lovely. Yet they had one common characteristic: they were naked, and each one of them was silently inviting him. However, the hitman Jun felt a bit strange even though he was only dreaming. I wasn't aware that one can produce such dreams in everyday life. It seems that my morals are degrading with every passing day. It seems that even gentlemen cannot overcome this. This implies a significant fall from the grace of morality. He suddenly transformed into a tiger. It was only natural for a tiger to consume his meals once he enters the forest. The naked tiger courageously leapt into that beautiful forest and started to bite. He waged wars everywhere, slaughtered his prey, and emerged victorious each time. Someone had crept into the young Master Jun's room, but the little girl had been frightened by the canopy under her beloved's blanket and bounced back. Jun Mozai was sound asleep in front of her. His expression was shockingly lewd and nefarious. This smile was similar to the one the young Master Jun used to frequently display about half a year ago. The people who'd see it would feel that it was unbearable. She lightly cursed since she felt embarrassed to see such a vulgar smile. The little girl then shifted her gaze downwards. Her small mouth suddenly opened and became round in shock. She almost screamed in shock, but luckily she had moved her hand to cover her mouth in time. This is extremely scary. I almost fell down. The Navan-chased little girl had nearly fainted. Her body trembled for a while. Then she hastily fled from the room. Only then did she feel that sensation in her fragrant cheeks. She wasn't aware when they had become this scalding hot. She covered her burning pretty face. She couldn't sleep. She only tossed and turned the entire night. Whenever she'd close her eyes, she'd see that smiling face of her beloved young master. The little girl held the top of her quilt firmly as she covered her head with it. "He's a big scoundrel. How can you will I get pregnant now?" The little girl's heart started to thump as she engaged in her fantasies. Notes: King of malicious medicines, malicious king of medicines. The slight tinkering suits him more. Don't spare the dogs and chicken either. It means to kill even remote connections of someone. Chapter 279. This is very embarrassing. Chapter 279. This is very embarrassing. Translator Novel Sargar. Editor Novel Sargar. The next day the sun hadn't yet risen. Jun Mozai hadn't gotten out of bed. He was still researching his sensuous dream, and had made a very shameful discovery. He could no longer wear his underpants since he had discovered a huge wet spot. He had even felt the sticky spot with his hands to confirm. This is indeed very shameful. Such wet dreams can happen to me, Hitman Jun. This is very humiliating for me. For God's sake, who's going to believe it? My illustrious name has reached rock bottom. The young Master Jun quickly pulled his quilt to cover his first undefeated body. Then, He looked around carefully and then quickly raised his butt to pull off his pants. He'd feel extremely uncomfortable if he didn't change it. His movements were incomparably swift and nimble as he took off his clothes. He kept the quilt in place with one hand and stretched out the other to feel for an appropriate place to dump them. However, then, suddenly, bang! The door of the room was suddenly thrown open at that frightening moment, and Grandpa John stormed in with his flowing white beard fluttering across his anxious face. He fierily entered the room and shouted with his mouth wide open, "You brat, you're still not up, don't you know what time it is?" He had run into a person in that extremely embarrassing moment by pure accident. Fortunately, it was a man, an old man. John Mosai felt like dying. His hand extended and he pulled the quilt back like lightning. He then repeatedly promised from underneath that cover, I'll get up, but you go out first." "What are you holding in your hand?" Grandpa John got suspicious. And not only did he not leave, he instead took 2 steps forwards. He then frowned and glared angrily before he shouted, "Take it out and let this old man see." It's nothing, it really is nothing." John Mosai felt that he had never been in such a difficult situation in either of his lifetimes. He dug deeper into his quilt as he complained, "Grandfather, you don't have any courtesy. I was sleeping, and yet you barged in with that bang. Luckily I don't have a wife." "But, supposing you had found a wife for your grandson, would you've barged in like that if she were here with me?" "What did he say?" Grandpa John became extremely angry. His eyes filled with dark look as he said, "Evil creature, how can you speak those words? This old man, you brat. You haven't hurried and gotten up yet. You really wish to trouble this old man." Grandpa John grabbed the quilt with one hand and pulled it. How could that little rookie like John Mosai resist a Staichuan expert's strength? Grandpa John looked at what was in front of him. John Jan Tan looked like he had just awoken from a dream. He couldn't help but become red. He swung his arm and then slapped John Mosai's bare ass hard. A sharp bang resounded. "Show me what you're hiding." The reached out with his hand and tussled that crumpled piece of cloth from John Mosai. That ball of cloth felt damp for some reason. This was unexpected, and he didn't know why it was like that. He gawked at it for a moment and then brought it to his nose and gave it a sniff. Then, he recognized the strange yet familiar smell emanating from it. He realized everything in a split second. His embarrassed face reddened and he quickly threw it away. Then, he continued fiercely, "This old man will kill you, you shameless little..." The blood-curdling scream echoed everywhere. It sounded extremely mournful. John Wooyi heard the blood-curdling cry and quickly rushed over. He reached in time to run into his father. The red-faced old man was emerging from John Mosai's room while puffing his whiskers. However, the inner corner of his eyes showed a faintly amused expression. "Dad, Mosai pissed you off again?" the third master asked solemnly. "I didn't raise that little beast." Grandpa John trembled as he shook his right hand and remained silent. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but he didn't utter another word. He continued to tremble for a long while, and then he finally said, "Alas, that brat has grown up. It's time to look for a daughter-in-law." He then slipped away with his hands behind his back. However, he suddenly remembered why he had come there in the first place when he reached the door to John Mosai's courtyard. Hence, he roared from afar, "Oh right, third, you hurry up and get that little beast ready. He is to meet His Majesty." He then vanished with the whooshing of his clothes. The commander-in-chief of the troops of the country, the great General John, seemed quite embarrassed regarding today's matter. The hero of his generation had actually held his grandson's lethal weapon. It was very humiliating. However, he couldn't help but smile even though it was a gloomy matter. The old man seemed somewhat reassured. It was big. He's attained a decent capital. His capital hasn't reached the level of a grown adult, but he's going in the right direction. He's barely 16, and there's a lot of room for growth at this stage. Hurry up and grow branches so you can scatter leaves for our Jun family. Grandpa Jun placed his hands on his chest and started to move as if he was carrying a baby. His face suddenly broke into a smile at the thought of it. The third master entered the room and saw his mystical nephew acting subdued like he had never seen him before. Jun Mozai lowered his head like a bashful young lady and pulled up his clothes. Something extremely fishy was going on here. What the hell was that shout about? I didn't see what you did, you little devil. But your grandfather was clearly very angry. However, he seemed to be rejoicing something. His expression seemed like he was cursing you, but he was also smiling. Hurry up and explain this to me. Jun Wu Yi was baffled. Jun Mozai was without an option. He looked up in embarrassment and asked reverently, "Third uncle, I beg you please don't ask. This matter could not be discussed face to face." The young Master Jun was brazen. His skin was thicker than the corners of the Great Wall. But this matter was too humiliating for him, no matter how shameless he was. This was an extremely serious matter. Jun Wu Yi learned what had happened from his father over their meal. They were dining with a solitary falcon, so he must have heard it as well. Jun Wu Yi was eating rice when he heard this. The rice turned into 2 white lines as he choked and came out from his nostrils. In fact, he nearly spilt the food over solitary falcon's body. Master Falcon didn't get angry even though he had nearly been spatten. He had a strange yet blank expression on his face for a while. Then, he laughed till he was breathless. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. He had gotten to fight Lei Wu Bei the previous night. That had made him very happy. But this was a very amusing matter. Jun Mozai and his grandfather ignored the 2 men whose laughter knew no end, and focused on eating their breakfast. The general in the wheelchair and the 8th great master couldn't restrain their laughter the entire duration of the meal. Hence, the grandfather-grandson duo quickly finished their meals, mounted their horses, and proceeded towards the imperial palace. Jun Wu Yi and the solitary falcon were still laughing as the 2 of them left. It seemed as if the 2 men had been nearly engulfed by devil fire. It was not known why the emperor wanted to meet Jun Mozai. What kind of a crazy request was this? He was supposedly holding the previously cancelled golden scholarly talent repose that day. And that too in the imperial palace. This was extremely unusual matter. The news of this had been issued last midnight. The Master of Rites, Minister Sun Changhe, ran his legs rutted. Naturally, the people who were busier than him were the masters of the Heavenly Literature Institute, since their students were looking forward to the festivities quite eagerly. Their students had been very disappointed for a long time upon finding out that the feast had been cancelled. However, this sudden news had caused a wild rush, especially since the venue was the Imperial Palace. It was decided in the evening that the event must necessarily be held the next day. However, this meant that there would be many people who wouldn't be able to participate. Several white-haired masters cursed in their hearts. What kind of an order is this? You must learn how to contain yourself even if you're anxious to suck the milk. But he was the most powerful emperor under the heavens. If he wanted it to happen that day, then it would happen precisely on that day. Hence, this group of white-haired old men couldn't dare to refute his order and cancel it, since it would be akin to ruining the golden road of their scholars' development. The timing very tight this time. The venue was enormous and the scale of the event was unprecedented grand. The young masters of every important aristocratic families were invited. The event would include the 3 princes. The other princes would take part as well. Even talented young women from major families were welcome to show up. Jun Mo Zai, Tang Yuan, and the other notorious debauchees were also on the list amongst other well-known names. So, the 2 of them received an invitation each. Grandpa Jun's face was calm along the way, and he didn't speak. Jun Mo Zai pondered hard and felt that there was something wrong with these events. The grandfather-grandson duo simultaneously felt that the so-called golden scholarly talent repose wasn't going to be a good feast. This is very abnormal. This is extremely abnormal. It is to the point of being unreasonable. Jun Mo Zai had a faint feeling that there was an incorporeal net which slowly closing upon him. Jun Mo Zai was puzzled. Why am I feeling like this? Damn it, no one ought to be aiming at me. Admittedly, I'm an outstanding talent of great erudition and scholarship. I'm conversant with things past and present, and am familiar with a variety of verses, and am a master of the 4 arts, but these people don't know that. So what status do I hold in their eyes? Mo Zai, today's matter. This old man feels that something is wrong. Grandfather Jun Jan Tan's gaze was dignified. You should avoid making a fool of yourself as much as possible. Jun Mo Zai smiled in order to relieve his grandfather. Grandfather, do you distrust me? By no means do we feign madness and foolish acts. I'm the #1 debauchee of Tianzang City. What's point of hiding my foolishness? I'm born foolish. Little devil. Grandpa Jun felt teased by him. He smiled as the pressure on him decreased greatly. A tower of meat stood with a straight posture in front of the imperial palace. Jun Mo Zai gazed as his dear friend and laughed. Tang Yuan and him were surely brothers in the same boat. Grandpa Jun went ahead into the imperial palace first. Jun Mo Zai and Tang Yuan crouched outside and leaned against the wall. These 2 seemed very nefarious sitting in that posture. The young masters of each family and the gifted scholars sat beside them. They looked bright and neat. There was an air of elegance and sincerity about them. These 2 young masters seemed out of place when compared to them. Some people were unable to recognize these 2 mischievous figures sitting at a distance. They inquired the others about those 2. You don't even know these 2? An astonished voice asked. This was quite astonishing. It was similar to the Americans not knowing who Washington was, the French not knowing who Napoleon was, and the Germans not knowing who Hitler was. Chapter 280. I'll show you what makes me a rogue. Chapter 280. I'll show you what makes me a rogue. Translator Editor. Why, how on earth would I know? Are they famous? The person asked, astonished. Are those 2 wretched and smug-looking guys amazing individuals? It doesn't look like it from what can be seen. Haven't you heard of the pests of the capital? The other person replied in a lecturing tone. Are those 2 the pig Tang and the evil tyrant Jun, the tick in the latrine and the fly on the table? Correct, those 2 are the legendary the fat pig, Tang Yuan, and the evil tyrant, Jun Mo Zai. They are indeed the tick in the latrine and the fly on the table. They are this generation's 2 greatest calamities. No wonder I felt like thrashing them when I first saw them. So that's why the pests of the capital surely live up to their name. Yes, and their arrival is a very harmful event. To think that these 2 pests are qualified to attend the golden scholarly talent repose. Alas, the morals of the public are on a decline. These degenerates are a part of the same generation as me. I wish could grab my head. Such a shame. It seemed like the speaker had let out a long sigh. This opinion was bubbling everywhere. Everyone slanted their eyes as they looked at the two calamities. They even pointed at them as they whispered. Everyone's eyes reeked of hatred, while their expressions were full of disdain. It seemed like Jun Mo Zai and Tang Yuan hadn't heard any of it. They continued to behave free-willed. "Fatty, do you remember what I told you that day?" Jun Mo Zai kept his voice low. "I can't forget it." Tang Yuan opened his eyes lazily. "Do you still distrust me? I'm afraid that you are a dim-witted lard, and your fat eyes may not be able to see properly." Jun Mo Zai cursed. "A gentleman does not attach importance to nonsense. My grandfather always says that." Tang Yuan seemed very proud. "You dare call yourself a gentleman?" Jun Mo Zai retched. "Who else would be able to call themselves a gentleman now?" Jun Mo Zai was quite satisfied after watching Tang Yuan's showface. "He looks like a real rogue today. It would hard for the rogue to abstain from killing him. Are we waiting here in vain? How long will I have to wait? Humph, when will I get a chance to showcase my immoral behavior? What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy?" Jun Mo Zai slanted his eyes and asked a youngster who was looking at him stealthily. The young man had oiled his hair and put makeup on his face. He belonged to the well-known Meng family. Jun Mo Zai and Tang Yuan had been involved with him and Meng Haiju once before. They had falsely accused Jun Mo Zai and Tang Yuan of cheating after they had lost a lot of money. Hence, he pretended as if he didn't recognize them. "I'm not looking at anything." Meng Fei slanted his eyes and tilted his head as he shouted and looked at the back of Jun Mo Zai's head. Every influential family had received an invite. The Meng family wasn't a small family either. Hence, they too had been invited. "FCK off!" Jun Mo Zai gave a long shout. He pulled up his sleeves as he advanced. "Who the FCK are you? Do you know who you're talking to?" "Bullshit, your mother won't be able to look at you by the time I'm done with you. I'll dig out your eyes and plug them in your anus, believe me." A blue vein popped on the young Master Jun's neck. His eyes narrowed as the spittle scattered from his mouth. Fei Meng stood upright in his spot with his oiled hair and powdered face. "Why have I attracted their interest when everyone is looking at them? Why should I suffer when everyone is talking about them?" Jun Mo Zai's curses had turned his face red with anger. His mouth silently moved to murmur a few angry words, but nothing audible came out of it. "Let it be third, young master. There's no need to reduce yourself to the level of these lowly commoners." Tang Yuan hastily and magnanimous consoled his friend. The two rogues had been at it for a long time. Their coordination was seamless. Tang Yuan pulled at Jun Mo Zai and said, "Leave it well, go to the throne room soon. And well amaze everyone with our brilliant feats. Well show them our unparalleled talent, and who knows, maybe well impress the emperor. He may bestow the highest official position upon us. Then we can satisfy our desires for a government position." "You're right." Jun Mo Zai caressed his hair and threw it behind his back as he puffed his chest. "I shouldn't reduce myself to the level of these commoners." The two youths echoed one another, while the people around them had a sudden and fierce urge to vomit. "Getting bestowed with the highest government position with that behavior of yours and your unrivaled talents, this is bullshit." The donkey that wasn't aware of its place was indeed about to find out. "Jun Mo Zai, what do you mean? You think I can't bully you?" The coquettish and powdered Mei Feng had been stood tongued for a while. However, he suddenly controlled his breathing and let his rage loose as he cursed Jun Mo Zai. Everyone look, this youngster unnecessarily creating a scene. You cannot blame me. Jun Mo Zai played the innocent victim and spread his hands. I think of every influential family as a friend to Millie. Therefore, I've come here. Isn't every influential family is unknown to the others, yet this beast is unwilling to let go of anything that I might have said to him earlier. What is this place? This place is the Imperial Palace, yet this young man is roaring in such a way. Does he wish to revolt, or is it that the Ming family wants to usurp the throne? Everyone went dizzy. That was too shameless. He doesn't have a single iota of shame. His accusation was baseless. This is too much. You're talking nonsense. Ming Fei became dizzy with anger. His body started to shake like dead leaves in the wind. The debauchee Jun hadn't overlooked this. He quickly dashed towards the youth and gave him 2 loud slaps on his face. Then he caught hold of the youth's legs and kicked his abdomen. Jun Mo Zai's movements had been very swift throughout. Ming Fei was caught off guard. He hadn't anticipated that the opposing party would make such a move inside the Imperial Palace. The youth was left stunned. In fact, he could see the stars as his waist twisted. His body started to resemble a shrimp as he clutched his stomach. The young Master Jun didn't fall back. He continued to attack even though the enemy was down and in pain. He wasn't going to allow this opportunity to slip. The powdered face of the Ming family's young master turned plump like a pig soon. In fact, it looked very similar to Tang Yuan's. Everyone stood up. This Jun Mo Zai is too much. Let it be. Young Master Jun, everyone makes mistakes. Forgive him. A youth with an indignant expression blocked Jun Mo Zai as he raised his foot to stomp the Ming Fei again. Everyone looked at the scene with excitement. The youngsters from the prestigious families looked in as the city's biggest debauchee, Jun Mo Zai, fell from grace. And who are you? Are you here to support him? What is your status? Do you not know what offense this youngster has committed? Did you even see what he did before you decided to show up in his support? Jun Mo Zai's lower body was positioned in a very crooked manner. He twisted his butt and his body started to resemble an S character. He then put his hand on his waist and tilted his head. And now the young Master Jun appeared like a giant teapot. I am Murong Qian Lai, am of the Murong family's 3rd generation, the youth in the ornamented gown answered. His face was full of arrogance as he raised his head slightly to look at Jun Mo Zai. He then calmly addressed Jun Mo Zai in a loathsome tone. 3rd Master Jun, oh, won't you give me face? This was merely a misunderstanding, that's all. So why don't we turn this hostility into friendship? Oh shoot, it's the Murong family. I'm scared. I'm very scared. Fatty, come and save me. I can't breathe. Jun Mo Zai pretended to be excessively shocked as he jumped. He even exaggerated his shout as he thumped his chest. In fact, it seemed as if he had received a huge shock and his heart would jump out. Then, his expression changed so quickly that it would seem as if he had suddenly put on a mask. Are you trying to scare me? Has the Murong family arrived to pressure me? Tusk. Jun Mo Zai extended his neck towards Murong Qian Lai before he smiled and gnashed his teeth. Har har, Murong Qian Lai. You're awesome. Who here doesn't know the famous Murong family? Hee. Jun Mo Zai continued in an eccentric tone. He didn't give Murong Qian Lai a chance to speak. Do you think that your Murong family is stronger than mine? Hee Murong Qian Lai. You're representing the Murong family at such an age. It seems that the Murong and the Ming family plan an uprising in my Tanzing city. I can clearly see that. Jun Mo Zai nodded. I never said I represent the Murong family, and I've never talked about a rebellion, so stop spreading this rumor. Jun Mo Zai This method that you use on the others won't work on me. Murong Qianlai noticed that several of his clansmen were giving him a meaningful expression. Hence, he hastily explained himself in a loud voice. You don't represent the Murong family, then why were you jumping about like you do? Bolshed so any Tom, Dick and Harry can bully me now. This is immensely disappointing. John Mozai frowned before he looked up straight again. Why were you feigning to represent the Murong family? Is you don't, in reality you're blocking me. Look here, I said, look here, damn it. Do you want me to castrate you inside the Imperial Palace and then serve it for sausage? Hurry up and let go of me, damn it. John Mozai's arrogant and despondent behavior gave rise to a lot of anger amongst the gifted scholars and the young masters. A lively discussion spurred as everyone started to criticize him. John Mozai put his hands on his hips and then faced everyone in front of the main hall of the Imperial Palace. Then he started to engage the crowd in a war of words with his foul tongue. His spittle kept flying everywhere. The torrents of filthy language and curses continued to increase, but he didn't back down 1 inch. It was like an old verse of poetry: no matter the might of the army, the peer that docks them. Another verse could be used to describe him. He opened his mouth to scold 1,000 accusing fingers. Fatty Tang looked at John Mozai's slim and lofty figure with a great deal of admiration. He would continuously exclaim, that eloquence, that reaction, indeed very shrewd, you're awesome. The other party was rendered helpless. This is going one way, it like a child is chewing a candy. Many mouths had started to voice their opinions, and the public sentiment was soon greatly roused. That too in front of the main hall of the Imperial Palace. The loud noise soon started to resemble that coming from a fish market. It seemed as if it would soon turn into an all-out fistfight. Such impudence! This is the Imperial Palace. Who dares to cause such a clamor here? Don't you want your head intact? An extremely loud and dignified voice echoed like a ceremonial drum. Everyone had been shouting loudly, but they suddenly raised their heads and looked up. They couldn't help but shout up to the heavens in plea. The big shots, including the patriarchs of every major family, stood at the gate with a dark expression on their faces. Suddenly, everyone's face became covered with a layer of frost. What a disgrace! Dugu Zongheng's loud shout spurred their world in chaos. The face of every youngster suddenly became sullen, and their heads lowered. Their hearts were filled extreme hatred towards Jun Mozai. The impression we had so painstakingly built in the minds of our elders has suddenly been lost. We've fallen in the eyes of our seniors, and it's because of this. Chapter 281: The Arrival of the Talented Scholars. Chapter 281: The Arrival of the Talented Scholars. Translator Editor. Several people had been involved in that fight in front of the main hall. The law of the empire couldn't hold such a large number of people accountable for anything. There was no other option. The matter was concluded without any action against anyone. Everyone returned to their original places. The big shots watched. Jun Mozai stood up and dusted his backside. They suddenly realized the reason why this commotion had been stirred. To make matters worse, Jun Mozai had faced this rain of curses while sitting down. Everyone was left speechless. There was no bench or stool to sit on, but Jun Mozai had seemingly refused to treat his buttocks. Shockingly, there is an individual lying under the buttocks. There was a pig-headed-like expression on the youngster's face, and it seemed as if he was breathing his last breaths. That youngster was the Ming family's young master. Ming Fei. Young Master Jun had taken seat on the youngster's fallen body. This had instigated the crowd's anger and had incited the eventual curses. No wonder he was cursed like that. The crowd's sentiments must have been instigated by the manner in which he's swaying his butts. So that's what happened. It was evident from the young Master Meng's condition that he would be missing the feast. He doesn't look good. Take him to the imperial physician. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Zhusheng, shouted with anger and anxiety. He then turned to face the smiling and unmoving Zhun Jianquan. General Zhun, your grandson is indeed very promising. He elder brother Meng flatters too much. Har har, Mo Zai is very young and inexperienced. You shouldn't spoil him like this. Grandpa Zhun stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes as he expressed his thanks. Meng Zhusheng staggered as he heard this. He nearly fell down. The other patriarchs staggered as well. It is evident that this shamelessness is hereditary. The John de Borchi had deliberately created a farce in front of the main hall. His compulsion had been very fierce. The sounds that were made were very loud. He had hoodwinked several people into joining that farce. That the sounds of their noise had reached inside the main hall. The main hall was hosting serious discussions on military and civil affairs at the time, and this noise had fell upon the ears of the ministers and the empress, since they certainly went deaf. The intensity of the sounds continued to increase with the passage of time. Soon everyone's self-restraint gave way and they were unable to help themselves. Hence, they quickly finished the discussion. These discussions usually lasted for at least 2 hours. However, today's discussion concluded in less than an hour. The discussion had ended prematurely because the mind of every man was focused on the ruckus outside. The youngsters bickering outside were the apple of their eyes. Hence, each man was worried about the well-being of their respective loved ones. Zhun Mo Zai sniggered inside his mind, since he felt quite mischievous. No one in either of my lives could ever surpass me besides those who are dead. You made me wait in front of the main hall. Wouldn't it be letting you off too easy if I didn't do something? There were many hours left for the Golden Scholarly Talent Feast 1 to begin. However, several court eunuchs and palace maids had bustled in to greet the guests. This, young master, what do you think is inside those halls? Do you know? Tang Yuan asked Zhun Mo Zai as his tiny eyes scanned the place. I just see a bunch of bookworms, and some more bookworms. They don't even qualify to be men. Where are those beautiful ladies they talked about? I'm yet to lay my eyes on an eye candy. There's no use in asking me. It's better if you consult the emperor about this problem. Zhun Mo Zai picked up a shaggy straw of dried grass from the jade railings and put it in his mouth. He moved it back and forth and flipped it over. He continued to churn that grass straw in his mouth like it was chewing gum, and looked extremely smart while doing it. Tang Yuan looked at his face with envy. His own lips were too fat and his tongue was shorter than a regular person's. Zhun Mo Zai's mouth was very flexible. On the other hand, he snorted and asked, I reckon that my grandfather will peel off my skin if I dare to ask this of His Majesty. You said you don't know, yet you tell me to ask His Majesty when it can do me serious harm. You're my big brother. Bullshit. I've come to the Imperial Palace for the first time. I'm following your steps since you've come here before. So, how would I know if you don't? And don't call me your elder brother in front of so many people. Having such a fat younger brother will make me dizzy. Zhun Mo Zai rolled his eyes. Then, a meaningful look emerged in his eyes after he glanced at something. He chuckled, Fatty, look, another batch has arrived. They don't like men either. They must be your intimate friends, aren't those the gifted scholars from the Winxing Heavenly Literature Institute? Their neat style of walking could make for a military parade. Dan, what a bunch of hypocrites. A group of white-clothed youngsters arrived on the smooth jade steps in front of the main hall. Each one of them was upright, looked refined and moved in an unrestrained manner. Each had delicate features. Their mannerisms seemed to have transcended the vulgarities of the common man. There went, many of them, just around 20. 2 white-bearded old men led them at a leisurely pace as they entered. The 2 men leading the procession had thin faces, and their white hair was tied by a headband in a scholarly fashion. Their wide sleeves were the epitome of the great scholar's style. These 2 teachers of the Waxing Heavenly Literature Institute were scholars who were admired unilaterally by the entire country. Mei Gao Jai and Kong Ling Yang. Fatty's nostrils flared as he screamed in an undertone, "Those 2 old bastards, their disciples, their descendants, their entire families are a bunch of hypocrites. See, I feel like vomiting at the sight of them. They would make me wash undergarments whenever I would fall short of my task. I used to regard them highly back in the day, but I regret it now that I see things more clearly." Zhang Mo Zai slightly raised his chin to look at that group of people. He looked at their sardonic expressions and then snorted in agreement with Tang Yuan. He knew about Fatty's villainous misdemeanor. Yet he agreed with Fatty. Coincidentally, an unnoticed person sighed behind them. They are truly worthy of the Waxing Heavenly Literature Institute's name. It is a repository of beautiful people. It has so many books on literature. The students of the Waxing Heavenly Literature Institute are like giants among men in my Tanzang city. They are so very proud. You're a laundry bat. Zhang Mo Zai and Tang Yuan scoffed in unison as they looked back with disdain. Then they simultaneously raised their heads and tilted them. The scene was similar to an individual latching onto a person's smelly feet. The hall was full of promising youngsters from every powerful family. Moreover, there was no shortage of youngsters who had already been named as successors by the patriarchs of their families. Shockingly, some of the disciples from the Waxing Heavenly Literature Institute had already fallen from their grace by flattering these promising youngsters. Their intention to solicit potential backers was rather disgusting to witness. The 2 of them retreated quickly, but the main hall had silenced by now. The 2 of them had commented in a very loud tone. Hence, the attention of every individual had suddenly shifted towards them. The 2 men leading that group of scholars from the Waxing Heavenly Literature Institute looked at Zhang Mo Zai and Tang Yuan as if they were looking at excrement. Their stare was one of extreme disgust. Fatty Tang jumped with fear since several gifted scholars and young masters had suddenly started to gaze at them in disdain. The color of his face changed as he trembled. He secretly wanted to destroy a couple of those gifted scholars. However, the contemptible individual couldn't raise himself to such a status when confronted by the elegant demeanor of these scholars. The towering gazes from the scholars and the other people present were a demonstration of their fearlessness. Suddenly, Fatty Tang started to lack in self-confidence. Fatty Tang was a bit scared, but the Zhang Deborchi hardly seemed affected. He raised his head, tilted it, slanted his gaze and shot a look at the onlookers. Zhang Mo Zai faced the disdainful looks of nearly hundreds of people with condescending toughness. He looked at them arrogantly. His bearing was proud since he wasn't cowed. I am a rogue whose rogue manners can scare me. However strong he may be, I am stronger than him. This was Hitman Zhang's life motto. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Mei Gao Jai stared at the 2 debauchees in a cold manner. He then raised one end of his goat-like mustache and brushed it away as he scolded them. His gaze was that of heartfelt disdain. He was a well-known and veteran scholar. He had a list of more contemptible words, but he didn't use them. He only spoke that single line. But it was a very severe line of abuse, yet very graceful. The word graceful was a bit too much. The old man's gaze remained sharply fixed on the two individuals as he led his procession to pass beside them. They reached the end of the stairs soon. There, they welcomed and presented gifts to the ministers. They then introduced their admirable student to everyone. John Mosai had noticed the sidelong glances those two men had given them as they led the procession past them. Their hate-stricken gazes were meant for Tang Yuan. The despicable, vile, and corrupt John Mosai wasn't the person these talented scholars from the Waxing Heavenly Literature Institute despised the most. The person they hated the most in the entire Tianzang kingdom was Tang Yuan. However, this wasn't unexpected. Tang Yuan had used his despicable means to attempt a graduation from their institute. Later, he had used his family's power to frame relentless charges against the institute's scholars. Moreover, he used his family to force the institute into a tight corner. In fact, he had even tried to use his financial power to gain control over them. If it were only this much, it would have been tolerable. However, the evil fatty Tang didn't stop here. He forced an unwilling disciple of the institute into working for him. Then, he made that scholar wash women's undergarments of the household. How could the institute bear this shame? Why would you insult the Waxing Heavenly Literature Institute in this way? Why would you insult the place that nurtures the talented scholars of the country? Fatty Tang didn't keep that matter a secret. He passed it in as news. Mei Gao Jai and Kong Ling Yang spat blood when they heard of one of their disciples being treated with such humiliation. Tang Yuan widely came to be recognized as a debauchee inside the institute ever since, in fact, all over the Tianzang city. As for that scholar who had submitted to that act of humiliation in order to climb the social ladders blinded by his greed, no one had cared to spare him a thought. We are fine as long as our institute is brimming with talented scholars. It is natural that there will a small proportion of lowlifes, but they are only a small blemish. Which person isn't like that nowadays? Such people will eventually have to face the heavens' punishment. But Fatty Tang was wrong to insult and harm a cultured scholar. It was a common consensus in the Waxing Heavenly Literature Institute that their two old masters would die with a huge unaddressed grievance if they weren't able to dishonor Tang Yuan in return. And since they had been given the opportunity today, they wouldn't give it up easily. A black-clothed youth stood calmly in another corner. His face was covered with a veil. He seemed indifferent to the proceedings taking place in front of him. It seemed as if this scene was like mist to his eyes. It wasn't worth caring about. His gaze was clear and indifferent, yet it was warm and genial. Although his face was covered with a veil, but anyone could tell that this youngster was quite exceptional. He was the Grand Preceptor Li's grandson, the young Master Lai Yuran. He had come out this time. Notes: the feast could be alternately mentioned as Gifted Scholars Autumn Festival Feast. Chapter 282. You don't have the money, use your granddaughter to repay the debt. Chapter 282. You don't have the money, use your granddaughter to repay the debt. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. A chubby eunuch carrying a horsetail whisk arrived at the top of the stairs at the gate of the main hall. His cheeks drooped like that of a depressed transvestite as his strange and undulating voice rang out, "It is time. I request the respected seniors, the scholars, and the numerous young masters to please enter the main hall for an audience with the emperor." Bird John Mosai retched. This voice is just too much. This is even more unpleasant to hear than those which come on the TV. It seemed like this eunuch was imitating a TV soap opera. How many times has this eunuch given this performance, but he wasn't imitating. In reality, the thing below this person's crotch was genuinely missing. The veteran individuals looked at each other with a tacit understanding. The capacity of the main hall, the Tan Hall, was the greatest in the entire palace. It could house 1,000 people for dinner and then some. It was apparent that the preparation for the feast had reached a great scale. So why did they not notify several days earlier? Several young masters couldn't be informed in time to return to the city. The young master Jun and the others were about to leave when they heard the sharp voice of the caught eunuch. His Majesty wishes the brave and loyal Tang Wanlai to bring his grandson along so that the emperor may have an audience with him. Tang Yuan was scared. He jumped, startled, as he bitterly looked at Jun Mozai. Damn, what's this about? The young master Jun rolled his eyes and faced the other way in refusal to acknowledge Tang Yuan. You think I'm a divine entity or what? Why would you ask me such questions? Debauchee Jun tilted his head and shrugged his shoulders. He turned his buttocks and started to walk towards the hall as nimbly as a cat. Everyone couldn't help but cast sidelong glances to each other. Jun Jantan looked at his grandson's flashy and coquettish behavior amidst the large crowd and felt his head ache. Didn't this old man tell you to avoid doing something like that so you don't stand out in such a manner? This surpasses the saying, the crane among a flock of roosters. No, it should be called a rooster among a flock of cranes. My lifetime's worth of reputation is finished. You brat, you've destroyed it by twisting your butt like that. Dugu Zhonghain turned his head and his eyes fell on Jun Mozai by chance. He watched as the young man twisted his butt and swayed it as he walked away. The general clicked his tongue and said, Elder Jun, this is the first time this old man has seen your granddad after he has grown up. Right indeed, knowing a person by their reputation cannot compare to seeing them in person. And after seeing him today I know he surpasses his renown. Absolutely amazing. He is indeed very unique and outstanding. He was smiling slightly, but his tone was quite queer. Jun Jantan snorted, wore a deep frown, and stopped in his footsteps. Elder Dugu, I seem to recall that your Dugu family owes my Jun family around 90 million silver taels. You seem to act like someone who doesn't give it much importance. When will it be returned? I just wish to inquire for the benefit of my heart. Grandpa Jun was usually quite resolute. However, Grandpa Dugu was being too unreasonable. He had taunted Jun Jantan merely for fun. How could that ignorant man come and tease the patriarch of the Jun family like this? Therefore, the moment he opened his mouth he was pressed for repayment. Dugu Zhonghang was taken aback. His eyes opened wide into a circle and he remained speechless for a while. Then he ferociously spat and spoke. Bullshit, you're killing me here. 90 million in silver. Do you think of my Dugu family as the national treasury? Even the national treasury won't be able to cope with such an amount. You brat, are you planning to renege on the debt? Grandpa Jun glared. In the words of your own family, you had acknowledged to compensate in accordance with the price of the auction. So why are you thinking of reneging on your debt now? Even adding a small amount into this sum unfairly is against the Jun family's honor. I doubt that your Dugu family will be lacking the funds if we take this dispute in front of the emperor. Justice may only be a 7-letter word in this world of mortals, but it must be kept in mind, Dugu Zhonghang, that the heavens are looking at this matter today. Dugu Zhonghang was angered by this remark. He felt as if he had been sandwiched between honor and anger. He was rude and unreasonable, but he wasn't the master of repudiating a debt. And to make matter worse, the entire Tan Zhang Empire knew about this matter. Therefore, he couldn't even think about go back on this debt. But what do I say now? How does this trivial Jun family find the courage to say something this bold? His breath was clearly panting, and it was obvious that he had cursed the Jun family 100 times in his heart. Take a good look, you shameless spendthrifts are provoking this old man now. He was straining his mind hard when a strategy suddenly changed direction of his eyes. A carefully crafted plan came to his mind. Correct. My Dugu family does owe your Jun family a lot in silver. Old man, your grievances are reasonable. The murderer shall pay with his life, and a debtor must return the money. That is fair. Don't tell me. Has the old man made up his mind? Will this trivial 90 million silver be enough? That's so miserly. If everyone were like you, they'd take whatever little money they had. Very seriously, Jun Jan Tan. How much money could you take to your coffin? I genuinely despise this miserly behavior of your Jun family. Jun Jan Tan was nearly infuriated. This individual was taking things too lightly. 90 million in silver is trivial. This can finance 3 years of military expenditure for the entire Tanzang Empire. Stop it, damn it. Since you don't care about it much, hurry up and return me my trivial amount of money. Why are you dragging this matter? Let me tell you, my Jun family has been waiting for this small amount of money. Oh, and you're calling us misers? It's certainly better to be a miser than someone who reneges on their debts. When did I say that I won't pay it back? Dugu Zhongheng turned his face and rolled his eyes. We acknowledge our debt. It's just that this old man doesn't have enough money with him at the moment. Still, you needn't worry. Anyway, it wasn't settled when to pay the debt off. You tell me, was this not the basis? If not this year, then the next one or the one after that, and if not in this lifetime, maybe in the next one. Remember, a certain public figure once said any debt can be repaid if one has an endless posterity. Har har har. The people beside him broke into a frantic bout of laughter. Some people had taken notice when the two old men had come together and had started muttering to each other. And every white-haired head had gathered around when the two men had started to talk about that huge debt. The mouths of the various families' leaders were gossipy when they heard Dugu Zhongheng's joke. And they heard Dugu Zhongheng come up with such a shameless classic line, the whole room burst into laughter in his support. This person was exceptionally talented. It was just a debt and nothing more. He had merely pushed it onto the next generation, and the one after that, and onto his entire posterity. He was extremely shameless. In fact, he had attained the peak of shamelessness. The tree must have cultivated a leather bark. This person is the most shameless in all the lands under heaven. Today I've learned at last. Fart, Grandpa Jun retorted impatiently. Who knows how shameless your next generation will turn out? Then he turned his gaze and said, Elder Dugu, if you're unable to repay the debt with money, then your granddaughter can help you repay it. Well, become relatives by marriage if you marry your granddaughter to my grandson. Do you expect that this old man will haggle about the 90 million with his relatives? Your family's debt will obviously be exempted. How about it? I'll let your debt off in such prime time. Then you can use that money to carve out figurines of your own. How about it? Nonsense, you damned devil! Jun Dugu Zhongheng got angry and started to rain curses in an unrestrained manner. My granddaughter is like a fairy, and just take a look at your grandson. Just take a look. He pointed an accusatory finger at the back of the debauchee Jun as he said this. He was filled with anger as he continued, Can that brat ever be joined to my granddaughter? You find me one person in this world who says that he is a good match for my granddaughter. Your words are reasonable. Your granddaughter isn't a worthy match for my grandson, but it seems that my grandson cares for your granddaughter. So, you're in luck. Grandpa Jun then narrowed his eyes and said, "Elder Dugu, you will regret it if you don't agree to this. There will come a day when you'll have nothing more than rice for dinner. You will have lost everything by the time that day comes. Then don't wonder why this old man did not warn you. You dare, this old man will castrate you." Dugu Zhongheng panted with anger and took a step forward. Would Grandpa Jun back off? His posture was sharp and his arrogance rose. The other old men realized that the situation had become dire since those two individuals were about to have at each other. 3 groups of 5 people each promptly started to calm the two individuals down. This was to avoid a frightening farce incident inside the palace. The result would be a bit too lively to see if these two old and powerful patriarchs of military families decided to clash inside the imperial palace. The two old men desperately tried to free themselves. It seemed as if they wanted to maul each other. In fact, they were kicking and punching anyone in the vicinity. Junjan Tian, if that precious grandson of yours dares to provoke and annoy me, this old man will spank his ass and feed his junk to the birds. Your family will disappear, and you'll spend your last days being a subordinate to bandits. Dugu Zhongheng spat everywhere as he roared. Bar, you think that you have that capability? You think I've never thrown a punch in these past years of cultivation? You think I'm scared of you? I forgot that I hadn't taught you a lesson in all these years, and now this old bastard has grown wings and wishes to ascend to the heavens, but this old man will make an exception and straighten you up. Today, you ignorant fool, you refuse to accept the kindness that's being shown to you. Grandpa Jun was quite furious. I took pity on your granddaughter's infatuation. Otherwise, on the basis of my grandson's real situation, even the emperor's daughter is not fit enough to be joined to him, let alone your granddaughter. You're despicable to defame such an amazing young boy. You're the most shameless person under the heavens. Several officials were hastily passing by this commotion as a few people tried to hold the doom at bay. Who'd have the courage to provoke these two old bastards? Dugu Zhongheng is better. He is very unreasonable, but your life won't be in danger with him. That Jun family's old bastard is another case altogether. He usually stays calm and appears to be harmless. In fact, he even flaunts his moral cultivation, but last time someone provoked him, he killed nearly 1/3 of the Imperial Council without batting an eye. This guy is very cold-blooded. He won't even frown when doing the deed. He is a silent executioner. Thus bound to trouble now that those two are arguing here. One shouldn't stay here for long. Tang Yuan, the emperor, stared at the fat man in front of him inside the imperial hall. His temperament was extremely calm, but his brows shut up at the sight of him. The emperor was shocked to see Tang Wanli's grandson to stress it out. His personality is very different from that day at the aristocratic hall. However, the emperor somewhat derived a sense of security from the fat his flesh, since Tang Yuan's body amply reflected the empire's economical superiority. It was obvious from one look at his body that the common people didn't have a dearth of food or clothing, and lived lives of plenty. Yes, I, Tang Yuan, pay my respects to your majesty. He found it difficult to kneel. His belly brushed against the floor and his body spread out like a carpet. He had attempted to touch his head on the ground, but his belly settled on it first. Chapter 283 Fatty passes the test. Chapter 283 Fatty passes the test. Translator Novel Sarder, Editor Novel Sarder. Tang Yuan was terrified. His grandfather had brought him to the entrance and gone back. He had left him to face the great emperor on his own. So, the fatty was extremely nervous. Stand up. Come have a seat. The emperor could not help but chuckle a smile after he saw Fatty cut such a sorry figure. His voice was affable as he waved his hand. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Tang Yuan used his plump hands to support himself as he crawled and stood up. He carefully wiped away the sweat and cautiously moved to take a seat. He didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but the caught eunuch had moved a circular chair for him. Fatty found that the chair wasn't very big. A regular-sized person would easily fit into the chair and would have sat in a relaxed manner. In fact, he would have had plenty of space left to spare. In case of Fatty, on the other hand, fitting into that chair had become a very difficult task. Tang Yuan recalled his grandfather's instructions. When facing the emperor, don't sit arrogantly if he asks you to take a seat. Always sit with only half of your butt on the chair. Remember this by heart. However, that chair would become a problem if he were to sit with half of his butt on it. I doubt that even the half of me butt can fit into this. This chair is too small. No wonder people can only place half of their butts in it. He huffed and puffed until half of his butt went in. But that part was large enough to fill the entire chair. A circle of fat hung all around the chair. His fat had overflowed the chair's dimensions and had come out. Har, the emperor couldn't bear it anymore and started to laugh. Tang Yuan felt his sweat seeping out as he accompanied that laugh. Tang Yuan, I've heard that you were the head auctioneer of the aristocratic hall. The emperor, intentionally or otherwise, stopped laughing and asked the question. A cold light flashed from the depths of his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. Young official, common person. Fatty Tang stammered before he became speechless. He wanted to call himself young official, but that was improper since he didn't have an official position. Then, he tried calling himself common, but that wasn't true. He then tried to refer to himself as I, but then talking like that would be very disrespectful in this situation. He unexpectedly started to choke. Never mind the courtesy, speak your mind, the emperor spoke in a mild manner. Tang Yuan, can you tell me whose idea it was to conduct this auction at the aristocratic hall in such a manner? That Your Majesty. That is, this way. Tang Yuan's mind raced. Crap, no wonder elder brother solemnly exhorted me again and again. It seems that this old man knows that this high-end person behind this entire arrangement. Your Majesty, I was very young at that time and not quite sensible. I had made a huge mistake. My grandfather evicted me from the house for it. So I decided to do something which would make the old man wonder that expelling me from the house wasn't the right thing to do. Tang Yuan embarrassingly scratched his head. But what can I do? I'm only interested in making money. Are you telling me that this idea was yours? The emperor's expression sank. Then, some kind of an invisible power came down to put pressure on Tang Yuan. This was not the Kai from a Xuan Kai expert. It was in fact the pure force of the emperor's personality. This was something that even the young Master Jun or even the 8 great masters could not imitate. Yes, Your Majesty, it was nothing, just a small business transaction, and nothing else. Tang Yuan's clothes were seeped in sweat within seconds. He could feel sweat rashes over his entire body. His mouth was somewhat parched. His red mouth and ivory teeth managed to utter these words still. It's nothing, just a small business transaction. Tang Yuan, do you know the sin you've committed? The emperor narrowed his eyes to a small crack as he keenly observed Fatty Tang's expression. Insignificant. This insignificant. Guilty. I was unaware. Made a mistake. I invited my grandfather to make. Tang Yuan became even more nervous. In fact, he still didn't know how to address himself. Then, He recalled what that small boy at the brothel had called himself when he had visited. He pondered on it for a while, and decided that it was appropriate for use. He only remembered the boy's words since he has panicking in this moment. He hadn't taken the boy's tone into account. He couldn't figure that the boy would use this tone with the brothel's customers since he only wished to avoid provoking their arrogance in case he unknowingly made a mistake. Suddenly, it seemed like Fatty was a street seller who held 2 teapots, while the emperor was a careless patron. Are you guilty of it? Your auction resulted in widespread disorder in the city, and everything has been drawn into turmoil. It's a hideous mess, His Majesty, the emperor snorted as he continued to exert his power. The emperor was a learned man. He had understood that this unfathomable mystery was done for since this guy had caught up. I didn't think that much at the time. I just wanted to stand on my own 2 feet. I had planned to earn some money from the guests in order to scrape a living. That was it. I didn't think on such matters. I didn't force anyone to buy those jars. They did it by their free will, sir. Tang Yuan's sweat flowed down in a single stream. Sir, this sentence made the emperor feel like a patron. Moreover, Tang Yuan didn't know that the emperor and his sons, the relationship between those 4 was just a step away, travel buddies. To speak nothing of earlier, you first put forward those characters depicting aristocratic. You provoked the rich and powerful of the capital to make comparisons with this. And the situation became critical every passing day. Then, the prices of every commodity in the city rose rapidly because you sent just 1 invitation card per industry. And the fact that those invitations were sent to the true aristocrats caused fierce internal disputes in the industries. The entire salt and cloth business of the Tianzang city are openly fighting and secretly plotting against each other as we speak. The situation is such that there have even been incidents of bloodshed due to it. Moreover, the entire political situation is unstable. The emperor couldn't talk about this final part openly. However, the matters he had raised weren't trivial. In fact, they were enough to intimidate Tang Yuan. Elder brother came up with this plan in secret, and then controlled everything from behind. He is amazing, and I thought this was just about the money. I was so stupid. I don't have enough face to break through the enemy lines, yet the boss sits far behind as he does it. This was genuinely calling the shots of the operations from thousands of miles away. His Majesty, the emperor was certain after looking at Tang Yuan's perplexed expression that he hadn't planned any of it. Or at least he wasn't the instigator of that plan. He slowly got up from the imperial throne. He then took 2 leisurely steps and stationed himself 30 meters from Fatty Tang. Tang Yuan, you're the grandson of a brave and loyal marquis. You may be a debauchee, but you shall receive rank and wealth in the future even if you're ignorant and incompetent. So why are you bothering to suffer like this on behalf of someone else? Would you ruin yours and your Tang family's future because of it? Do you think it is worth it? This was a psychological attack. This was clearly a psychological attack. No person of the younger generations would remain calm after such a threat was made towards their family. The emperor was certain of this. Therefore, he spoke these words and then stared nails at Tang Yuan's face as he observed him carefully. However, the emperor was entirely unaware that Jun Mozai had discovered such rhetorics and had exposed them a long time ago. In fact, he had grilled Fatty Tang in that manner many times for practice. The young Master Jun didn't have the power like that of the emperors, but his killing intention surpassed such a trivial power. However, how would Fatty cope? In fact, The emperor would trick Fatty Tang if were to continue to talk about his family like this. Such was that old fox trick. The young man would give away some of what he was trying to hide sooner or later. Then, the dots could be connected from that information. No matter Fatty's training, he wouldn't be able to resist sustained efforts such as these. However, there were thousands of people waiting outside. So, the emperor was seeking a quick method to achieve his aim. However, the fact was that Jun Mo Zai had predicted this exact situation in his plans. Tang Yuan's situation could be compared with it was like learning wasn't helping the student's grades. Therefore, the student had decided to memorize the previous year's test papers on the eve of the exams, but had discovered that those questions had comprised the entire set of test papers of the next day's exam. Elder brother is a divine strategist. Tang Yuan worships you. Take this. Your Majesty, you do not understand. This insignificant person has told you. I was expelled from the house by my grandfather. In any case, I deserved that punishment. My grandfather gave me a thorough beating that day, and I left my family home covered in cuts and bruises. I was left alone and helpless. I moved around the capital without any money. But the gods refused to abandon me. My good brother Jun Mo Zai from the Jun family appeared. He didn't abandon me and brought me back to his home. He rescued me from my situation and saved my exhausted body. He took care of me and nursed me back to health with the utmost care. The emotions seemed to be appearing on Fatty's face. So that plan was the Jun family's young master's idea. The emperor felt a little frustrated since the Fatty seemed to be rambling incoherently. It was extremely loathsome. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood what I've said. Please allow me to properly finish what I was going to say. I received a warm welcome at the Jun family's residence by my good brother. The Jun family provided me with food, clothing, and a roof over my head. And even though I am a debauchee, I could recognize their kindness and the fact that I was a guest under someone else's roof. I started to ponder on how to repay such kindness. Business is a bit of a forte for me, so I struck upon an inspiration. I thought that I and my good brother Jun have something in common. What would be common between you two? That you both are debauchees, you both are failures, both of you fail to live up to the expectations. What else could it be? Your Majesty must know of the marketplace rumors that I and my good brother Jun are the city's number 1 and 2 debauchees. This insignificant person sought inspiration in this fact. I recalled that in the past I didn't value money. This insignificant person used to wantonly and randomly squander money, often on things which were of little value. I continued to throw away money recklessly. And now as I looked around, I found that I and the young Master Jun went a minority in our generation. It seemed that the term debauchee could be a substitute for the term aristocrat. However, how come no aristocrat was ever considered a debauchee? But this could be considered as a way to make money, since these people didn't take money seriously either. Coincidentally, I had come to know the greatest wine maker under heaven a few days back, Senior Song Sheng, and he agreed to ferment his unique and exquisite wine for the aristocratic hall. We've come to today's situation due to various situations and incidences of good fortune. If your Majesty still has some questions, Tang Yuan is more than willing to answer them all. Fatty's air duct didn't know whether it should obey or not. Nevertheless, Jun Mo Zai had accurately predicted the emperor's reactions. Fatty hadn't done so yet, and was thus terrified. He could easily answer any number of questions that the emperor would ask in detail. The Fatty wouldn't have been this flustered if he realized this. He would have easily answered each and every question with impregnable logic and unreasonable grounds. When it came to being expelled from his house, the fat man went according to the great director Jun's wonderful script. He passionately brought tears into his eyes as he bawled. A pile of tears and sweat splattered around from the fat's face. The scene was rather difficult to imagine. Chapter 284 The First Open Contest. Chapter 284 The First Open Contest. Translator Novel Sarder, Editor Novel Sarder. The Emperor sighed. He knew he wasn't going to get any answers from Fatty today. Isn't he too fluent? It seems as if he's singing a song. His Majesty was bored and exhausted by now. He went back to the imperial throne, sat down and frowned. He had previously risen from his seat, clasped his hands behind his back and stood in front of Tang Yuan. He had aimed to show his overwhelming majesty to Fatty with help of his huge haul and put some psychological pressure on him. This ploy had started on a successful note when he had gotten up. However, it stopped working after he got up and asked the question, since he had gone exactly according to Jun Mo Zai's predicted sequence of moves. Fatty Tang's heart was awash with admiration for the young Master Jun. That feeling counteracted the Emperor's efforts. Therefore, pressurizing the Fatty turned out to be useless. I got it, you can leave now. The Emperor was tired. He used one hand to massage his head and the other to lightly wave outwards. It was a dreamlike pardon to Fatty Tang. His body relaxed considerably. Heaven and earth, this fire has passed at last. He was on the verge of standing up to express his gratitude. Suddenly, the Emperor raised his eyes. His arrow-like sharp gaze shot straight at Tang Yuan as he got straight to the point and put forth a conjecture. Was this Jun Wuyi's idea? Tang Yuan had barely gotten up on his legs. His mind was relaxed, and he had lost his strength. Therefore, he started to panic after he heard the word Jun when the Emperor asked him that question. He hadn't properly heard everything else the Emperor had spoken. He had lost his mind out of fear and stood there dumbfounded. His big mouth turned into a large circle as he subconsciously exclaimed, "What?" His Majesty, the Emperor looked at Tang Yuan and smiled slightly. Could that be the case? At the same time, on the other side, Jun Mo Zai took 2 steps and called out as he waved. Hello, face-covering shameful youngster. He had called out to Lai Yuran. Lai Yuran halted. He remained in his place as he waited for Jun Mo Zai to arrive. There were many other youngsters who wanted to accompany him and waited, but he lightly waved at them. He didn't speak a single word, but his gesture had clearly indicated his desire. He had conveyed his intentions like a cloud in the weak wind. However, his companions didn't mind and continued to walk. This was an incorporeal majesty. He saw the same look in Jun Mo Zai's eyes as well. The fact was that he had always been adorned in this manner. In fact, he thought that such adornment was the norm. Every movement of Lai Yuran's was skillful and full of grace. It seemed as if they were made by the heavens themselves. He moved in a manner which belied his freedom from vulgarity. His eyes flashed with an unusual color as he looked at Jun Mo Zai unenthusiastically. It had dullness, it had aggression, and it had fear, but it passed in a flash. I don't know that the third young Master Jun would have some rare advice for me. Lai Yuran sounded neither too intimate nor too estranged. His voice neither sounded too loud nor too faint. But he had spoken this in discomfort. Your mannerism is good. It requires a little family education. And since this young master has arrived, he'll give you some advice. Jun Mo Zai talked drivel. Kindly tell. Lai Yuran's eyes had a joyful expression, and his tone was sonorous. I shall listen to the young master's words attentively. Yuran is honored to listen to you. I wanted to ask you something. You wear that veil the entire day. Don't you feel tired? Doesn't it get too hot? Isn't it very shameful? Or do you plan to harass innocent women? Jun Mo Zai slanted his eyes and opened his mouth provocatively. Or has your face been disfigured? Lai Yuran never appeared in public. He was a bit older than Jun Mo Zai, and his reputation was more profound as well. He intimidated several people, but this young master was a very curious case. In some respects, the young master Lai even feared of the consequences when it came to the young master Jun. This Lai Yuran guy is too phony. His thoughts are too profound and shrewd. They are enough to scare people. It's like he's always planning inside his head. However, he always maintains the same calm, modest and a decent image on the surface. The hitman Jun was always wary of a man who carried a big smile and dubious intentions. Heavens knew when he would start to plan against him. The hitman Jun had never feared an evil lure, a madman, a gentleman, a strong hero, or even a downright villain. But what he feared the most, and was most disgusted by, was a hypocrite. Lai Yuran was a hypocrite, a high-level one at that. His hypocrisy was such that he seemed genuine and honest. His level of hypocrisy was so high that he had developed proficiency in it. Jun Mo Zai had just chided Ming Fei, and had abused everyone else who was considered Lai Yuran's younger brother. However, Lai Yuran hadn't responded in any manner. He had intentionally or otherwise observed himself. He had examined himself closely. He had felt a faint sense of fear. Is Lai Yuran on guard against me, or has he discovered something else? Therefore, Jun Mo Zai made a prompt decision to show initiative, and decided to probe him a bit. He would observe Lai Yuran's behavior from then on, and see how he conducted himself while responding to questions that were asked with a good intention. The third young master has guessed it right. My face has been disfigured. Lai Yuran's eyes flashed with sadness. He didn't think that Jun Mo Zai was causing trouble for him. His voice was dull as he answered. It seemed that he was on guard, but didn't think that Jun Mo Zai was worth getting mad at. Take that rag off, and let me have a look. Jun Mo Zai carefully scrutinized the veil before he gave a frivolous command. I haven't seen how elder brother looks after his face's disfiguration. I had heard you were quite handsome before. What a pity. Jun Mo Zai had another reason behind these actions. He recalled that Lai Yuran had spared no efforts to pursue Princess Ling Ming. He had observed the way Lai Yuran had looked at Princess Ling Ming at the aristocratic hall, and it was obvious that Lai Yuran was deeply devoted to her. This at least wasn't false. However, when it came to his own interest, he didn't hesitate to put the woman he loved so dearly to death, and then he moved on, so much so that he hasn't even gone in seclusion post it. The young Master Jun could never forget that Lei Jianhong and the others were Lai Yuran's senior disciples. They were involved in that matter with Princess Ling Ming, but it was surely on his instigation. This was one of his aims behind going to that hideout while being disguised as the Steikshuan Peak throwing knife expert. He had a vague feeling that Lai Yuran would sacrifice the woman he loved so dearly for the sake of procuring some information about the mysterious man he considered a threat to his plans. It was merely to gather some intelligence. His feelings aren't fake. However, he discarded them like an old shoe. Jun Mo Zai believed that such a person wasn't fit to be called a man. He could only be called a scum, an anomaly. Yet, his bearing was honorable and graceful on the surface. It was perfect and aloof. This fact made Jun Mo Zai even angrier. Can't you act like a vile creature openly like I do? You like to play tricks to deceive people like that. Therefore, I will tear down your mask. I will expose your true colors. The two young men were immensely talented and smart. They were about to confront each other. One was a pure hoodlum, while the other had unsurpassed grace. And both of them were hidden behind masks of pretenses. However, neither knew who'd unmask whom first. This had become a contest. My disfigured face is an eyesore. Lai Yuran looked at him in a tranquil manner and smiled. The young Master Jun would know if he'd slash his flower petals-like cheeks with 2 blades and then go home to look in the mirror. Really, Jun Mo Zai drew that out on his face as he gave Lai Yuran a sidelong look. Young Master Lai, your thoughts and knowledge are indeed very profound. However, even though this young master wanted to see it, he wanted to know one thing. First, you used to be very handsome, but you can't appear in public now. How does it feel? Exciting. Lai Yuran's self-restraint was repeatedly being tested by the third young Master Jun. This was slowly inciting anger within his heart. His smile and expression became cold as he replied, "Yes, very exciting. It's a very pleasurable feeling. In fact, I can lend a hand and make you feel like you're in 7th heaven." If the young master loathes missing out on the opportunity. Har har har. Jun Mo Zai laughed loudly as he patted Lai Yuran's shoulder. He then exclaimed, "Young Master Lai is a kindred spirit. I wasn't aware of it. I've indeed missed so many deeds. Elder brother Yuran is exceptional. You've just reminded this little brother of the time he spent at the Night Willow in the Spirit Fog Lake. Har har, we both are intimate with a red light district. This little brother doesn't know when the elder brother Yuran will show him his many unique skills." People who had walked away turned their heads to look at them. Some people had recognized the Tianzing city's #1 publicly recognized gifted scholar, the Lai household's young master Lai Yuran. The shocking fact that he was discussing a prostitute openly was big news to everyone. Moreover, he seemed to be experienced in such matters. What was more, the capital's #1 debauchee was bowing to him. This was genuinely unexpected. A look of anger flashed in Lai Yuran's eyes. He looked at Jun Mo Zai and said, "I'm quite young in this regard despite being the elder brother. How could I even compare to the third young Master Jun? I must gracefully admit defeat in this regard. The young Master Jun is exceptional in this matter. In fact, he is quite outstanding. Oh, am I really that awesome? You're truthfully saying that? I like it when others praise me." Jun Mo Zai shrugged his shoulders with excitement and laughed with genuine happiness. For example, the third young master helped Tang Yuan win his fiancée back with his unparalleled gambling streak. That was truly amazing. Lai Yuran lowered his head and looked at his own shoes. It seemed as if he was pondering about something. But it seemed that he had understood something very clearly by the time he had finished that sentence. "Oh yes, that's true. The god of fortune was with me. There was nothing that could've been done to stop me." Jun Mo Zai looked at him in an interested manner. Again, for example, the young Master Jun and Tang Yuan had beaten Qin Ziro Bao one afternoon. The Northern City gang was annihilated the next night. There was a faint smile on Lai Yuran's face as he wandered forward. It seemed like he wasn't looking at Jun Mo Zai. But the hitman's sixth sense told him that Lai Yuran was looking at his own reflection in Jun Mo Zai's eyes as if in a mirror. The Northern City gang had done a lot of evil things. So the heavens would act. That and the other trivial things, I didn't hold them very important. However, I observe that they seem to be worthy of repeated mentions by young Master Lai. Jun Mo Zai puckered his eyebrows. It seems that the young masters and the northern city gang's relations weren't that shallow. Liu Ran gave a long smile before he spoke. For example, the third young master Jun had passed his judgment in the magnificent jewel hall, and had made Lai Zhen spend a huge amount of money to buy that extremely precious jade coral. Liu Ran smiled and looked at Jun Mozai gently. Then he spoke in a deep voice. However, I didn't expect that it would accidentally explode post its purchase. Chapter 285. There's no harm in having fun. Chapter 285. There's no harm in having fun. Translator Novel Sarder, Editor Novel Sarder. And for example, the Dugu family's 7 heroes and legends bravely rushing forward came to see the third young Master Jun when he was recuperating at his home. I seem to recall that the young Master Jun would usually avoid those 7. However, you went in to make a bet with them and set up the aristocratic hall. You were able to make the Dugu family owe you 90 million in silver taels because of this matter. That was amazing. I've heard that one of the great 8 masters, Solitary Falcon, is currently residing at the Jun family's residence for some reason. Third young master, do you want me to go on? Liu Ran gazed gently at him and spoke softly. I fail to understand. Why are you involved in each one of these matters? You're indeed a very talented person. This entire affair is very mysterious. Jun Mozai's eyes flashed coldly as he let out a mischievous laughter. He replied in a sloppy manner, actually, I too find it very strange that young Master Li's presence is everywhere. You're outstanding from the underworld to the imperial palace, young Master Li. You show your disfigured face everywhere. I doubt it would bother you, but don't you think you'd scare the children? And even if you're not scaring the children, it's not good to scare the faint-hearted. Liu Ran's eyes flashed with a cold and sharp light. But he regained his usual calm and gentle manner again. He pretended to look as if he was embarrassed, and then replied softly, Third young master, are you sure that your surname is Jun? Nonsense, I'm a member of the Jun family. However, could it be that your surname isn't Li? Jun Mozai snorted. We're both on the same boat. Liu Ran looked distant as he took a long breath. Then, he stated in one go, Third young master, I've looked down on you several times in the past. But ever since the explosion of the jade coral, Liu Ran raised his head and looked straight into Jun Mozai's eyes. Third young master, you must treat everyone as fools. But there are many intelligent people in the world. You're certainly one of them, but it doesn't mean that others may not be. Really, and you might be one of those other people. Jun Mozai laughed savagely. He then slanted his gaze. Seems like sitting at home after the disfiguration of your face has given you a lot of time to think. Isn't that true? Liu Ran's eyes were momentarily brimmed with anguish since the other party had mentioned his disfigured face again. However, he smiled in an unrestrained manner and his eyes became gentle soon after. They flashed with many rare emotions as he smilingly said, Indeed, I've been thinking a lot after the jade coral's explosion. There were many things which had evaded my eyes in the past. However, I see them clearly now. Therefore, I'm very grateful to that explosion. Yes. Liu Ran took a step and slowly moved forward as he continued, Third Master Jun, you agree with that, right? Jun Mozai laughed. So this was like turning a misfortune into a fortune. Or perhaps gaining profit from loss. Indeed, it was exactly like that. Liu Ran nodded seriously and looked at Jun Mozai. I never suspected you and I didn't think that I could be mistaken. A pure debauchee couldn't figure in my plans. However, I know that young Master Jun cannot be underestimated after I saw him at the aristocratic hall. Is it possible that the auction may have had a loophole? Jun Mo Zai had anticipated that this might become a problem. This was the reason he had decided to probe Lai Yuran. Naturally there's a loophole. Moreover, the loophole isn't small. Lai Yuran halted. They had reached the main door. The others had gone in, but Lai Yuran obviously wanted to finish what he was speaking, and he wanted to finish it outside. Tang Yuan, a man who could lose his own fiancé, could come up with such a brilliant plan. He didn't bat an eyelid as his plan caused a huge storm in the capital and induced such confusion. Third young master, don't you think it's strange? Is Tang Yuan qualified enough? Do you think he deserves that credit? So, that's the case. Jun Mo Zai finally understood. The plan didn't have a flaw, it was the person who did. Lai Yuran couldn't help but gravely underestimate everyone in the world. There was no doubt that Fatty Tang was unbearable. The auction was Jun Mo Zai's idea, but every arrangement had been made by the Fatty. His business skills were exceptional. However, Jun Mo Zai wasn't going to relay that information to Lai Yuran. No matter how chaotic the capital becomes, the more chaotic it is, the better. Due to the chaos, our Lai family, the Jun family, the Dugu family, all other powerful families will be relatively safer. We can secure these families no matter what happens to the others. This would help us in acquiring time for some respite. Lai Yuran smiled. Our Lai family has benefited from the auction, although the benefit isn't that massive. Do you wish to thank me? Jun Mo Zai assumed the bearing of a benefactor and looked at Lai Yuran. If the third young master decides to kill me, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Lai Yuran ignored him and continued to talk. It seemed as if he was minding his own business. But it's important that I kill the third young master, though I don't think it'll be successful. You have the solitary falcon living at your residence like I have my master at mine. Lai Yuran had a faint smile as he gently sighed. There's presently a balance between us. Our Lai family controls the politics, and the Jun and the Dugu family jointly control the military. That's a balance as well. However, I'm temporarily unwilling to ruin that balance, and I believe that you aren't either, young Master Jun. But if either of us dies, the balance will cease to exist. Would you agree with me? Third young Master Lai Yuran smiled in a very relaxed manner. Young Master Lai is right. The situation is very balanced and harmonious. Jun Mo Zai smiled. But his inner thoughts were fierce. I know that the balance cannot be disturbed for the time being. However, that won't remain the case forever. And I won't mind taking your head in the dark of the night when the time comes. It will be fairly easy for me to do that. I cannot imagine how the third young master will act. But I, Lai Yuran, will do nothing excessive for a short while. Lai Yuran smiled. I wouldn't dare to act too rashly for the time being. However, when the conditions are right, the first rival I must urgently eliminate is the third young master. Lai Yuran said this quite seriously. It was more like an earnest commitment than a few pleasantries. Lai Yuran's conduct was very magnanimous in this case. I believe you. The corners of Jun Mo Zai's mouth rose crookedly as a 7-lettered word came into his mind. Strange, if Lai Yuran had the opportunity to eliminate him without being suspected for it, then Jun Mo Zai was sure that Lai Yuran would take the task on without the slightest hesitation. The reverse situation was the same as well. However, the situation was exactly as Lai Yuran had described it to be. Hence, the Lai family and the Jun family would wish the balance to remain undisturbed. Otherwise, Jun Mo Zai would have killed Lai Yuran by now. Jun Mo Zai wasn't very interested in sitting and chatting with him at present. Therefore, There's no harm if we have some fun, right? Lai Yuran didn't know whether he had convinced Jun Mo Zai. The corners of his mouth rose crookedly. His face reveled in a happy expression as he said, "Third young master, you're become quite capable. You wouldn't have been anywhere near me a few years ago, but it seems that we're the same now. We both had a poor childhood and never had any fun. So, there's no harm in macking up for it and giving it a go. Is it possible that you have another playmate?" Lai Yuran seemed very interested as he asked that question. Jun Mo Zai coughed. "I didn't have a childhood just like you, but Jun Mo Zai's childhood was much more colorful than yours. Have fun while killing people or have fun while creating havoc?" Jun Mo Zai laughed mischievously. "Killing and creating havoc can be considered a game of sorts." Lai Yuran tilted his head and pondered. However, the look on his face was seemingly akin to that of a longing. "And we have played it." The two men stepped inside the hall. Lai Yuran gently spoke the moment they passed through the door. "There are very few in the younger generation who can play with me, and then defeat me repeatedly. You're a very fascinating playmate. We might as well continue to play." His eyes had been on the ground, and his voice had been low as he had spoken those words. In fact, it had seemed as if he had merely thought these words out aloud. "Continue to play?" Jun Mo Zai laughed heartily. He saw that hundreds of people had assembled inside the hall. He laughed in a wretched manner as he saw the setting of the hall. "Then let's continue with our fun games. Har har then. You and I shall start to play this game properly." Everyone scoffed in unison. The orioles and the sparrows pouted and muttered in their respective voices. Thought they kept it low. Every individual of notice in the Tianzang city had gathered inside the imperial palace's main hall at the moment. Jun Mo Zai could distinctly feel that every eyeball was fixatedly gazing at him. Lai Yuran couldn't help but smile as he heard Jun Mo Zai end their conversation in his usual hoodlum style. There were several hundred people inside the hall, but he knew that Jun Mo Zai had aimed those words at him. The two men then parted without looking at each other. The two of them had some hidden aces up their sleeves. In fact, they could see some of the cards the opposite party held as well. However, both of them had become more serious as if by prior agreement. A worthy opponent. These words emerged inside the minds of those two individuals as they parted. Young Master Jun regained his train of thought. That hypocrite Lai Yuran is my only rival at the moment. But I can't always focus my thoughts on him. There are other matters of importance in this feast. He looked up and instantly recognized something strange about the setting of the feast. It is quite elaborate and very unique. The seat high above the banquet was where the Tianzang Empire's emperor would sit. Does he wish to personally participate in tonight's feast? There were a few more seats around the emperors. They were presumably set to seat the three princes and the other members of the royal family. The other members of the royal family would refer to the prince equivalent Yang Huainong. However, the seat which seemed reserved for the prince equivalent and his son seemed to be less that luxurious in comparison. However, one seat seemed to have been designed for the comfort of its guest. It seemed rather obvious that this seat was reserved for Princess Ling Ming. Another set of tables had been placed in the fair vicinity. Those were undoubtedly reserved for the patriarchs of the powerful families. However, why was one table placed separately and slightly higher than this set? It seemed reserved for someone senior. But who was it for? This was a confusing mystery. Chapter 286. Elder brother will remain at the top even if the sky falls down. Chapter 286 Elder Brother will remain at the top even if the sky falls down. Translator Novel Sarder, Editor Novel Sarder. Hundreds of tables were placed in a circle. A small space had been left vacant in the middle. Would there be a performance at this feast? Will the senior men sing and dance? A normal man may not do it. Perhaps those sour and gifted scholars will. The golden scholarly feast has now commenced. Everyone is requested to take their seats. John Mosai took his seat. He looked up and saw someone opposite him. It was none other than the young master of the Lai family, Lai Yuran. The young master Lai looked around. He saw the young master Jun acting like his debauchy self, and smiled faintly. He then lifted his wine cup to relay his best wishes. Jun Mosai sneered and took that opportunity to cross his legs by putting one over the other. This was his signature debauchy move. Then, a fragrant smell hit Jun Mosai's nose. It came from behind. He didn't need to look behind to know that this clean and fresh fragrance was coming from Dugu Zairoyi. It wasn't very common, but he was familiar with it. He had been around her several times. So he realized that the Dugu family would be seated behind him. The young Master Jun hadn't turned around to look, but the lady killer Jun could distinctly feel a pair of eyes foolishly staring at his back. There was another pair of beautiful eyes which were gazing at him from a seat above. Jun Mosai raised his eyes to look. Unexpectedly, he came to realize that those eyes belonged to Princess Ling Ming. Her cheeks turned bright red as she turned her head away upon meeting his gaze. "What's the matter with that woman? Why was she looking at me like that? She has taken that bullshit blood oath. Even if she takes it seriously, I don't. Wouldn't the thought of that give me a backache?" The hitman had deliberately concealed his murderous aura since this wasn't the place to exhibit it. Therefore, he didn't notice when someone appeared beside him. He turned his head and saw that it was Dugu Zairoyi. She had come to converse with him. However, she had just seen him exchange flirtatious glances with Princess Ling Ming. Therefore, she pinched him hard instead of giving him a tongue-lashing. Jun Mosai bared his teeth. "How can I be bullied by that woman in such a way?" Jun Mosai was unable to turn his head properly. So, he couldn't see what he had touched in his attempt to pinch her back in retaliation. However, that part of her body was extremely smooth and supple. He felt as if he had pinched a sponge. It was very full and elastic. It felt very good. Dugu Zairoyi screamed in agony, while Jun Mosai exclaimed in admiration. He was as thick-skinned as the city walls, but his face had unexpectedly turned red. He withdrew his hand very quickly. However, everyone had looked at them in unison and had witnessed the entire scene. The entire hall watched as the little girl's face turned red. She straightened up into a very awkward posture. Her small hands were subconsciously massaging the area where she had been pinched. She was visibly embarrassed and distressed. Her eyes had started to well up. Jun Mosai had accidentally pinched her fragrant posterior. Everyone figured that the little girl would knife out the life of him. The sounds of scoffs and discussions started to well up shortly after everyone witnessed this scene. The youngsters in the main hall had started to give Jun Mosai hateful looks. He takes liberties with a woman in such a serious situation. That brat is the city's biggest pest. Not only did he harass the Dugu family's little gem, he did it out of lust. Dugu Zairoyi had come up to Jun Mosai in high spirits. But she then saw Jun Mosai and Princess Ling Ming exchange amorous gazes. This annoyed her greatly. Therefore, she pinched him hard and then turned around to leave. She had hoped that Jun Mosai would follow after her to coax. Who would've thought that John Mosai would silently and quickly pinch her there the moment she'd turn? However, he had done it at the first opportunity. He straightway grabbed her butt and pinched. It seemed as if he had rehearsed the whole thing. Everyone watched as the little girl's neck turned red with embarrassment. She flew to her seat and buried her head into her stomach. Then, she tried to cover her face with her little hands. She was conscious that she had been touched at that spot in front of several people. That little rascal pinched me there even though I haven't told him about my feelings yet, so how could he do that? The little girl's posture appeared somewhat strange. The place where she was pinched hurt. She couldn't walk fast. In fact, the pain remained even after she had taken her seat. So, she had no option but to readjust her posture a couple of times. And the resultant posture appeared a bit strange. Young Master John was perspiring all over. He hadn't expected this to happen, that he would grab that part. He then became aware of that feeling that a green apple had ripened into a sweet peach and he had taken a nibble. He couldn't help but think, what would have happened if she hadn't turned? Where would I have grasped if she hadn't turned? He smiled mischievously and twirled his fingers. It seemed as if he could still feel the satin-like sensation on his fingers. He couldn't help but bring them to his nose and smell the fragrance as his face became vulgar. Shameless, he's such a degenerate. Everyone present on the scene was red with anger. They turned their goat-like beards up. That third young Master John is very shameless. He's a very vulgar man. I'd like to chop this little scum's hand off. The young men looked at John Mosai with extreme disdain and cursed him. They cursed him inwardly in rage, but subconsciously rubbed their own two fingers together. They were then lost in the infinite reverie, thinking how nice it would be if they could feel such a sensation. One of Tanzang City's two beauties, fragrant but soon they were overcome with pleasure. They moved their own fingers to their noses to take a sniff. Such a wonderful and fragrant smell. Princess Ling Meng was seated many tables away. She didn't know what to think. Her pretty face turned red as she felt a strange itch on her own butt. She snorted, since felt a vague envy in her heart. Suddenly, everyone started to hear heavy footsteps coming from outside. It was clear that an important personality was approaching the hall. The teachers of the institute and the patriarchs of the different families entered with sage-like but fast, old yet vigorous, earnest yet grave footsteps. The main hall fell silent. One couldn't trifle with such people. Then came the three princes, beaming with happiness. The golden scholarly talent feast had officially commenced. Various sorts of delicious foods were brought to the hall by an unceasing line of servants. The fabulous smell assailed every nostril. However, even a bold debauchee like John Mosai knew not to make a move. It was because the emperor hadn't arrived yet. The most important individual is always the last to make an appearance. Admittedly, John Mosai didn't care much for the emperor. However, he didn't desire to stir unnecessary trouble in such eventful times. Then, everyone quickly sat up straight, since they suddenly heard heavy footsteps coming from outside. Everyone looked solemn yet respectful as they stretched their necks to see who it was. What they saw was merely a large fat person being escorted by a court eunuch. They recognized the man once he had walked all the way over. It was Tang Yuan. Everyone was shocked at first, and then they burst into laughter. Tang Wanlai stood up, his face belied his rage. "You little devil, what insanity are you displaying?" Tang Yuan's face was awash with debilitating fear. He walked as slowly as a zombie, taking his time with each stupefied step he took. His waist was bent low for the most outrageous reason. A chair was stuck to the backside of his body. He was carrying a round chair on his butt. It seemed as if the chair was growing out of his butt. The Emperor's questions to Fatty went aimed Jun Mozai. His Highness had thought himself clever and focused on Jun Wuyi alone, but wasn't that the same thing in Fatty Tang's eyes? This matter is fused. This was the only thing which was going through Tang Yuan's mind during his audience with the Emperor. He had obeyed the Emperor's order to leave and had gotten up, but he had forgotten to give his salutation since he was beside himself. He started to wobble at once, but his butt was too big and the chair was too small for him. So, as he stood up, the chair was raised. It had got stuck to his backside, and it remained glued there the entire walk to this hall. But Tang Yuan was so overcome with anxiety that he hadn't noticed the chair or its weight. In fact, he hadn't become aware of it until that very moment. He came back to himself after he heard everyone's laughter and his grandfather's rebuke. He opened his eyes wider and realized that he had reached the main hall. He suddenly became teary like a small child who had been wronged. Har, young Master Tang is very talented. His behavior genuinely stands out from the masses. He's such a great guy. He must feared that he may not find a suitable seat at the palace, so he has brought his own seat. He's outstanding. Meng Haiju wasn't going to let this opportunity slip. He took the lead and made that comment. His words added oil to everyone's laughter. Tang Wen's face swelled purple. He soared up and struck that round chair hard. It shattered it into many pieces. His beard fluttered as he then looked around and gazed at everyone. However, he lowered his head once he realized that he couldn't stop the laughter. He sighed when he saw his grandson in such a state. The old man's heart ached with sorrow. I've known His Majesty for many years. Has he forgotten the years of our friendship? Why didn't he stop this mishap? However, this isn't the time to pose such questions. It's better to let this matter go. However, he then felt a person come over and stand beside them. If he was not mistaken, then it was the young Master Jun. Buck up, Fatty. Jun Mozai's voice was somewhat coquettish. He swayed as he spoke. However, Tang Yuan realized what was happening in reality. Jun Mozai's expression was full of warmth. He had decided to deal with this situation. Elder brother will remain at the top even if the sky falls down. Come, have a drink with me. Then, Jun Mozai laughed heartily. He had initiated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune as he had spoken his words, and had sneaked the real meaning into Tang Yuan's ears. Everyone else had only heard the last few words since he had spoken them in his normal mode. Elder brother will remain at the top even if the sky falls down. These words brimmed with domineering fearlessness. It came like a burst of reassurance and put Fatty's mind at ease. Tang Yuan's heart shook. It seemed like he was lost before, but had suddenly seen the light. He looked up. Jun Mozai's expression didn't matter. He then suddenly laughed mischievously and said, "It appears that the wine they're serving the guests in this feast is from our aristocratic hall. It won't do if the wine at such a big party isn't genuinely good. It seems that the three princes haven't appropriated all of it." "That's good, isn't it?" The two men laughed mischievously as they walked away together. Tang Wanlai gaped in astonishment. His grandson had appeared very disheartened a moment ago. It seemed as if he can't feel any love towards morality since his birth. That little devil Jun Mozai started to talk about drinking, and he suddenly reverts to his old self. What's this about? Chapter 287. A very generous and easy target. Chapter 287. A very generous and easy target. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Most people of the older generation had been seated with the youngsters of their families. However, they didn't wish to share a drink with their children or grandchildren. So, the elders started to walk over to each other's tables in order to form groups. They then deviated from the original seating arrangement and sat with people of their own generation. Therefore, it was only logical that Jun Mo Zai, Tang Yuan, Dugu Xiaorui and her brothers heroes and legends bravely rushing forward would be seated together on two tables in close proximity. It wasn't the first time they had done this. The young man who sat on the table opposite was Lai Yuran. He was facing Jun Mo Zai same as before. This was another coincidence. Tang Yuan had wanted to say something, but Jun Mo Zai used his stealth voice to restrain him. He secretively told the fatty that this wasn't the time to talk. Even if it was an important matter, it was better to put off the discussion for later. Jun Mo Zai had realized that they were being watched by four distinct pairs of eyes ever since Fatty Tang had arrived in the hall. He believed that the four individuals would come to know of any movement that Fatty Tang might make. However, they couldn't detect the young Master Jun's art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. His sound was concealed from the other people, and they wouldn't be able to hear his words. We can't take any special actions at present. Fatty and I can't discuss anything even after this feast ends, not before we reach home. Jun Mo Zai cracked several jokes. Tang Yuan's brows were raised as he laughed loudly. He was slowly reverting to his original self. He wasn't fully reinstated, but his mood had been lightened more or less. Dugu Xiaorui had been on the verge of breaking into tears, but she had started to chuckle as well. She looked at Jun Mo Zai ferociously and angrily said, "Ignore this lecherous beast." However, it was obvious that she wasn't as angry anymore. This girl's behavior was adorable. Her temperament was somewhat irascible, but it kept fluctuating regularly. There was nothing complex about it. Jun Mo Zai's mood lightened in that girl's company, and he started to feel relaxed. He started to smile since he felt very comfortable around her. "I request the honored guests from the Silver Blizzard City to kindly enter." Everyone's eyes turned to the doorway as the court eunuch who was acting as the master of ceremonies made this announcement. The young Master Jun sensed his grandfather's facial muscles contract for a moment before they returned to normal. His heart surged with anger at the sight of the Silver Blizzard City's people. The Silver Blizzard City's people were unexpectedly the honored guests of the Tan Zhang City. Jun Mo Zai sneered as he narrowed and raised his eyes. "Just look at the damage you've done to our Jun family. I won't forgive you that easily." Xiao Han and Mu Zhu Tong entered under everyone's gazes. They were followed by Han Yan Meng and Xiao Feng Wu. The honored guests were clad in white clothes. They seemed like flowers that had bloomed beyond the reach of the mortal world. Everyone felt refreshed and cool as the four individuals entered the hall. Jun Mo Zai watched as those four individuals sat at that separated table. He sneered inwardly. He didn't have any interest in them at that point. But how did that Xiao Feng Wu recuperate so much in such a short time? He could distinctly recall the strength he had used the last time he met the youngster. Xiao Feng Wu looked a bit unhealthy and pale, but he could walk properly. This was totally baffling. The recovery shouldn't have been this quick. Shouldn't it have taken several days? Suddenly, he became conscious that the Hong Jun pagoda had started to rotate again. This made Jun Mo Zai very happy. This feeling was somewhat similar to the time when he had fought and grabbed the strange jade pendant from the sixth elder. However, that feeling was much stronger now. Jun Mo Zai's mind started to race. Is it possible the last time I fought and retrieved that treasure has another one appeared? Jun Mo Zai pondered. He couldn't help but feel that he had come upon a treasure that was ripe for looting. He couldn't help as his spirits rose. The moment we're out of the door, this elder brother will play a robber. It's a pity that such a mysterious thing is getting wasted on that brat. Indeed, these people have been generous targets. They've delivered me such treasures not once, but twice. He lifted his gaze and saw Han Yan Meng pull a face at him. Jun Mo Zai observed the movement of her lips, and quickly understood the meaning behind her actions. His skills had made it easy for him to understand the movement of her lips. Obedient nephew, your aunt is here. This girl lacks class, but I'll teach you. This girl dares to pretend to be from an older generation. The young Master Jun lazily turned his head away. His Majesty, the Emperor has arrived. The court eunuch's sound resounded loudly. The Emperor had finally showed up. Jun Mo Zai cursed from the pit of his stomach. Bullshit, the food is getting cold. Several cliched formalities followed, and the golden scholarly talent feast commenced at last. Jun Mo Zai interpreted things in his own way, and naturally started to eat. However, those hard-working and capable gifted scholars behaved rather properly, and hadn't yet made a move. His Majesty eventually declared, the high-ranking individuals may continue as they wish. Jun Mo Zai started to gorge himself with great speed after he heard this line. Most people waited on the sidelines and hesitated, but he had devoured half a bear into his belly. Can't you be a bit civilized? You're eating like a maniac, while the others haven't even started. Dugu Ying smiled as he looked at Jun Mo Zai with disdain and positioned his hand midair. He was a son of the Dugu household. His skin wasn't thin. However, the young Master Jun's skin was thicker than a corner of the city walls. A few people had decided to look for the yellow and greasy sweet-smelling bear paw only to find that it was resting inside Jun Mo Zai's mouth by the time they stretched their hands to retrieve it. In fact, more than half of the dish had landed in his belly by then. His speed was incredible. This action, as well as the speed at which he devoured the food, was near impossible for the youngsters from the various families to imagine. You may hail from the military families of Jun or Dugu, but this is the golden scholarly talent feast. It is a known fact that you don't care for appearances, but you should try to behave a bit reserved in such a situation. Doesn't each family in this hall have enough to eat and drink? However, this caused the Dugu brothers to start, albeit in Jun Mo Zai's steps. However, the unwritten rules of civility were destined to be doomed when it came to the young Master Jun. He could go 3 full days without any food or water in his previous life, and still have enough stamina and focus to complete his mission. Conversely, he could eat 3 days' worth of food in one sitting. Moreover, he was on a mission to showcase debauchees, and it was illogical to expect such a behavior from a debauchee. Therefore, he continued to chew spiritedly. Civilized, how much is that worth in silvers? Jun Mo Zai snorted and smiled. He reached out with his hand towards the center of the table. The large bowl was greasy and somewhat transparent. He frowned as he tasted the soup. This isn't cooked properly. Didn't they taste this? Jun Mo Zai could obviously judge the soup's taste. This was a tiger pen's soup, but it needed some more work. Tang Yuan lifted his bowl to his mouth as well. The 7 heroes and legends bravely rushing forwards were shocked at the sight, and their eyes turned around. Their eyes bulged so much that it seemed as if they'd burst. Fatty hadn't even used a chopstick. The adjoining seats hadn't even picked their chopsticks. But the best thing on their table was gone. Unexpectedly, that cheap and fat youngster was ranting nonsense as he ate. "We're from the military, so how can you eat that fast? Is your throat a well or what? Damn such speed, how on earth aren't you choking on it?" the 7 brothers cursed in unison. "What soup is this? Why did you snatch all of it?" Dugu Zairoi's big eyes turned into crescent moons with happiness. "Brother Mozai has only left 1 bowl on a table of 10 people. What does it mean? What does it represent?" The little girl felt quite satisfied as she brought the bowl to her mouth and softly sipped a mouthful of the soup. The smell was somewhat fishy. Then a radish-shaped lump entered her mouth. She chewed on it and realized that the more she chewed, the more fragrant it became. "It's the forehead." Jun Mozai was startled. He then stretched his hand, grabbed a crab dish, and placed it in front of Dugu Zairoi. "Try this too." The 7 brothers were quite shocked at manner in which this scene had unfolded. However, they wanted to eat fast and deftly compete with Fatty Tang. Jun Mozai craned his neck and saw Fatty. No sort of civility could prevent Fatty Tang from ignoring such delicacies. He was a great connoisseur of food. The 7 Dugu brothers were military brats, but watching him eat with such a speed made them slap their heads. Momentarily, an entirely different scene was created on their table, and then it turned into a bit of a riot. The center of the table had been full of dishes a moment ago. However, it was suddenly empty. Everyone had used their hands to prop up the table and had embraced as many dishes as they could. Each one of them looked alert and ready to gobble up the food. Then, they suddenly realized that they couldn't hear a single sound around them. This confused them, and they raised their heads to look. Everyone else was watching their table in silence. Everyone was startled, and their eyes were wide open. Their faces were full of astonishment. The people on the other tables hadn't even started yet, but this table had been emptied. Dugu Zongheng, Junjan Tian, and Tang Wenlai were extremely shocked. They had thick skins, but they had turned red. The 3 old men exchanged meaningful looks in embarrassment. "Elder Jun, I'm convinced that the 3rd young master is from your lineage. It's like a tradition. He may not have ascended to the battlefield yet, but I can see that he has a small trait of your family." Myorong family's patriarch, Myorong Fengyun, spoke as he shook his head. His expression was somewhat serious. His words seemed to be of praise and derision. They were thought-provoking. "You know it well." Grandpa Jun gave him a quick and harsh glance. The few old men beside them were unwilling to intervene. "How can you be sure, Brother Myorong? Take a look yourself." Myorong Fengyun pointed towards Jun Mozai. His hands and the mouth were busy. "This brat's shameless appearance is very similar to yours in the old days. This old man would be blind if he didn't see it." The entire room burst out with laughter. The corners of the emperor's mouth drew upwards as he coughed in order to retrain himself. Nevertheless, the fact was that a few youngsters had acted on their own and had disrupted the feast. He picked up the wine without any prior indication and raised a toast to everyone. The entire hall then stood up and conveyed their thanks. The Tian Zhang Empire's premier man had led the way and drunk his wine. The feast had begun. Every gifted scholar on the scene was in a competition with their counterparts. The civil and military officers were the judge of this contest. The wonderful event had begun. Chapter 288. You're very lucky. Chapter 288. You're very lucky. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. The sounds of 2 coughs were heard. Then, the old and decrepit teacher of the Wanxing Heavenly Literature Institute, Mei Gao Jai, stood up. His body seemed to be trembling under the effect of those coughs. He faced the emperor and cupped his hands in salute. Then, he turned around and greeted the rest of the crowd in the same manner. "Your Majesty, respected seniors, this golden scholarly talent feast is the finest arrangement this humble man had ever seen. This old man sincerely wishes His Majesty and his lineage the best of fortunes on behalf of the Wanxing Heavenly Literature Institute. May the heavens watch over His Majesty and my Tianzang. May the people of the nation always prosper. May the military sweep over the entire continent and unify the land under Tianzang's banners. May the entire land prosper under His Majesty's grace. We thank His Majesty's vast and unbounded benevolence to rise above the norms of imperial examination and allow scholars like myself to prosper." He had drawn a long breath to speak this entire passage in one shot. However, it sounded like it was only the beginning of his speech. He was about to get to the main topic of his speech when a grumbling voice was heard. "How can you eat so much at such a majestic imperial feast, fatty? I understand that you have a big belly. But you have to realize that there are more people around. You've finished an entire table worth of food on your own in such a short period of time." The sound of this voice was very low. In fact, it had seemed as if the speaker had deliberately lowered his volume. However, the entire hall had solemnly silenced to listen to Mei Gao Jai's speech. There was pin-drop silence in the hall. Therefore, everyone heard these remarks rather clearly, and their faces started to reveal a queer complexion. The speaker was none other than John Mozai. The young Master John had his heart set on disrupting matters. He obviously wouldn't have allowed this opportunity to pass by. As far as the accused was concerned, Tang Yuan merely gazed back at him with a stupefied yet innocent expression on his face. He held half a crab in his hand. "Who eats more amongst the two of us, elder brother?" "That's obviously me. I do eat a lot. But did I touch your half of the dish, so why would you accuse me?" Mei Gao Jai was in the middle of delivering a very moving speech. However, he was suddenly interrupted. He obviously couldn't help but become angry. Moreover, the disturbance had been caused by an utterly shameless person, and for an utterly shameless reason. His lips started to tremble in anger as he turned. However, another gong-like voice sounded. It had a disdainful tone to it. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone this shameless. The person who tries to devour the best dishes by himself has the nerve to falsely accuse the others. What's happened to people?" This voice belonged to Du Ying. Du Ying had been fighting over the bear paw from the beginning. Hence, he was obviously very angry. Therefore, he deliberately raised his voice to express his dissatisfaction. However, he was far more robust than the young Master Jun. This was merely his normal speech volume, but it was akin to an average person's shouting volume level. The young Master Jun had successfully managed to cause more mischief since everyone in the crowd had heard this ruckus. The event's proceedings were getting disrupted, but Jun Mozai's plan was only finding more success. Jun Mozai's spirits were lifted to see that someone had unknowingly lent him a hand. He twitched his mouth, "And now I can't eat fast. Huh, nonsense. Your family has brought more people than any other family. Your family must suffer to feed those hungry mouths of yours. They must have gone bankrupt. And now you sit your plump butts on this table. I reckon I wouldn't even be able to taste the soup if I didn't eat quickly enough." Tang Yuan stood up to resolve the dispute. Third young master, his reaction is understandable. You see, he knows he doesn't have to pay for this food. Even the emperor was unable to restrain his laughter as he heard these words. He issued a strange pff sound as he muffled the sound of his laughter. The faces of the other old men in the hall revealed strange smiling expressions as they attempted to restrain their laughter. However, Du Guying stared at the fatty. It seemed as if he'd eat Tang Yuan whole. The solemnly silent hall was suddenly overcome with pff sounds as everyone clutched their mouths to muffle their laughter. Old man Mei Gao Jai had started to tremble with anger. He was about to speak up when a peculiar voice mocked, "The Jun family is genuinely very arrogant, its reputation is fully justified." Everyone turned their gazes to follow the source of the sound. The speaker was a white-clothed youngster seated around the table that was reserved for the feast's guests of honor, the Silver Blizzard City's Xiao Feng Wu. Xiao Feng Wu was aware of the matter between his uncle Xiao Han and Jun family's Jun Wuyi. Moreover, the little princess Han Yanming hadn't stopped gloating about having a nephew ever since she had returned from the Jun family's residence. This had obviously made young Master Xiao very uncomfortable. Therefore, he had taken the initiative and spoken such ironic words. "And who are you?" Jun Mozai pretended as if he didn't recognize the man he had beaten up. Surnamed Xiao Feng Wu from the Xiao family of Silver Blizzard City. Xiao Feng Wu eyebrows shot up. He pulled out a folding fan from his bosom and started to sway it in a confident and easy manner. "That's a good name." Lai Yuran was quick to speak up. "Elder brother Xiao has a very refined name. It feels like a breath of fresh air. The enemy's enemy is a friend." The Jun and the Xiao family hated each other. How on earth could Lai Yuran not exploit this? Now that you've mentioned it, there's a short story behind the origin of my name. Xiao Feng Wu was feeling awfully pleased with himself. Lai Yuran had scratched his itch. Therefore, he started to explain. "My mother had a dream one evening before I was to be born. In the dream she saw a beautiful phoenix in the sky. The phoenix landed on a parasol tree. Therefore, she named me Feng Wu. 1. Your name is indeed bestowed by the heavens," Lai Yuran applauded. There was a look of admiration on his face. Har Jun Mozai burst into laughter. "Why are you laughing?" Xiao Feng Wu seemed angry. He was enjoying a moment of pride. How could he allow interruptions? "Nothing. I was just wondering. Your mother must be very talented. She dreamt of a phoenix land on a parasol tree, and then named you so beautifully Feng Wu." It seemed as if the young Master Jun couldn't restrain his laughter. He swayed back and forth for a moment, and then continued, "Your mother dreamt of a phoenix land on a parasol tree, but what would you've been named if she had instead dreamt of a chicken land on a banana tree? Imagine that she dreamt a good dream at the appropriate time. You're very lucky." His Majesty choked on his wine. His face turned red as he coughed. For a while he was literally between laughter and tears. A dream of a chicken landing on a banana tree. Then, everyone attached these words to Xiao Feng Wu's surname. Suddenly, everyone came to see the truth too. Everyone wanted to burst into laughter. However, they were terrified of the Silver Blizzard City's might. Therefore, everyone restrained their laughter. Some people almost choked in the process. "What are you trying to say?" Xiao Feng Wu didn't get it at first. He then subconsciously pondered over that line for a moment. Suddenly, his face froze. "Jun Mozai, how dare you abuse me?" When did I abuse you?" Jun Mozai exposed an innocent face. "You think you can say whatever you want because you're from the Silver Blizzard City. You need to catch a couple in the act if you wish to accuse them of adultery. You must find the stolen items before you accuse a thief. It's necessary to have evidence. You abused my name." Xiao Feng Wu couldn't control his anger. He bellowed out of humiliation, Jun Mo Zai, I will kill you. The Silver Blizzard City is very powerful. It is worthy of being called the most powerful force in the world. Jun Mo Zai shook his head in admiration. But you are in our country at the moment as the Emperor's guests. You were invited to this feast in the Imperial Palace as the guest of honor. However, you threaten to murder the only heir of a powerful family, and that too in front of every official of the Empire and the Emperor as well. I must admire your courage, R. The faces of the ministers and the officials suddenly became unsightly. He threatened to kill the Jun family's sole heir in front of the Emperor. Just how arrogant would he become if he were allowed to leave this imperial palace? Zyro Han quickly stood up and forced his nephew to sit down. He then cupped his hands and apologized. Young Feng Wu doesn't know much about life. He merely acted on impulse. Please forgive him. Zyro Han didn't care much for the royalty. However, he didn't wish to incite trouble against the royal family of an entire nation for no reason. After all, they had an ancient treaty of alliance. Moreover, the Emperor had called them in good faith. Therefore, even the Silver Blizzard City's lord wouldn't appreciate it if they were to incite trouble in Tanzang under such circumstances. The Emperor smiled magnanimously to indicate that no harm was done. Jun Mozai was forced to sit down. However, Dugu Zairoyi had taken the opportunity to gather a lot of food dishes. She opened her black and white eyes wide as she curiously asked, "Chicken landing on the banana tree and the name stands for?" Jun Mozai nearly tumbled into the table when he heard her question. He picked his face up after some time, and wiped his nose. Ask your brothers, okay, they know it. I've just spoken so many words I need to save my saliva. Dugu Zairoyi grunted and turned towards Dugu Ying. Dugu Ying's face flushed with embarrassment in a split second. How could an elder brother explain this matter to his younger sister? He fiercely looked at Jun Mo Zai as he refused to answer her question. Dugu Zairoyi wasn't satisfied. So she pouted her mouth and started to throw tantrums. The 7 Dugu brothers were left perplexed at the awkwardness of the situation. The atmosphere in the Imperial Hall had become somewhat awkward. Therefore, the other teacher of the institute, Kong Ling Yang, stood and spoke. The young masters of the major families battled it out with the disciples of our Wanxing Heavenly Literature Institute the last year. Our Wanxing Heavenly Literature Institute won, but only by fluke. But Grand Preceptor Li's grandson, the young Master Lai, remained unbeaten and excessively impressive. There are many disciples today who wish to consult with young Master Lai. Would he be interested? Everyone's spirits started to rise. This was the highlight of the event. The Wanxing Heavenly Literature Institute's disciples had carried a strange gleam in their eyes since the moment they had entered the hall. They didn't care for the delicious food or the exquisite wine. They had merely been waiting for this moment. If they could somehow prove themselves better than Tanzang City's #1 scholar Lai Yuran, their future would have boundless prospects. Lai Yuran smiled elegantly. He gently rose to his feet, looked around and said, "This humble Yuran isn't worthy of raising difficult questions for such talented scholars. However, there is one man who has won Yuran's admiration. Therefore, I would like to challenge that man." "Who is that talented young man, young Master Lai?" everyone asked in unison. "Is there someone in the Tanzang city who is capable of competing against Lai Yuran?" Someone even Lai Yuran admires, but why haven't I heard about this man before? The eyes of every man present expressed the confusion of their minds. The young master of the Jun family, Jun Mo Zai, Lai Yuran solemnly stated, and pointed towards Jun Mo Zai in order to point out his target clearly. John Mosai couldn't help but stare at Liu Ran as he continued to nibble on a mouthful of the greasy chicken leg he held in his hand. "You publicly trapped me. This could cause a wild uproar." Notes: Feng means phoenix. Wu is the gene for parasol trees. Zyro means desolate, different from xyrolittle. This is a tough joke to get, and very explicit. So, we'll stick to translation, the rest is to your imagination. The word for chicken is also a slang for prostitute. So imagine the shape of the banana tree, and read the line again. Chapter 289. I only feel like stepping on the Winxing Heavenly Literature Institute. Chapter 289. I only feel like stepping on the Winxing Heavenly Literature Institute. Translator Novel Sarger, Editor Novel Sarger. Ming Haizhu and the others took the opportunity that followed Liu Ran's challenge and started to jeer at John Mosai. They never realized that Liu Ran had put forth his challenge with the utmost sincerity. "Young Master Yu Ran is indeed very funny." Kong Ling Yang didn't seem very pleased. Perhaps the young Master John is an expert in some other aspects of life, however, his knowledge on literature isn't very eminently known. Some people couldn't help but laugh up their sleeves. Master Kong's tone had been very obscure. However, everyone had reached the conclusion that the young Master John's areas of expertise were brothels, dog and cock fighting, and other contemptible activities. What would this youngster know about the more important aspects of life? Everyone had started to think very high of the old masters of the institute. These old masters are amazing. They can manage to insult people in such a refined manner. Master Kong shouldn't have anything to worry about. Why don't we have one of your disciples contest against John Mosai? Then we'll know if he's any match for young Master Lai. Meng Haizhu smiled and replied. His remark was aimed to incite Master Kong for war. Kong Ling Yang was annoyed at this. He thought, I've nurtured these disciples with such meticulous care. I might as well tie a rope to the ceiling and commit suicide if my disciples are unable to beat this debauchee. He didn't say anything in response. He merely waved his hand and appointed one of his disciples to take up the challenge. Disciple Han Jai Dong requests young Master Jun for some advice. A young man stood up with a smile. He then cupped his hands in greeting and looked up. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, seemingly for his opponent. I don't give advice, but I do have the time to teach you a trick or two. You'll be able to move about the spirit fog lake unbridled after I'm done with you. What could be better than a demonstration of the profound mysteries of that universe? I'll take the lead if you don't mind. John Mosai had seen the expression in that youngster's eyes. So, he was aware of the contempt that youngster held for John Mosai. Therefore, the young Master John had winked as he stood up, and laughed along with the crowd as he voluntarily put on his hat of shame. This young disciple had shunned evil influences in his life. This young disciple shall never go near the spirit fog lake's territory. Han Jai Dong's voice was somewhat cold. He disdainfully thought, he's the biggest degenerate. I've asked him for scholarly advice, and he starts by mentioning a brothel. Are you aware that this is public event? This is very humiliating. You've never been to the spirit fog lake, then where do you go? John Mosai's heart was brimming with disdain. I'm not done with you yet. He then crossed his legs and continued in a leisurely tone, that's right. This young master had neglected that Scholar Han isn't very wealthy and may not have been able to afford the prices of the services rendered in that area. It seems that he holds his pike in his own hands inside his tent as he imagines the battle formations. He must require to struggle up and down the battlefield. He must manage to relinquish millions of soldiers until he's too exhausted to continue. What the hell is this? Han Jiadong's fair facial color turned as red as a dead chicken's blood. In fact, his neck turned red as well. Jun Mozai's choice of words had been very elegant, yet very energetic. Suddenly, everyone present in the hall seemed to be a bit distracted. They carefully pondered on his words in the hope to interpret their true meaning. However, most people spat out the food they were chewing and burst into laughter once they understood the meaning of his words. This kid is too much. Every man present in the main hall had understood Jun Mozai's remark in a matter of a few moments. However, the indecency of their laughter couldn't be conveyed in words. Princess Ling Meng, Dugu Xiaoyi, Kan Yan Meng, and the other ladies of note looked in with an amazed expression in their eyes. They couldn't understand the crowd's reaction. They could distinctly sense that this matter wasn't good. However, they couldn't figure what was wrong with it. Jun Mozai's words seemed to have described a majestic general, but why does it feel weird? Several old men were making gestures at each other with their eyes. However, there were only a few men who were able to laugh out unrestrained without bothering about the consequences. Some even patted their hand on the table, while some others patted their thighs in applause as their eyes closed shut from the intensity of their laughter. Dugu Zongheng's body trembled with laughter as he slapped Tang Wanlai on his shoulders. He then whispered, "Old Tang, I just remembered the time when the two of us had just joined the army. We were sent off to the battle at the Heavenly Wolf Mountains. Old Jun was a young captain back then. We had caught sight of you when you had left the camp to fight your glorious battles at dawn." Tang Wanlai suddenly turned red with rage. He forgot about Dugu Zongheng's fearsome reputation as he extended and grabbed his sturdy neck. He then roared in a whisper, "You old bastard, go on. I dare you to say another word." Dugu Zongheng started to cough. He seemed to be laughing as he begged for forgiveness. A few other family heads raised their thumbs in quick succession as they gestured to Tang Wanlai. It seemed as if many people had heard that remark. Old man Tang's face flushed red with rage. He stood up panting and tried to exit the hall. However, several other old men got up from their seats in unison and persuaded him to calm down. Dugu Xiaoyi saw that her 7 brothers were laughing with their lips sealed. Their overjoyed faces revealed the merry of their hearts as their shoulders trembled with laughter. She figured that it must have been something awfully funny. So, she couldn't help but ask, "What did that mean? Is it that funny?" Of the 7 brothers looked at each other in dismay. They realized the awkwardness of the situation and quickly readjusted themselves. They shook their heads in unison as they replied, "It's not funny." "How's it funny?" "It's not funny." Dugu Xiaoyi groaned. She turned her head away in anger. She suddenly felt annoyed at the sight of her brothers and Jun Mozai since they hadn't answered any of her questions today. She secretly recalled Jun Mozai's words and repeated them again to memorize them by heart. "You think I won't find out if you don't tell me? I'll ask mother once I get home. I don't think she'll deny me." Han Jiadong took a deep breath. He was aware that this debauchee had gained the upper hand as he said, "This golden scholarly talent feast is being conducted by His Majesty's grace. However, this young disciple is ashamed to be in company of his opponent. To pair this young disciple with young Master Jun for a scholarly advice is the same as the accidental pair of golden chrysanthemums and orange osmanthus." He didn't wait for Jun Mozai's reaction, and continued, "Chrysanthemums fragrance, orchids fragrance, osmanthus fragrance from the imperial gardens. The fragrance of these fragrant flowers float in the Tanzang. Their heavenly fragrance floats for 1,000 miles, and 1,000 miles their heavenly fragrance floats one. This poetic verse caught everyone's attention. This poetry had sounded simple, but it wasn't. Especially that last part. He had repeatedly used the words heavenly fragrance as a metaphor to bless Tanzang. Everyone started to rack their brains in search of a comeback in order to display their talent in front of His Majesty. Everyone had nearly forgotten of Jun Mo Zai's involvement. How could he possibly make a joke out of such a poetic verse? He wouldn't be able to conjure a comeback even if he was given 2 lives to try. Young Master Jun, this young disciple's talent is humble, and knowledge is shallow. This young disciple can only come up with such shallow words. This shouldn't be much of a problem in your eyes. Han Jiadong chuckled. He then humbly looked at Jun Mo Zai with a sincere expression on his face. I hope that young Master Jun will still teach me a thing or two. Everyone would have waited for Jun Mo Zai to come up with an answer in case this last sentence hadn't been spoken. They would have looked down on him, but wouldn't have blamed him for falling short, since this poetry was indeed excellent and difficult to counter. After all, no one had considered him to be any match to this young scholar. Moreover, the young scholar would have left a special effect in the hearts of everyone present, since his talent was original as well as amazing. However, this last sentence had left everyone sighing. His unreasonable last line had exposed the savagery of his nature, and had lowered his prestige. You've been studying at the Wangxing Heavenly Literature Institute for many years. So what's there to be so proud of about being able to speak a few lines of poetry? This so-called young scholar's future achievements are bound to fall short. The big shots may allow scholars to climb up the ranks of their families. However, they would never promote such a person to the top. What's the guarantee that he won't get rid of us once he gains enough power in the family? Han Jiadong was unaware that he had declared the doom of his future political career with that last line he had spoken. Therefore, he stood there with a sense of complacence in his heart. Jun Mo Zai puckered his brows. Any verses he'd come up with in reply would merely be plagiarized. However, even plagiarizing poetry of such level was beyond his ability. Or should I come up with nonsense poetry from my previous life? No, that won't do this motherfucker. Master Kong Ling Yang narrowed his eyes. He seemed pleased with himself. It is okay if young Master Jun can't come up with a poetic verse to match this. The young Master Jun wouldn't lose face because of this matter. Everyone chuckled. This old man doesn't forgive easily. He's just using his usual method. He abuses a person without using abusive words. A burst of vigor rushed inside Jun Mo Zai's heart. He shouted in a harsh and loud voice, "What's so difficult about this? Wasn't that a shitty poem? I will better him and walk all over this Wangxing Heavenly Literature Institute's chump." Several people issued sounds of displeasure. This kid dares too much when he speaks. He's challenged to come up with a rival verse. He's lost his mind. He should think before he talks. Looks like he's going to get a tough lesson from that young disciple. However, Liu Ran and Zhang Jian Tian's expressions were very different from the rest of the crowd. Liu Ran was convinced he had the talent to come up with a worthy reply. However, he himself had tried but hadn't been able to so far. However, Jun Mo Zai had declared that he would reply with a fitting verse. Is he better than me? Grandpa Jun was somewhat anxious. Didn't we agree that he wouldn't make a complete fool of himself? How's he going to beat that? Kong Ling Yang sneered, and he spoke. Young Master Jun seems very confident of himself. I propose an arrangement. The Institute shall concede defeat if the young Master John is able to commute with a reply before the incense stick burns out. However, if he shall lose, young Master Tang will have to act in order to mediate his losses. Thereafter, he would willingly return my poor disciple back. He was obviously referring to the disciple Tang Yuan would bully into cleaning women's underwear, scholar Zhao Cheng song. However, Fatty Tang was worried about leaving such a presence unmonitored in his house. Therefore, Tang Yuan had bludgeoned him to death after he was expelled from his household. So where would he return that scholar from? His stinking bones probably wouldn't accept his soul even if it was somehow recovered from the depths of hell. That's done. John Mozai stretched his neck. I don't have any problems in agreeing to that. Well, return his skeleton if I lose. You never said whether you want him back dead or alive, so why should I even bother? However, you will submit to my superiority if I win. Your institute will never mention the words poetry is front of me after that. Greed. John Mozai smiled. Notes. Native word play. Tan means heavenly. Zhang means fragrance. Tan Zhang means heavenly fragrance. He repeatedly uses the word Zhang in the poetic passage. Chapter 290. This is the next one. Chapter 290. This is the next one. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. It's a deal. Kong Lin Yang didn't think very highly of John Mozai. He doesn't have the skill to come up with a counterverse for Han Jiadong's verse. And even if he managed to come up with something, how could this debauchee's shallow verse match up to the Wenzhou Heavenly Literature Institute's standard? This is a joke. One. John Mozai patted his thigh, and a crisp pop sound echoed. He then raised a bottle of wine off the table, and put one of his feet on the chair. He raised his head upwards, drank a mouthful of wine, and thought for a while. Then he looked upwards once more, drank a mouthful of wine, and continued to ponder. Everyone's gaze was fixed on John Mozai. Even the emperor was no exception. There was a look of interest and a faint trace of coldness in the emperor's eyes. He would have to reassess the Jun family if John Mozai was able to come up with an appropriate counterverse. Dugu Xiaoyi and Princess Ling Ming gazed at him anxiously. How's he going to win? He will have to face a lot of embarrassment if his verse isn't up to the mark. However, they didn't speak up since they didn't wish to disturb his thoughts. However, Dugu Ying became anxious as he saw Jun Mozai devour over half of the wine bottle. Hey, you aren't using this opportunity to drink extra wine, right? Dugu Xiaoyi ferociously shot a glance towards her elder brother. No one else seems worried about that, so why are you? Dugu Ying scratched his head in confusion. He remained seated as his helpless eyes remained affixed to the wine bottle in Jun Mozai's hand. Suddenly, Jun Mozai raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Click. A clear and crisp sound echoed as he said, "I've got it." Everyone anxiously listened as Jun Mozai complacently recited his counterverse. The streets smell SHD. A man's SHD stinks. A dog's SHD stinks. A pig's SHD stinks. SHD stinks, shit stinks, and shitey SHD stinks. To have one's name go down in history, a scholar must SHD the most stinky SHD. It seemed as if everyone had been thunderstruck. That's amazing, really amazing to use stink to counter fragrance, and SHT to counter flowers. Gluer Tang Yuan hurriedly spoke up in praise. However, he hadn't even finished his sentence when his mouth started to nauseate with a gluer sound. He then became speechless as his belly expressed a strong desire to vomit. Such a pair of counterverses was too nauseating. This couplet could make anyone nauseate. Therefore, It wouldn't be strange if people were to vomit, especially after eating a heavy meal. Everyone had a weird look on their faces. They looked at Jun Mo-zai with grief and indignation. Suddenly, a gluer sound was heard. Silver Blizzard City's little princess Han Yan Meng clutched her mouth and ran out. Several young maidens followed after her with their mouths clutched. Finally Dugu Zairoyi followed after them with her mouth clutched. She shot Jun Mo-zai a quick hateful glance before she ran off. Who can dare to say that I'm wrong? I've balanced the unbalanced. Jun Mo-zai made a rousing call. He then grabbed a crab, efficiently fished out the meat, put it in his mouth, and started to chew. Everyone watched as he started to chew that yellow-colored crab meat. Suddenly, everyone's complexion turned pale as they recalled the counterverse he had just spoken. Everyone was left dumbfounded. This antithetical couplet was indeed a fitting match. Moreover, the counterverse had come as a ruthless abuse that had been aimed at these talented scholars. The phrase "a scholar must sht the most stinky sht" had left the two old masters trembling in anger. Kong Ling Yang and Mei Gao Jai made no comments as far as the metrical aspects of the counterverse was concerned. However, you came up with this counterverse while everyone was eating their meal. Aren't you deliberately trying to make us look bad? Your verse may have been up to the mark, but you've surely killed everyone's appetite. Time to reverse the wheel. Now it's my turn to ask the question. Jun Mo-zai complacently waved the half a crab that remained in his hand. I recall that I was at my home about a fortnight ago. I was reading poetry when suddenly an old friend of my grandfather's showed up. He left a deep impression on me because of his strange name and surname. His surname was He and name was Shang. He gifted my grandfather a picture he had painted with his own hands. It was a lotus painting. He consulted my grandfather with a poetic verse before he left. My grandfather has asked several people, but no one has been able to answer it. Dugu Zairoyi and the other women returned to the hall. Their pale faces and hateful eyes were bitterly glaring at Jun Mo-zai. In fact, it seemed as if they were itching to bite him. Someone asked out of curiosity before Jun Mo-zai got a chance to continue, "What was the specific verse?" Third young Master Jun. That verse was very simple. It only had 7 words in it. Picture a lotus above a monk's picture. Jun Mo-zai groaned twice as he tossed this phrase out. He had used his grandfather as a tool to conjure this shady trickery. He was aware that his grandfather wouldn't betray him. There were too many people whom he'd never trust. However, his grandfather was amongst the people he considered the most worthy of his trust. Too. Grandpa Jun would never wipe his buttocks with his own grandson's face. Therefore, Jun Mo-zai could tell such lies with a straight face in public view. Picture a lotus above a monk's picture. Picture a lotus above a monk's picture. Everyone frowned as they repeated this verse. This verse seemed very simple, but it was quite complicated. It left everyone's pumping cold air. It didn't matter which side one looked at the poetic verse from, one would only see the man's name and gift embedded into the poetry. Moreover, the end and the beginning of the verse were exactly the same. However, they were inverted with respect to each other. Every expert poet in the room frowned. They had never imagined that this incompetent debauchee would be able to come up with such a difficult puzzle. Every scholar from the Wenzing Heavenly Literature Institute found themselves looped in a puzzle of unprecedented difficulty. They puckered their brows as they racked their brains to find a solution. Jun Mo-zai had put up this verse even though he didn't know the counter. The fact that he had put up this puzzle could not be reversed. He would find himself in trouble if the opposition was unable to come up with a fitting reply. This was because he would have to answer the riddle if they weren't able to. And every person from the Institute was likely to gang up on him if he wasn't able to answer his own riddle. The solution to this puzzle would come like a miracle to them, and they needed this miracle to happen. Wouldn't it be a matter of shame if the entire brain tower of the Institute was unable to solve an incompetent debauchee's puzzle? Therefore, everyone racked their brains and came up with multiple solutions after applying various kinds of creative concepts. However, none of the counterverses seemed to be of sufficient quality. These gifted scholars were required to come up with a reply before an incense stick burns out. This made them worry more and more as time elapsed. The two masters of the Institute were struggling as well. Mei Gao Jai's eyebrows were puckered as he paced back and forth. He'd shake his head from time to time and then mutter, "No, that won't do." Then he'd attempt to try a different angle. Old Master Kong Ling Yang was motionless. His eyes were shut. His face was angled towards the heavens. He was immersed in a deep thought. However, if one looked from a distance, they'd see the dark of his gloomy facial wrinkles, his silvery and snow-like hair falling over his face. One couldn't help but feel a strange sadness as they'd look at his face. This verse was meant as a puzzle for the disciples of the Institute. Therefore, the participation of the two old masters of the Institute would be considered illegal. However, this matter related to the reputation of this ancient institute. Hence, the two old masters couldn't help themselves. Jun Mozai didn't care much about it. He wouldn't have bothered if 10-20 masters of the institute were to participate, let alone these two. Time passed very gradually. The smoke from the incense stick continued to rise in spirals until its entire body turned to ashes. Their miracle didn't happen. "I have nothing," I concede my defeat. Han Jiadong's head was hung low in disappointment. He couldn't help but feel frustrated within his heart. How could a top scholar from the Wenzing Heavenly Literature Institute lose to this brat? He wished he were dead. "No, you lost, but you're not to be blamed for it." "Well, the blame isn't limited to you." Jun Mozai half leaned into his chair as he extended his finger and gently wrote it. "You're not to blame for this bet against me. You can at best be considered a chess piece in this game, and a very ordinary one at that. You're not qualified to make a bet with me no matter which way you see it. You're not even qualified to make a bet against me. You're too beneath my own self for that." Then, Jun Mozai tilted his head and smiled as he looked at the Kong Ling Yang and Mei Gao Jai. "Masters, what do you have to say?" "We've lost." The faces of the two old men looked dazed. They had arrived here in high spirits as the two lead representatives of the Wenzing Heavenly Literature Institute, an institution that was publicly accepted to be the biggest and wisest talent hub of the empire. However, they had unexpectedly suffered a crushing defeat at Jun Mozai's hands. The two old masters felt as their lives had been turned into a living death. Kong Ling Yang's lips trembled as he spoke in a soft voice. "This old man shall keep his promise. The Wenzing Heavenly Literature Institute will never speak of poetry in front of Jun Mozai." There was absolute silence in the hall for a while. Jun Mozai sighed. The characters of these two men had earned them a lot of respect in his heart. He hadn't wished for them to be subjected to such a plight. These two men had set up the Wenzing Heavenly Literature Institute on their own merit. They would handpick their disciples personally, and would nurture the empire's talent pool with their inexhaustible efforts. They had never disregarded the poor and lowly. Their only selection criteria had been the disciples' intellect and learning ability. They had solemnly ignored the riches of life, and had stayed away from the political influence of imperial ministers. They were genuinely worthy of the hitman's admiration in this regard. These two men were certainly admirable. However, they had some shortcomings. Their knowledge and teachings were surely worthy of respect, but their ideology and methods were mistaken. They would pay note to a disciple's intellect and learning ability, but they'd neglect his other character traits. A teacher mustn't limit to imparting knowledge alone. John Mosai had always believed that teachers are the engineers of the human soul. These masters were certainly the greatest of their generation. They had imparted a vast base of knowledge to their disciples. Their disciples were well-versed with poetry. They were well-versed with strategic ploys. They were well-trained to handle important political positions. They were certain to find success in their careers if they were able to put this training to use, and quickly at that. However, the two masters had neglected that their disciples would act selfishly if they weren't good men at heart. Their actions would only revolve around their person, glory, wealth, and profits. As such, they'd make terrible servants to the people of the empire. It was needless to say that these two masters had nurtured thousands of the disciples under theirs and the Wenzhou Heavenly Literature Institute's name. Such individuals would be bound to act for their own selfish interests once they were to leave the institute and embark on their bureaucratic journey, regardless of their inherent social wealth or status. Moreover, these disciples were educated at the Wenzhou Heavenly Literature Institute, and were likely to acquire top positions in the powerful factions and families. In fact, even the worst of them were bound to make low-level officials, such as clerks or bookkeepers. How much harm could they cause to the society if their characters weren't shaped with appropriate moral education? The damage they could cause was unimaginable. This was the reason why John Mosai disapproved of them. In fact, he didn't merely disapprove of them, he despised them. The two old masters were extremely enraged. However, John Mosai didn't believe that they had been wronged. Rather, he believed that they had been served well. "I'm not a good person. Nor do I care about the sufferings of the people on this land. However, if you bully me like that, I shall not be reluctant to stand in for the heavens' punishment. These worldly matters are John Mosai sighed. Then, the hitman John suddenly turned into a champion for a cause. He had started to think very nobly of himself. "I shall relieve people of their pains and sufferings no matter which world I live in. I shall emerge when people are in dire need." Well, that situation hadn't arisen yet. Notes: the term we've used to describe John Mosai's poetry is counter-verse. The most appropriate term would be antithetical couplet. An antithetical couplet is a verse of poetry which counterpoints its counterpart verse. In China, such poetic verses are often drawn or written on paper wood and are used as decorations. The competitions described in these chapters were known to be a popular intellectual pastime in ancient China. This verse is situationally untranslatable to some extent. The verse is hu, shang, he shang hu in the native language. The man's name is He Shang. He means poetic rhyme. Shang means above. Hua means drawing or painting picture. He Shang means monk. He Hua means lotus. It's basically the same thing in reserve. Hu Shang He Shang Hu, and he only uses the man's name. He Shang means monk, and his drawing Hua of a lotus He Hua to create a situationally complex rhyme. Rhyme is written as he in the native language. Chapter 291 I will abuse you till I don't die. Chapter 291 I will abuse you till I don't die. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Young Master John, our two masters are very graceful. They've always considered victory and defeat to be like mist. Therefore, they aren't bothered about such temporary gains or losses. I disdain the very thought of coming down to your level. However, I think it is impediment to ask third young master what is the appropriate counterverse to your riddle. If an exceptionally good counterverse exists, kindly tell us and broaden our minds. A tall scholar from the Winxing Heavenly Literature Institute spoke as he stood up. Apparently, he wasn't convinced of their defeat. Or are you a bigger hypocrite than that lie you ran? Jun Mo Zai looked at him with a stunned expression on his face. I request that you please use your brain before you speak. Please don't use your butt to deal with every problem. Would I deliberately make things difficult for everyone? If I had an appropriate counterverse, were you kicked by a donkey in your childhood? How can the Winxing Heavenly Literature Institute produce an idiot such as you? Oh, I see. Are you deaf? Apart from being stupid as well, I clearly stated that no one has been able to solve it before. I set this problem before everyone. I merely borrowed it. From which ear did you hear that? I created that verse myself. I think that you either have no brains or that it suffers from a fungal infection. You want me to provide you with a counterverse? You have some nerve to open your mouth. This institute demands payment when it wins, and starts a fight when it loses. Isn't this unreasonable? No one spoke in rebuttal when Jun Mo Zai said these words. After all, he had clearly stated that the verse wasn't his own, but someone else's. It showed how tough it was to bring the man to book. The scholars were unable to reply to the verse. Therefore, one of them had asked this question in an attempt to bring back some measure of honor to their institute. Nevertheless, it was a failed scheme. What's more, his attempt provoked a few scoffs from others. That scholar turned red with anger. The others had no idea what to do. Then, Liu Ran suddenly opened his eyes. What's the matter with this man? He has somehow involved me in his problem. What do you mean by a bigger hypocrite than Liu Ran? Damn it, what is this guy even saying? How was I being a hypocrite? Is it possible that the masters may have turned around to send an apprentice to raise a scene after they conceded their defeat? Is it possible that the Winxing Heavenly Literature Institute is a sore loser? Jun Mo Zai appeared very angry as he spoke. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference to this young master if you can't accept a defeat. I may not be a good man, but I respect the wise and venerate the worthy. So you've known that you aren't a good person. Everyone in the great hall rolled their eyes. Do you respect the wise and venerate the worthy? In practice, it seems like you're trying to pull those two old men's image down to hell. Yan Feng, stand down. A defeat is a defeat. It's pointless to argue. Why would you try for an incomplete victory? This is merely the first level. Do you believe that our Winxing Heavenly Literature Institute can't pull back in the next opportunity? Kong Ling Yang's lips trembled as he used those harsh words to scold and discredit his disciple. We don't aim for half gains. The venerable Master Kong was unable to keep his thoughts to himself due to his anguished state of mind. This was the way it was. There was always victory or defeat. However, he had seemingly lost the respect accorded to a master. He had always attained comprehensive victories in the past. However, this feast had always been held on an island in the middle of the Moon Lake, and the emperor would never be present for the occasion. However, the venue was the imperial palace this time around. Therefore, the emperor was present. Moreover, there was no shortage of the empire's high-ranking officials. The importance of this feast was much larger than before. However, he had lost this time. How could he not feel depressed? Fatty Tang had seemingly been the debauchee whom the entire Winxing Heavenly Literature Institute had hated the most. However, the fatty had suddenly gone down those rankings and had been replaced by the young Master Jun at the top. It seemed that the people at the Winxing Heavenly Literature Institute would never forget their hatred for him even after tens of thousands years. Their hatred for Jun Mo Zai had suddenly been embedded in their very bones. He respected Master Kong spoke the truth. A scholar only ponders on counterverses during his leisure time. The true embodiment of an educated man's talent resides in his poems of accomplishments. Lai Yuran smiled without batting an eyelid, and continued, "Is it possible that the Institute won't be able to match up to the young Master Jun in this regard as well?" This sentence was very vicious. If the Winxing Institute was to concede at this point of time in front of every civil and military leader of the country, would it be akin to admitting that the entire institute didn't possess the skill to match a great debauchee like Jun Mo Zai? How could the Winxing Institute fall to such a level? How could they agree to leave the matter be? They drew their daggers once again. I can see it now. This Lai Yuran's intentions aren't good. This pretty boy doesn't mean well. He forced that master's dagger in an effort to compel me to show my cards. Jun Mo Zai rolled his eyes and leaned to one side. In fact, he nearly came intimately close to Dugu Zairoyi's face. Then, he smiled and nodded as he brought out his pre-planned card. The Wenzing Institute has brought several scholars, but we also have a large talent pool on our side. How could the young masters from each of the great families shy away at this juncture? This will be a charming tale, since this young master and young master Yuran have joined hands to face the Winxing Institute regardless of who the final victor is. However, young Master Lai Yuran has just spoken that he admires this young master for many things. This means that this young master has surpassed him. In other words, much better than young Master Lai. He did everyone hear that? Therefore, there's no reason to challenge me if you're not even on the same level as Lai Yuran. This young master is very busy. Each moment of mine is measured in gold. Therefore, I shouldn't waste it. These words had made for a beautiful counterattack. Not only did he tie in every young master present to his worship in one move, he had made Lai Yuran the primary scapegoat. These words had played an offensive role and a defensive role. In fact, he had executed this move very cleanly. Everyone exclaimed and changed their gaze. However, the object of their attention wasn't Jun Mo Zai, it was Dugu Zairoyi. Jun Mo Zai had leaned towards her, nodded, smiled, and then spoken those words. These words had allowed him room to attack and then retreat. Even a dumb person could see that he had been trapped in a tough spot. They could make out that he had brought Dugu Zairoyi's pretty face inside the frame as a distraction. How could such a shameless bastard speak such a long phrase without half a trace of obscenity in it? This guy's words were unnatural for his nature. It sounded like a general endorsement of himself, but there was not a single word of profanity in it. That was bizarre. It seems like he had practiced this beforehand. Everyone watched as Jun Mo Zai fell back onto his chair and closed his eyes. It was evident that he wouldn't explain what he had done even if he were inquired. Everyone from the Winxing Institute felt powerless. Therefore, they turned to Lai Yuran since they didn't have a better option. So, we turn to young Master Lai Yuran for advice in the second round. Lai Yuran stood up and nodded his head slightly. I am extremely honored. He surprisingly didn't hold any resentment towards Jun Mo Zai for pushing him to the front in this manner. The young Master Jun had won that round in all honesty. It didn't matter whether the victory was glorious or not. A win was a win. He believed that he was the heavens' favored child. So, how could Lai Yuran defeat him? The Emperor's gaze invariably flitted across the hall from atop the imperial throne, and settled on Liu Ran. However, he continued to observe Jun Mozai, who sat beside Dugu Zairoyi, from the corner of his eyes. His inner thoughts were incomprehensible. We've heard the opposite side's verses, but everyone knows about young Master Li's famous flute songs. So, how about we compare the melody of our instruments? Jin Yin Jan, hope to ask young Master Li for guidance on the notes. Escala got up and walked towards the Emperor and the big shots. He then turned to face Liu Ran after he had adhered to the necessary ceremonies. He calmly moved his hands and lightly took out a white, jade-shafted flute. Young Master Jin Ying's tunes can move the heaven and earth. How can this Yu Ran ever hope to compare with you? We need compete this round. I admit defeat. Liu Ran smiled bitterly. However, Liu Ran's deliberate admission of defeat had a different purpose behind it. He didn't wish to exert himself unnecessarily. After all, he was in presence of the Emperor at the moment. Therefore, he wanted to form a favorable impression on him. He was looking to achieve the same with a timely effort. However, Jin Yingzhen was a formidable opponent. It would be extremely difficult to beat him in this particular field. Every man in his family was handed down the traditional flute skills after they turned 15. Their music was well known in the entire continent. So, how could Liu Ran possibly win this match? The Wanxing Institute had dispatched him with a hope that he'd win back around and tie the two sides in a draw. This battle had started to turn rough. Young Master Jun and I are ashamed. Our skills are inferior in this aspect, and we're willing to concede defeat. Liu Ran's expression didn't change as he continued. The next round will be taken by young Master Jun. Liu Ran wishes the third young master the very best. Jun Mozai, says fuck off. This brat made no efforts. He straightaway conceded his defeat. This is too much. If I had gotten a tough opponent, I would still roared out a popular song from my throat. I'd prefer to die than to be intimidated to death. These feasts would usually start with mutual provocation by poetry. That was generally followed by the regales of the many accomplishments of great and learned men. After that, it would be time for strategies, tactics, welfare policies, foreign policies, etc. till every art had been deemed as discussed in its entirety. Jun Mozai's words had prepped the two factions for a mutual confrontation by now. However, the gunpowder-like acrid smell of their rivalry was much more intense than of any confrontation he had experienced in his previous life. Each person who had previously participated in these feasts was aware that the young Master Jun and Tang Yuan were participating in such a fierce competition for the first time. Therefore, they lacked the obvious experience. They had surely participated in fierce competitions in the past, but their competitions usually centered around topics such as picking up young girls. Those circumstances couldn't remotely be mentioned in the same breath as this one. The Minister of Right's son Chang he would now consult with others and set a theme for poetry. The contestants would then compete fiercely, and then the winner would be adjudged based on their merits. The theme for this discussion is knowledge. I ask both the sides to choose their candidates. Sun Chang he looked at Jun Mozai, shook his head and sighed. He could already judge the winner and the loser. Jun Mozai isn't going to win, he's going to make a laughing stock of himself. A scholar clad in blue stood up. It could be gathered from the introduction that he was called Qin Kyushi. It was obvious from his name itself that his parents had an obsession and wanted him to obtain scholarly honors to sate it. I request young Master Jun to grant me a consultation. Qin Kyushi cleared his throat and spoke. Half-incense a stick had burned down, and he had spent the entire time straining his thoughts. The court eunuch assigned the task to write down the poem prepared himself. He put his elbow on the desk, suspended his wrist in the air, and waited for Kinkyushi to start. He was supposed to record everything. The brave man had scaled the sky-high ice mountain. He had dared to cross the sea of knowledge. His heart was diligent. He needed no road. The stars in the sky went far. He had hoped for his country's blessing in that life. His ardent blood had cast a rainbow bridge. He seemed to be moving inch by inch, yet he didn't give up. He brandished his writing brush. Kinkyushi was very talented. He had no option since the incense stick had burnt down to half of its length. However, this verse was rather unexpected. His creative concept wasn't first class, but it was well balanced. It could be considered good. He had clearly explained the concept of learning. Moreover, he had showcased the country's lofty ideals, and the grandeur of his personal aspirations. The court eunuch finished recording the poem. He then respectfully gave it to the emperor so that he could go over the verses. The emperor turned to look at Kinkyushi's face. He looked at him in a profound manner, but there wasn't a single change in his expression. Then, he waved his hand and handed the poem to the court officials so they could pass it around until everyone had looked at it. The court officials nodded. After they had looked at it, they proclaimed it to be good. The officials were very talented as individuals. However, they thought that if they were in the same place as this young man under such enormous pressure tasked to come up with a poem with only half an incense stick left, they reckoned they might not have been able to produce such a result. John Mosai applauded loudly. I must concede defeat. You're too quick. Many thanks for this praise, young Master John. I have little knowledge and talent. So, you and the elders embarrass me by overpraising me. Kinkyushi spoke humbly of his profound verses. He then continued, Still, I must ask for the young master's guidance in this subject. This person wishes to hear your reply. My reply: this young master doesn't have so much talent. I can't be that quick. It's not in my nature to finish my artwork so fast. John Mosai hurriedly and modestly declined the invitation. However, he sounded very disorderly to everyone present. Tang Yuan burst out laughing. He was unable to control his laughter. He even clasped his belly after some time. His face twitched with spasm. It seemed as if he was on the verge of death. Tang Yuan had endured John Mosai's influence for a long time. He had clearly understood the concealed jab John Mosai had landed with regard to his lasting ability. However, other people hadn't understood the young Master John's words. Fatty, nevertheless, had understood their true meaning, and couldn't stop himself from bursting into laughter. Everyone else looked at Tang Yuan with disdain since they hadn't understood the mystery of these words. This fatty is very insincere. You're here with John Mosai, but you start to laugh the moment you see his defeat. Such an individual is truly contemptible. The young Master John is very talented, so why did he concede defeat? This won't do. He must recite a poem so that everyone can evaluate it. Kan Jai Dong jumped up and shamelessly aided John Mosai. Does the young master despise the thought of competing with us? Mei Gao Jai's eyes turned to John Mosai as he continued in an awe-inspiring manner. This is a completely unacceptable way of treating scholars. Young Master John belongs to a military family, so it is unavoidable that he doesn't much literary talent. A gifted scholar chuckled. He was brimmed with a sense of contentment and happiness at this achievement. He seemed very pleased to see John Mosai's state of humiliation. So, how's it surprising that he has conceded defeat in this matter? These lines were intended as a corny joke which wasn't supposed to make anyone laugh. However, everyone laughed, and their laughter was full of malice. "That's a fact, I do look down on you." Jun Mo-zai was unlikely to speak these words out loud. "But now you're asking for me to abuse you, and that too with persistence. It seems that you didn't get enough the last time. You'll feel sorry for yourself soon." Jun Mo-zai snorted coldly. "I won't be impolite since everyone is waiting so earnestly for my poems. However, I haven't come across much of poetry during my scholarly studies. Therefore, I shall casually compose a song for everyone's pleasure." Casually compose a song. The young Master Jun is exceptionally talented. His every movement is akin to a poem in itself. He's so admirable, he's very admirable. It was once again Han Jai-dong. He had come to hate Jun Mo-zai ever since he lost to his verse. But how could he allow himself to be beaten by Jun Mo-zai? A loss at such an event would be akin to the destruction of his future prospects. However, he had been presented with an opportunity to take revenge. How could let it slip by? He wasn't doing it for the sake of the Wenzing Institute, rather he was doing this for his personal revenge. Wenzing Institute gifted scholars. Jun Mo-zai tilted his head and gave a meaningful smile. "Is this the proper way to behave? I would be better off riding my horse to the brothel, taking women, and then act in all sorts of tyrannical ways without refraining from any crime of debauchery. If this is the kind of up-and-coming young men the Institute has to offer to the Empire, why do you behave with such a political mindset and act like a groom who wants to change his bride every night?" He spoke those lines very lightly. In fact, it seemed as if he was casually dishing out an abuse on the road. However, the intended listeners paid due interest to them. The Emperor's eyes shone, and his expression became thoughtful. The Bigshuts stared pensively as well. Everyone suddenly recalled that the Wenzing Institute's desire to emerge victorious had always been strong and unbridled in every competition in the past. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned towards Jun Mo-zai. Was this kid genuinely not interested in this contest, or did he point this out intentionally? Everyone looked very disappointed. The very thought of this is too wretched. Then, Jun Mo-zai frowned, got up, and slowly made way from his seat. His crooked neck was very stiff as he took 8 steps. It seemed that was moving forward from the movement of his legs and lower waist. However, in reality his entire body was moving backwards. It seemed as if an unseen hand was pushing him backwards. His chest shuddered like he had gotten an electric shock. The young Master Jun's movements were very strange and unnatural, yet free and easy. Anyone from his previous world would have recognized his actions in an instant. Those were the very moves of Michael Jackson, the legendary moonwalk, and the robot. These 2 world-renowned moves from his previous world had now made an appearance in this one. A learned man from his previous world would have started to scream by now. That shock move was amazing. That neck angle is insane. That moonwalk is the best. Wow, it seems that you've been possessed by Michael Jackson's soul. It was a pity that no one amongst this world's plebeians could appreciate the art of it. These people were completely blind to the young Master Jun's charming and coquettish moves. Are to have talent, yet no one's there to recognize it, but they'll judge the moment I start to abuse them. This world doesn't understand talent, so I don't expect these people to understand this. I won't stop until I abuse to my heart's content. I won't back away from this today. Everyone inside the main hall stared at him like fools. They felt that they couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Jun Jan Tian's grandson is a buffoon. How can the Jun family come up with such a piece of work? Everyone was speechless. They then saw him twist his waist and come to what was a standard electronic stance. His right hand then brushed up and rested on top of his head, while his left hand made a quick gesture as he snapped his fingers. It then went down to his abdomen. He then started to move in a coquettish manner. It had to be admitted that if Jun Mo Zai had showcased those moves in his previous life, they would have been considered as extremely hard dance steps and would have been labeled as masterpieces of dance. In fact, these couldn't have been done without a proper foundation and training. But how could Jun Mo Zai perform these moves if it were someone else doing it? They too would have been considered a top dancer. However, the people of this world could only associate those extremely difficult and artistic high-level movements with the actions a man makes in the bedroom. Even the women felt the same way about his dance moves. They looked at the high-speed and provocative movement of his lower body parts. This is unbearable. Eru Jun Mo Zai screamed. It seemed as if he was groaning. The main hall had the princess along with several other notable young ladies and the empress seated inside it. They all cursed in rage. This man is extremely vulgar. He has no shame. He acts in this manner in front of so many people. Dugu Zairoyi's eyes had started to shoot flames, while Princess Ling Meng's beautiful face had become deathly pale. Their desires had been plunged into the ground. That lecherous beast had broken them into pieces. This is extremely disgraceful. This is too vulgar. Listen to me, cause I speak with passion. Ugly ones won't do. Don't tell me you love me, I'm too bad. Don't be infatuated with this elder brother. This elder brother is a legend. Don't provoke me, I'll make you spit blood. Jun Mo Zai sung the verses under the public's gaze. However, the tone of his voice was intolerable to everyone's ears as he continued. Don't be smug with me, elder brother is your daddy. Don't mess with me, I'll cut your tiny thing. Elder brother's heart is a desolate place. I'll kill you and burn everything. You dare to embarrass me. Fuck that. As Jun Mo Zai finished, his fingers pointed towards the gifted scholars of the Wenzing Institute to indicate whom he was referring to. His expression was one of rage and murder. I haven't abused you yet, you old fart. You think you can embarrass me? Bullshit. Don't you know who I am, you old man? There was an uproar in the audience. Who were his audience? They were sly public officials who had been speaking their viewpoints for most of their lives. They'd endure every insult and consider their words in order to relinquish their speech of vulgarity. However, Jun Mo Zai had directly pointed at his opponents and abused them. Each verse was that of a hoodlum, each line was that of a rascal. Then, he had pointed his finger towards the Wenzing Institute's scholars at the end and had hurled abuses at them. Moreover, he threatened and insulted someone of the elder generation. You Mei Gao Jai and Kong Ling Yang were revered scholars. How could they have ever been humiliated like this before? And not only had that debauchee insulted them before the high-level officials, he had done so in front of the emperor. They were extremely enraged. Their bodies had started to tremble frantically, even their beards. Their fair faces had turned somewhat blue, and their eyes had rolled backwards. It seemed as if they were about to faint from excessive anger. You darned evil creature! Jun Jan Tan jumped up. His beard scattered as he descended angrily. He didn't restrain his strength as he gave his grandsons but a strong kick. Jun Mo Zai seemingly flew into the clouds at that exact and was about to hit against the main hall's pillar. His brain would have burst out from his skull if he had hit the pillar. However, a man had arrived to save him. But who? Standing opposite Grandpa Jun was Dugu Zhongheng. The two men had worked together for many years. So, how wouldn't one know the other's mood? He had stationed himself at the appropriate spot and caught Jun Mo Zai. His eyes widened into a glare as he shouted, "Junjan Tan, are you that big an idiot? Do you wish to kill the sole remaining youngster of your family?" This old man was something different. He had flatly asked if Junjan Tan would kill the only youngster of his family, and seemed determined to stop him if needed. "None of you try to stop me. I must kill this little animal. We've lost our honor. He has tarnished the name of the Jun family. He'll never turn a new page if I don't teach him a lesson." Junjan Tan had gone mad with rage. His eyes had gone red, and his red eyeballs were about to pop out. It seemed that he was going to flay his grandson to the bone. However, those words made the other civil and military officials despise the family. "What honor has he tarnished, Junjan Tan? Do you even know what honor is? Haven't you gotten used to your grandson's behavior by now? How many times has he tarnished the family name today? But you only speak of killing him now. Suddenly, you've changed your attitude, and you wish to teach him a lesson. That's very admirable." However, they restrained those curses within their hearts and followed after Grandpa Dubu. Everyone rushed towards Junjan Tan to hold his arms and legs in order to restrain him. How else would they deal with this situation? Tang Yuan cried out in alarm. His voice echoed, "He's dead, he's dead, someone save him." "Third young master, my good brother, please don't die." Wire Tang Yuan's tears and nasal mucus rushed towards Jun Mo Zai like a rising tide from the sea. It suddenly got so noisy that the emperor furiously hit the side of his imperial throne and angrily shouted at everyone, be quiet, what a disgrace." The power that came from the throne was such that everyone immediately stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. Their voices started to wheeze as they panted. They felt as if their strengths had been exhausted. However, there were some people who hadn't expended any efforts in this ruckus. "Your Majesty, please do us justice. Please punish this shameless and frenzied young brat." Mei Gao Jai wept bitter tears as he knelt on the floor. Many young students had failed and succeeded over the years. However, had anyone ever humiliated him by the means of such a blatant insult? This instance had been extremely humiliating for him. Jun Mo Zai lay unconscious on the ground. The corners of his mouth were pulled downwards. He wasn't budging. "I'm very disappointed with today's matter, very disappointed." The emperor furiously flicked back his sleeve. "How can the great families bicker day and night? How can the Wenzing Institute act so petty and narrow-minded instead of contributing towards the good of the common people? This matter ends right now. All of you go back home and introspect." Everyone was dazed by what they heard. The emperor had spoken those words in a very serious tone. Just then they all heard the sound of urgent footsteps. Suddenly, an alarmed voice rang out, "Emergency conflict report." The military officials were stumped as they coldly looked up. A battle was something these bloodthirsty old men had longed for but hadn't been able to derive the pleasure of in a long time. An imperial guard hurried in, kneeled, and presented a scroll to the emperor. "A wave of Tan Farkshuan beasts is attacking our southern provinces. How is this possible?" The emperor couldn't help but frown. He doubted what he read aloud. His frown was very profound. "The entire humanity is in danger. Master Shichang Xiao and the Zhu Hun Mana have issued a joint summon to everyone. Are things really that serious?" Chapter 292 Attacked by an Assassin. Chapter 292 Attacked by an Assassin. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Inside the secrecy of a secluded room, an adorned chessboard was laid out. The black and white cavalry soldiers were engaged in a battle, and the battle had turned very bitter. "Brother Wen, how do you feel about today's events?" His Majesty gently put down his piece on the board. His actions issued a loud pop sound. When Kang Yu was seated opposite to him, he was dressed in black attire. This was the first that the emperor had seen his best friend adorn such a dark choice of clothing inside the imperial palace. It is difficult to determine. There was no chi fluctuation on his body that I'm certain of, when Kang Yu's facial expression remained stagnant. However, his eyes flickered as he saw his white pawn falling to the board. Brother Wen, did you believe that you could kill my imperial queen with this pawn? It's not that easy, His Majesty explained the move, and continued, but I've always felt that the Jun family's little brat isn't a very suitable character. What do you think? He's far more than a suitable character. So, there ought to be something fishy, Mr. Wen closed his eyes and considered for a while. He then continued, this John Mozai kid is very odd. He was acting evilly and without a care in the world. He seemed like a debauchee who was enjoying messing with everyone. But he didn't seem to be pretending as far as this old man is concerned. Elder Brother Wen means His Majesty lowered his head slightly. He raised his finger to his temple and started to massage it. Perhaps he was afraid to reveal himself to everyone. Mr. Wen spoke in a thoughtful tone. It was evident that he had studied Jun Mozai's movements very clearly, and had given them prior in-depth consideration. He was merely using this opportunity to speak his mind. He didn't wish to bring himself out in front of everyone, including His Majesty. Oh, that's what you meant. His Majesty picked up the fallen chess piece from the board, but stopped his hand midair. How would you know that? There are no reasonable words to justify. But I believe that Jun Mozai used his renowned behavior to display his arrogance to everyone. However, he also told His Majesty one important thing. When Kang Yu smiled and chuckled. He doesn't intend to dispute the power structure of the world. His Majesty gave the reply on his own. His actions were telling me this very clearly, so I can feel at ease, so I never have to fear him. And he used his abusive attitude to inform me of the failures of the Wenzing Heavenly Literature Institute's education system. He tried to tell me the unreasonable faults of their so-called gifted scholars. He wanted me to see the unseen threats posed by the corrupt officials and bureaucrats. His concealed love for the empire's welfare leaves me in a debt. Yes, that's right. That's the kind of person he is. It's not necessary to be on guard against him. The Wenzing education system has excelled for many years, and their contribution to empire can't be denied. However, they've focused too much attention on nurturing talent over the last few years, but have forgotten to mold their talents with a proper moral education. The Wenzing scholars are shiny at the top, but shaky at the base. They've cultivated talented individuals, but they're nothing more than mere talent. They made a good temporary choice. But when it comes to the welfare of the people, and finding appropriate leaders to solve the public's problems, their scholars are far from the right choice. So, the concealed problem of the Wenzing structure is merely a small problem for now. There are some extraordinary talents within Tian Zheng's group of young heirs to the powerful families. But the main center of attention isn't very big. There are only two people talented enough for us to concern ourselves with. When Kang Yu smiled, one is Lai Yuran, and the other is Jun Mozai. Lai Yuran. His Majesty the Emperor smiled. Lai Yuran is very ambitious, but his schemes aren't. He never reveals his feelings, and conducts himself in a very smooth manner. He's airtight. I've often heard people say that he's very talented, and that his strategies can win a war from over 100 miles. He may be very talented, but mere innate talent isn't worthy of taking note. Why is that, Mr. Wen was puzzled by this turn in the conversation. He couldn't understand why a talented genius wouldn't be worthy of consideration. Perhaps Lai Yuran hasn't perceived it himself, but he had every means, every research, and every skill, but he lacks basic attribute. He has everything it takes to make a great official someday, and would probably be very prominent in his career. However, his traits are more in line with that of an official, not a ruler. The Empress smiled. Therefore, Lai Yuran can at best become a top official, but his ambition will obstruct his growth at that point. He would be considered worthy of my worries if he were able to take one step further, but he doesn't have what it takes to be a monarch. His ambition is not worthy of my praise. Confident that his ambitions will fade out over time. So why should we worry? Would a monarch plot from behind the scenes? Lai Yuran is too accustomed to acting from behind the scenes. He won't act even if he comes out on the front lines. His habit prevents him from being accustomed to the role of an emperor. However, an emperor needs to be a figurehead. He is required to face the public out in the open. Therefore, Lai Yuran is temporarily a target for monitoring, but only temporarily. We merely need to pay attention to his movements to see if we can use him, but nothing more than that. However, there's no need to eliminate him from the picture since he can cause some waves, but he can't start a tsunami. His Majesty the Emperor had ruled out the Tanzang city's #1 genius from his list of notable individuals. Your Majesty's thought process is indeed admirable. When Kang Yu carefully considered the angle and approved of it, he had to admit that the royal prerogative of his friend was indeed much superior to his own abilities. There was a world of difference between the thought process of a monarch and that of a martial scholar. It was similar to the proverbial distance between the heaven and the earth. The two ideologies followed very different paths. That Jun Mozai is far more dangerous than Lai Yuran. The contrast in the threats they pose is so massive that it can't even be mentioned in the same breath. Lai Yuran's progress will be limited to some point. But Jun Mozai is a hidden dragon. He is bound to fly high once he grows up and spreads his wings. He had made it clear that he has no thirst for power, but he will become someone noteworthy no matter how his life develops. Lai Yuran can turn the clouds and make it rain with one gesture, but he is controllable. However, Jun Mozai will become an unstoppable master of the sword once he matures, and no one will be able to stop him. His Majesty sighed deeply. There are several people in the mainland countries at the moment. However, this land has never seen peerless talents like Jun Mozai and Lai Yuran. I wish I had 50 years to sit and watch these two youngsters. Their achievements could become the pillars of this empire once they come of age. They could write history. Moreover, their natures are very complementary. That would allow them to maintain balance of power. Therefore, they are suited to become excellent partners. However, I don't know what these kids are for my Tanzang nation's future, a blessing or a curse. His Majesty is in the prime of his youth. He is young and energetic. Where do such thoughts even stem from? When Kang Yu spoke in a comforting tone. I'm clear about the reality of my physical well-being. Perhaps my body will persist for 1,020 years, but it won't hold for much longer than that. The effect of the pain from those wounds will start to show their effect in time. Even the malicious king of medicines had made that clear. I will not live for long. There's no need for you to comfort me. I only have one concern, and it is the cause of my deepest worries. I've met two individuals that the world has never seen. I can keep them in check as long as I shall live. But once I die, my 3 sons don't have the skill to control them. They don't have the skill to suppress even one of these two kids. Once they've spread their wings, His Majesty sighed with a sense of disappointment and frustration. The four seas are calm. The borders are peaceful. Every family is loyal to the throne. I believe that such an instance will not happen in the near future. When Kang Yu continued, His Majesty can rest assured. This lack of disturbance in the situation is the main reason behind my indecisiveness. Perhaps Brother Wen doesn't see it yet, but John Mo Zai and Lai Yuran have already replaced the balance of the older generation. These two are the key figures in the balance of the present civil and military situation. If one causes trouble, this balance will break in an instant, and this prevalent domestic calm will be torn apart. These two have chosen to preserve this balance for now. However, there is no assurance that they will in the future as well. The harm they can cause isn't minor. There are bound to be turns and twists at every point in the future. His Majesty's idea is to eliminate them. When Kang Yu pondered on His Majesty's words for a while, he then lowered his head and asked in a soft voice, "The Jun family has suffered a lot of late. So how could I eliminate their only surviving heir?" His Majesty smiled bitterly. However, Mr. Wen wasn't convinced by his words. Let's just say that this isn't the appropriate timing. Think about it, Brother Wen. There would be a widespread unrest in the Empire if John Mo Zai were to die. Would the Empire be able to sustain such a major storm? If he is to die, he must die from a real accident. Otherwise, this isn't the appropriate time to eliminate him. The entire Jun faction will counterattack. It would become a situation of life and death. We can't make a move until the Jun faction has been disintegrated. He sighed. Moreover, let's not forget that Jun Mo Zai is backed by another family apart from the Juns. Their strength may not be as formidable as the Zhu Hun Mana or the Silver Blizzard City, but their retaliation at the time of Jun Wu Hui's death shook the entire continent. He sighed with boundless regret. It seemed that a regret in this sigh had originated from the deepest abyss of his soul. When Kang Yu could tell this very clearly from the sigh he just heard. However, he couldn't tell why the Emperor had chosen to show the emotions of his heart in regard with this matter. He couldn't understand why the Emperor regretted and repented this incident. The Dongfang family, the world's most powerful family of assassins. When Kang Yu opened his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Didn't they disappear 8 years ago? Is John Mo Zai backed by the Dongfang family?" "You've guessed it right, His Majesty." The Emperor painfully closed his eyes and tilted his head upwards. After Jun Wu Hui and Jun Wu Meng were mysteriously killed in battle, the Dongfang family's top assassins suddenly and frantically charged out to take revenge. They came out to confront the Tianzang Empire. They came out to confront the Silver Blizzard City. They came out to confront the entire continent. And they soaked the entire continent in blood to avenge Jun Wu Hui's death. Nearly every foreign personnel of the Silver Blizzard City was assassinated in the year that followed. Several generals who had opposed Jun Wu Hui on the battlefield were assassinated as well, and that's how I received this injury. The Dongfang family sent 17 of their best assassins to kill me, and they inflicted me with this mortal wound. I still haven't been able to recover from it. My body can never recover from the damage caused by that injury. Silver Blizzard City's Zyro family wasn't the only one who sent out their elites to match them. The Zhu Hun Mana came out to confront the Dongfang family as well. These elite warriors battled in secrecy. This battle lasted for 1 year's time. Eventually the Dongfang family was suppressed. The Zyro families Xing Yun and Bu Yu lead the final battle against the Dongfang family. Lai Ju Tan and Fan Feng Zhu had signed a pact, and they testified that they had eliminated half of the Dong Fang family's strength at the time. However, the Dong Fang family wasn't eliminated. They gathered their younger generation and went deep into the secrecy of the mountains to hide. They made an oath at the time of their retreat: the Dong Fang family will never show up on the mainland again, not unless the snow-capped Sard Peak collapses under a landslide, and the Tan Far Forest's Xuan beasts meet their end. Not unless the snow-capped Sard Peak collapses under a landslide, and the Tan Far Forest's Xuan beasts meet their end. When Kang Yu knew about this oath, however, he couldn't help but tremble when he heard it again. The Sword Peak resides at the summit of the snow-capped mountains, and has remained there for the last 10,000 years. How could it collapse under a landslide? The Xuan beasts live in the sanctity of the paradise of there inside the Tan Far Forest. How could they meet their end? Doesn't that mean that the Dong Fang family will never come out in the open again? That isn't necessary. The Dong Fang family will dispatch its troops in case someone stirs up their base. And their base lies with the people they care about. Jun Mo Yu and Jun Mo Chu died in battle 5 years after they made their oath. The Dong Fang family dispatched their troops once again. They claimed that they needed to extract revenge. The Tan Zhang generals commanding that war didn't survive that assassination spree. The heads of those generals were thrown into the imperial palace at night. There was a note attached to their heads. The note read: if Jun Mozai were to meet with a mishap, the Tan Zhang imperial palace would be the next target. No one apart from me knows about this secret. Not even Jun Kan Tan. And brother, when it's been 3 years since and we still can't stop those assassins from entering the imperial palace. The emperor's voice reeked of anger. There was strong trace of weakness and humiliation in it as well. Jun Mo Zai is the last surviving son of their daughter, the last grandson of their female bloodline. A gamble with his life could result in the death of the entire royal family. Junjan Tian had insisted against rebelling with their support. In fact, he had broken all ties with the Dong Fang family. His Majesty smashed that white chess piece onto the board with a pop sound, and a few pieces on the board scattered. His fingers trembled as he hung his head. Elder brother Jun has showed undying love for me. I can't do this to my brother. Then he suddenly looked up and spoke. This, I have to admit, I am always the emperor, am always the monarch of my nation. I will never be a father to my Tan family. The emperor shall be ruthless. I must always think in favor of the imperial power. I must always consider the future of this country. I cannot allow any possible threat to my imperial power to exist, and I cannot think of my brother's feeling when so much is at stake. Perhaps this is the reason why the emperor's post is the most desolate. He must be cut off from the rest. He must be cut off from the rest. When Kang Yu was silent for a long time before he heaved a deep sigh. Therefore, we can't make any moves on the survivors of the Jun family. No matter what side they take, we can't make a move on them. Even if there is a reason to eliminate them, we can't make a move on them. If they die, they must die in a real accident, and no matter what happens, the royal family's members mustn't be involved in this accident in any capacity. Otherwise, if we were caught, and the Dong Fang family were to lose their mind again, brother, when the situation isn't the same as if was 10 years ago. We're on our own since Yun Bai Chen left. If the Dong Fang family comes back, my Tan Zhang would be in mortal danger. A real accident killing a man like Jun Mo Zai in a real accident, Mr. Wen sighed, will be very hard. It's not that hard. His Majesty smiled deeply. There was a complex expression in his eyes. This accident would need a fortunate timing. And fortunately, the timing for this accident has presented itself. He then slowly pulled out a scroll from the sleeves of his robe, and then rolled it out on the chessboard. The Xuan beast wave His Majesty intends to when Kang Yu's eyes lit up as he heaved a sigh of relief. This incident has happened in the southern parts of Tianzhang. No other country is involved in it. However, if the Zhu Hun Man's forces were to fall, the first to suffer would be my Tianzhang. His Majesty frowned his brows, leaned his body backwards, and turned his hands. So, we need to mobilize our troops. And the might of this army must fall short. Therefore, every major family from the capital will be asked to volunteer their people. We will create an army of elites, and then assign them an army of tens of thousands. The people to volunteer for this army will hail from the Murong family, the Tang family, the Lai family, the Song family, the Jun family. Har. The entire capital will be emptied once these people march for the south, and I shall make use of these days and prepare my 3 sons. And then we shall wait until they return. I believe that matter can change with the passage of time. The entire situation will have changed by the time they return. His Majesty smiled and said, this force will be massive, and every major family will be asked to volunteer. Who wouldn't wish to join this army if its might and strength were to be so excessive? Har. His Majesty the Emperor's laughter reeked with a cold and malicious intention. Who wouldn't approve of such a massive force? Who wouldn't wish to join such a massive force? No one would pay heed to the Xuan beast's threat before signing up for this army. The majority would be met with a dead end. Has His Majesty chosen the leader of this army? When Kang Yu asked, even though he had guessed the answer. Jun Wuyi the Empress smiled monstrously. Who apart from Jun Wuyi could lead this army? Could there ever be a more suitable candidate? A cold light flashed in the Emperor's eyes. I don't know why you organized that auction at the aristocratic hall, Jun Wuyi, but I've gone one step ahead of you this time. And am going to hinder your plans in their tracks. These 10 Xuan beasts have come as a blessing. Outside the imperial palace, Jun Mozai's face was clouded in darkness. It seemed as if his sharp and eagle-like eyes were angrily watching the emperor. It seemed as if he was looking at the emperor's back. In fact, he could barely hold himself in check. The young Master Jun had started the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune to spot any hidden spies in the vicinity. However, he had come across something very unexpected. He whispered, Fatty, I had asked you to collect the herbs. How many have you managed so far? I've just started. How many do you think? Tang Yuan was stunned. Young Master Jun had asked him to collect some of the rarest herbs a few days ago. Therefore, it would've been odd if had somehow manages several in such a short period of time. Listen, I want you to collect those herbs for me in the shortest possible time. I don't care what method you resort to in order to accomplish this task. The sooner the better. Make a public announcement if you have to spread the word for the acquisition of these herbs. You must purchase them even if you have to pay 2-3 times the price. Also, I had mentioned 3 special herbs. If you find them, get them no matter how astronomical their price. Basically, I want them as fast as possible, and I don't care about the cost or the means. I want you to send over the herbs you've acquired to me each day, and I want you send me a batch in the morning, in the day, and the evening. Even if you've acquired only 1 herb, I want you to send it over to me. I want them all as soon as possible. Do you understand? I understand. I will do my best. Tang Yuan could sense the urgency in Jun Mozai's body language. Therefore, he agreed without any hesitation. Jun Mozai exhaled a long breath. His eyes seemed very dignified. He turned around and stared at the Imperial Palace's building, which dazzled golden under the sunlight. It seemed as if he was gazing into two unseen eyes that were staring back at him. He recalled his performance at the event, carefully considered it, and then calmed himself down. The Emperor had been suspecting him. He had realized this at the aristocratic hall's auction. This feast at the Imperial Palace had merely come as verification to the Emperor. No matter how arrogant John Mozai had acted, no matter how carefully he had planned his behavior, no matter how meticulous he had been, he still wouldn't have been able to alter this fact. He would have only found a temporary relief if he had given up on his pride and reverted to being the previous John Mozai. However, this temporary relief would have allowed the royal family to become more aggressive in their actions against the Jun family. However, John Mozai would rather die before head back away. Having balls does not make you a man. It is the incomparably indomitable spirit which does. These ancestral teachings had become the Hitman Jun's motto. Therefore, even though John Mozai had come across as a debauchee to most people inside the Imperial Palace, but he had demonstrated his true and unrestrained arrogance in reality. He had done this because he had come to realize one important thing when Fatty Tang had stumbled into the main hall with a chair hanging up his buttocks. If the Emperor wanted to make a move against the Jun family, he wouldn't need a reason. He wouldn't need any reason, even if John Mozai was genuinely a senseless debauchee, and the Emperor decided to eliminate him, he'd do it without a second thought. On the other hand, if the Emperor didn't wish to make a move against the Jun family, he never would. Even if John Mozai was the most talented man inside the entire empire, nothing would happen to their family. John Mozai had realized that his fears were baseless. Moreover, the Jun family had a certain amount of protection at this point. The solitary falcon's reputation as one of the 8 great masters would unlikely fail them over the period of the next year to come. As for a year later, John Mozai was confident that any man who'd wish to make a move against the Jun family would end up paying a very heavy price for it. John Mozai hadn't planned to drag the Silver Blizzard City's matter for too long either. He sighed as he recalled that he had the 9th grade Xuan core in his hands. That Xuan core was waiting to upgrade a person's strength. The ideal person was available as well. However, he didn't have the required herbs. The Hong Jun Pagoda, the Flame of Primal Chaos, and the Furnace of Good Fortune were ready, but he didn't have the necessary herbs. This was the crux of the matter. The entire predicament could be described in just one word. John Mozai frowned as he sighed. John Mozai had recited the Book of Folk Remedy in his mind several times in the past few days. In fact, he had memorized the preparations conditions of every herb and ingredient by heart. However, John Mozai had come to realize that he could only refine some low-level drugs. Moreover, the success rate of this refining process wasn't bound to be very high. The second layer of the art of unlocking the heavens fortune only allowed him to refine drugs which could enhance a person's skills. Moreover, the herbs required for refining of these so-called low-level drugs weren't particularly valuable or rare to find either. However, John Mozai was very dissatisfied with this, since the instructions on the book revealed that these medicines may increase a person's skills, but they'd only do so temporarily. The effect of this enhancement would not be permanent and wouldn't last more than 810 years. Moreover, these drugs couldn't be taken repeatedly. This had left John Mozai very dejected. He felt, is the Hong Jun Pagoda's ability to refine drugs not even at the same capacity as the Xuan Beast's Xuan core? It must be mentioned that a level 9 Xuan core could enhance a person's skill by many levels in a single shot. Moreover, the drug would even ignore the person's rank and level. So, how could that effect be compared to a temporary enhancement? There are some bottlenecks a person isn't able to break through in his life. And most people are never able to reach the higher levels even after their deaths. That's the reason why the Supreme Masters were in such a short minority. Jun Mozai had expected far too much. He had only unlocked the second layer of the pagoda. Therefore, the ability to refine such drugs was more than he should have asked for. A 9th level Xuan core was very precious. How many of such would exist in this entire world? Even if there were more than a few, how many people could acquire and refine their cars? It must be mentioned that some people had been able to acquire medicines which could enhance their skills, but no one had ever refined a medicine which would promote any individual's skill permanently. His methods would allow him to produce medicine which could enhance a person's skill for 810 years. And the cost of the raw materials wasn't very high either. The news of this matter could create an unprecedented uproar in the world. Moreover, the young Master Jun planned on mass production of these medicines. Therefore, his ability to produce more powerful medicines was likely to increase with the enhancement of his refining efficiency. However, a man with a belly full of food never understands a hungry man's hunger. Jun Jan Tian was atop his horse. He gazed at his grandson with a tense and unmoving expression on his face. However, he felt very happy inside. He didn't believe that Jun Mozai's performance at the Imperial Palace would lead to anything significant. Therefore, he didn't care much about it. Who inside this Tianzing city could dare to harm my only grandson? In fact, who in this empire could dare to harm him? My grandson will rise to the top. That's what a Jun does. A sudden change happened in front of everyone while Grandpa Jun was busy feeling complacent. A strange shadow abruptly appeared under the sunlight. It created waves as it twisted midair. It had emerged from the cover of the trees on the roadside at an unparalleled speed, and had made its way towards Jun Mozai like a streamer of light. This streamer of light had arrived in front of Jun Mozai's chest in a flash. The accuracy and the timing of the attack had been unparalleled. The timing and speed were so unparalleled that even a Skyxuan Jun Jan Tian was unable to act in time. This incident had happened in front of the Imperial Palace. Someone had decided to assassinate Jun Mozai at the most unexpected time. Everyone felt that they were in a dream as they watched that stream of light penetrate into Jun Mozai's chest. The streamer of light continued to push in. Then, that streamer of light retreated at the same pace it had showed up and made its way back to the cover of the trees. It climbed up a tree on the side of the street. Then, the tree shook and the shadow disappeared without a trace. From the start to the finish, everything had happened in the blink of an eye, and everything was over by now. Chapter 293: A sharp sword on the verge of being unsheathed. Chapter 293: A sharp sword on the verge of being unsheathed. Translator Novel Sarder, Editor Novel Sarder. The assassin turned his waist around to take a look once he had climbed the tree. However, no one noticed that since everyone's attention was fixed on Jun Mozai. Before anyone, including Grandpa Jun, had the time to feel any grief, Jun Mozai roared, "Nar!" But anyone who hadn't listened carefully thought that he had shouted, "Mar!" Jun Mozai's chest had been pierced as far as their eyes could see. This meant that he should have been covered in blood. However, he wasn't dead. In fact, he was perfectly fine. There wasn't a single blood stain on his body, nor was he injured. Everyone stared dumbfounded. What is going on? Jun Mozai's chest was pierced by that double-edged sword. How's he Jun Mo Zai's senses had raised an alarm the moment he had come into the assassin's range. He had been a vicious assassin in his previous life. He had gained invaluable experience in the art of assassination. His intuition had become very sensitive towards impending. Therefore, he had sensed that someone intended to murder him before the attack was launched. Jun Mo Zai's expression had remained the same, but he was mentally prepared to face the attack. However, the speed of that assassin's movements had managed to surprise the young Master Jun. He's extremely fast. The assassin had come over like a shadow and attempted to pierce Jun Mo Zai's chest. He was so quick that Jun Mo Zai had barely managed to raise his dart. In fact, he had gotten so close that Jun Mo Zai had actually felt the extremely cold temperature of the assassin's sword. Jun Mo Zai was the only person who was able to see his assailant's eyes. They were devoid of any warmth. They were deathly still. In fact, the cold of his watchful eyes were no different from that of a dead fish. And then, his speed has created a dusky shadow. This man is too fast, it's too late to dodge. His years of experience had been rendered useless in front of that assassin's speed. The blow would have been fatal. Jun Mo Zai had then made a quick decision. He had no option but to expose himself. The third young master then quickly used his greatest ace and escaped into the Hong Jun Pagoda to save his life. But the speed of this unforeseen incident had seemingly created afterimages during that transition. So it had seemed to everyone that the double-edged sword had passed through his chest. Then he instantly came out of Hong Jun Pagoda and resumed the same body posture as his previous one. This entire sequence had happened in the blink of an eye. It was too much for the bystanders' eyes to interpret. So who would have been able to suspect that Jun Mo Zai had used a supernatural technique to save his life? So everyone cried out in alarm. The earthen Chuan light of that man remained still for a moment, and then followed his line of attack as he launched a second attempt. Jun Jan Tian had already positioned himself in front of his grandson. His body got shrouded in blue light as he summoned his entire strength. Then, he suddenly started to throw punches. And each one of his punches exploded in the air like thunderclaps. It was evident that he was employing his full strength. However, his attacks only hit the voids of the air. That overbearing yellow light scattered at the moment it came in contact with that blue light. It then disappeared without a trace as if there was no force behind it. It's an afterimage. Jun Mo Zai opened his mouth to speak as he watched that Xuan light disappear. There was very serious expression on his face. The assailant's Xuan Kai level couldn't be considered very high since he was only at peak Earth Xuan level. However, his speed was strangely fast. The solitary falcon was famed for his speed. However, Jun Mo Zai reckoned that he'd only be able to match that assassin's speed and nothing more. He was so quick that he managed to leave his afterimages behind. How dreadful is his speed! How could a mere Earth Xuan expert have such an incredible speed? Jun Mo Zai wasn't the only one who was unable to comprehend this. Everyone else around him was a Xuan expert, but they weren't able to make head or tail of it either. Does a person with such speed really exist? Jun Mo Zai gave a dull smile as he realized that everyone was on guard against the enemy. Don't worry. He is very fast, but I think he can only strike once at that speed. Wouldn't he be fiercer than Yun Bai Chen if he could continue to attack? Suddenly, everyone came to themselves. They realized that even though that assassin's speed was dreadful, he could only strike once. But only a few people who could have avoided that blow. Even a Skykshuan expert may have sustained serious injuries. He wouldn't have died, but he would have surely been injured very seriously. So, how was John Mosai able to dodge that attack? However, no one knew that the young Master Jun was covered with layer upon layer of cold sweat. The fear of that event was still lingering in his heart. Such a lightning-fast death strike, he had never heard of such speed, not even in his previous life. Even Jun Mosai's unique assassin techniques couldn't cope with it. Such speed had surpassed the apex of the human body's capabilities. That isn't to say that nobody could achieve it, since it could be done by the Supreme Masters. For example, it wouldn't be surprising if the solitary falcon was able to match that speed at the peak of his abilities, or even exceed it somewhat. But this speed had been demonstrated by a person who was a mere Earth-Kshuan expert. It had genuinely transcended the scope of expectation. Jun Mosai had always been very conceited and self-confident. Had looked askance at the world's great warriors and warlords, and feel that his age was the only reason he hadn't surpassed them. He was extremely proud of his speed. In fact, he was so sharp in his previous life that he had once dodged a bullet that was fired from a sniper rifle merely 10 meters away. And not even a hair on his body was hurt then. In fact, his comparative speed wouldn't fall short of anyone in this world either once had initiated the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune. However, he was unable to evade that thunderous death strike with his usual method. Couldn't it be said that his speed was faster than a bullet fired from a sniper rifle? A bullet from a sniper rifle could travel at 900 meters per second. It was nearly thrice the speed of sound. Jun Mosai was extremely shocked. He had managed to dodge that thunderous attack, but he was sweating profusely enough to soak his clothes. His feet had always been firmly fixed on the ground in every encounter in his previous life. But he was saddled on top of a horse in this instant. This was a noteworthy difference. However, that assassin's speed was indeed dreadful. Then, Jun Mosai was suddenly struck by an idea. It's impossible for an Earth-Kshuan expert display such speed. However, it may be possible to attain such speed on occasion if one were to possess a unique skill. It would be something similar to Hai Chen Feng's self-destruct skill, but in the context of speed. From the angle of this analysis, that assassin may not be in good health after the usage of this technique. In fact, he may have injured his vital internal organs. Jun Mosai's eyes became stern as he gazed in the direction of his assailant's departure. This man is really dangerous. It was very fortunate that no one had gotten injured in that assassination attempt. But everyone remained on guard on their way back home. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan separated from them after some time, and hurried to the aristocratic hall to get the money for the herbs. They soon reached the gates of the Jun residence. Then, Jun Jan Tan finally asked his grandson the question had been suppressing this entire time. Mosai, how did you dodge that attack? He had choked this question in his throat on the way home. He had introspected and realized that he himself may not have been able to dodge this strike. So, how was his precious grandson able to evade that attack? Jun Mosai admittedly possesses some remarkable abilities, but this wasn't a matter of skill. It was a matter of timing. There was no shortcut to this. Therefore, it was only natural that Grandpa Jun was baffled. Jun Mosai smiled dully as he looked at his grandfather. Then, he spoke in a serious manner. You don't need to worry, grandfather. As long as I'm your grandson, no man can ever kill me, no matter what. Even the 8 great masters can't harm a single hair on my body. I'm extremely confident about that. Arjun Jan 10 started shaking at the spot. Isn't this brat bragging a bit too much? Grandfather, this relates to my biggest secret. Jun Mozai winked in a ridiculous manner. It can be used as a last resort to save my life at under any circumstance. You wouldn't want me to expose this secret, would you? I see. Grandpa Jun heaved a sigh of relief. Then he raised his eyebrows and smiled. Grandpa Jun didn't ask what the secret was. He was a mature man who had seen many things in life. So, he naturally knew that genuine secrets were to be kept close to the heart. And, the higher the number of people who knew of that secret, the higher the probability of its exposure would be. Therefore, he didn't wish to inquire any further as long as he knew that his grandson possessed such means. Mozai, then you must treat it as your most precious secret. Grandpa Jun looked relieved as he warned, don't even tell your future wife. You must keep it sealed in your heart. Your life will depend on this. Having such an ability is akin to having a trump card. It is your secret power, but you'll lose this secret power once your trump card is exposed. Don't worry, grandfather. I understand, Jun Mozai said, somewhat moved. My grandfather cares for me from the bottom of his heart. No one had ever shown him such care in either of his 2 lives. His Majesty will certainly deploy troops this time. Jun Wuyi was the only one in the family who hadn't gone to the Golden Scholarly Talent Feast. So, the grandson had told him about everything that had taken place there. He spoke in a tone that reflected his confidence. His Majesty will certainly take action this time. His Majesty wouldn't have read this out loud by mistake even if the sky had come crumbling down. Grandpa Jun nodded, but remained silent. Jun Wuyi had succeeded his father as the head of the family after his recovery. It was Jun Wuyi's responsibility to make the decisions. Therefore, Grandpa Jun would try to talk as little as possible so as to allow Jun Wuyi to shoulder the family's burden. He'd give his opinions only when an extremely difficult situation, or an unexpected one, arose. Even then, he'd merely suggest his views, nothing more. He'd only dive into the matters half-heartedly. He'd never show excessive intervention. It seems that I should get ready, Jun Wuyi chuckled happily. His eyes reveled in the dreams of a battle. The long-forgotten warrior had awakened inside him. Why Jun Mozai was very clever, but he couldn't understand this sentence. He couldn't fathom why Jun Wuyi would need to get ready if the emperor was to send his troops to battle. It was important to know that only a few people knew of Jun Wuyi's full recovery. He was still a cripple in the eyes of the common people. Actually, this Golden Scholarly Talent Feast wasn't a festival in its strict sense. Jun Wuyi sneered and said, this feast was held for you, Jun Mozai. You were the main reason why this event was organized. You would have been exposed no matter how you had acted unless you had willingly taken those insults. Your counterverse was vulgar, but you were able to come up with it in such a short period of time. This is a talent in a sense. Therefore, the feast ended right after your counterverse, that too at the emperor's bidding. This means that His Majesty had reached a conclusion by then. Jun Wuyi gave a wide smile. Mozai, you haven't seen the usual disputes that take place in the imperial court. The situation at the palace was chaotic today, but there have been many such incidents in the past. Some were even worse. So, why was it that the emperor was so intolerable towards it today? That is why I think that our Jun family was being targeted by His Majesty by the means of this event. Mozai, you must have left some small clues. And the emperor, being an overly suspicious person, would ask the question why he wouldn't think that our actions are for self-preservation. He would view them with jealousy and suspicion. The Emperor must think that we're biding our time and planning something big regardless of whether our intention was devious or not. Grandpa John released a long sigh from the other side. It seemed like he didn't wish to hear what was being said again. He had already thought the same thing that John Wuyi was mentioning at this point. However, he hadn't brought it up. He knew that it was a possibility, but he hadn't spoken of it since he was holding onto his delusions. To think that after being like brothers for so many decades the Emperor would treat his family in this manner, he felt very sad at the thought of it. The Emperor is a very suspicious and cautious man by nature. Therefore, I believe that he's unlikely to use a thunderous move against our Jun family. He would first seek to weaken our family's strength little by little, and I'll be the first one to bear the brunt. This attack by the Tan Farchuan beast wave presents him with a perfect opportunity to deal with me first. John Wuyi spoke these words unenthusiastically, but a cold and sharp light flashed in his eyes. The man could see the big picture. John Mozai smiled mischievously. He's gravely mistaken if he thinks that way. Third uncle, I'll accompany you into battle if you're forced to leave for it. The Tanfar forest is a wonderful place for our family as far as I'm concerned. John Wuyi narrowed his eyes. You wish to come? I'm afraid that you'll also risk death in that case. However, what I'm mainly concerned about is he then looked to his father. If Mozai and I were to leave for the forest, you'll be alone at home. Jun Jan Tan laughed gently. He won't take rash actions against me. Be at ease, our Jun family hasn't lost the entirety of its power yet. Why else would he try to measure you beforehand? Jun Wuyi clapped his head. This child hadn't considered that angle. Jun Mozai smiled. I didn't expect that this matter would worry third uncle such much. The three men of the family had concluded their discussion. This solution to this situation was bound to be ever-changing. The three men felt that this matter hadn't gotten out of their hands yet. Especially the young Master Jun. He felt that he had solid grip on this matter. So why would he worry? Mozai, can't you ease the training of those 300 guards a bit? They are getting very tired. It seems you're making them run before they're even qualified to walk. Jun Wuyi's expression was solemn as he raised this issue. Jun Mozai stared blankly for a while. Then, he slowly started to speak. Third uncle, I understand your concern, but my demands from their training are far from over. I'll only strengthen their training step by step. But I won't loosen it up. What I'll set up and what I wish is the strongest military force. Jun Wuyi was stunned. Is it necessary to continue with this sort of inhumane training? If I were to send anyone from that group to the battlefield at this moment, they would be nothing short of a standard slaughtering machine. Yet he says that their training is far from finished. What kind of an abnormal squad does my nephew wish to train? And will those ordinary soldiers be able to hold up to that training? Meanwhile, those soldiers divided into different groups and advanced towards each other on the training field. Each man was sweating profusely. Each man was drenched in sweat. Jun Mozai had introduced an even tougher training regime ever since they had returned from the Tanfar forest. He had doubled the intensity of their training, and would make them work round the clock for 24 hours a day. The young Master Jun had been particular to the last detail. A sandbag was tied to each man's arms, hip bones and legs at present. The function of the sandbags was to add extra weight. They weren't even permitted to remove them when they were having a meal or going to sleep. Their training had become more strenuous with each passing day. It was like a struggle between life and death. An outsider would become extremely shocked if he saw this. It had ceased to resemble a fight between humans or a drill of regular soldiers. Rather, it appeared as if frantic beasts were madly tearing at each other. Everyone's eyes had an ominous glint, and a murderous aura radiated around them. It seemed that they were brimming with irreconcilable hatred towards their enemy and were ensued in a battle of life and death. They had endured that brutal training the entire afternoon. The Xuan Kai inside their bodies had become similar to an incense stick that was entirely burnt out. They were solely relying on their bodily strength and instinct as they battered each other and received blows in return at present. Not a single grain of dust remained on the Jun family's training field. Each and every inch of the training field had been irrigated with sweat and blood. The men had been repeatedly smashed into the ground. It would appear that even an iron hammer wouldn't be able to make a dent on the battlefield's surface. The whole field had a glossy texture to it. It was extremely terrifying to look at. The battle had come to its climax by the time Jun Mo Zai reached there. No man in that confrontation had any strength left. A soldier roared madly and threw himself at a large individual. He beat him ferociously with his fist and leg. The opposite party neither evaded the attacks nor did he yield. An unbearable bang sound emanated when the fist and the leg made contact with the man's body. Both men then tumbled backwards. Then, an explosive sound resonated as the both of them smashed onto the ground. Both soldiers then crawled back up and resumed their ferociously fight. It seemed like two giant rhinos were smashing into each other. The Jun family's pond had turned black. 10 huge iron cooking pots were stationed on its sides. These pots bubbled endlessly. The pots were being used to prepare the medicinal herbs, and some people were continuously pouring the liquid medicine into the pond once it was ready. After that, they'd add some water and would continue to refine the medicine. Close to 100 soldiers soaked naked inside the pond. Their eyes were close shut, and their expression was solemn and respectful. They weren't taking a bath. This was another kind of training. During this time, Jun Mo Zai would have each one of them to soak their bodies in that pool as the medicine was poured into it. The water from the pond was replaced every 3 days, and the medicine was replaced along with it. Therefore, these soldiers would soak their bodies in that medicinal pond every day after finishing their training in order to restore their health and rejuvenate by absorbing the medicines. The reason this was just another sort of training was the water in the pond was always on the verge of boiling point, but it wasn't enough to cook them alive. Also, the water contained precious medicinal herbs. It would replenish their energy and give nourishment to their bodies so that they could endure the harsh training. It was only natural that those soldiers would have to pay the corresponding price for availing that useful medicinal water. Therefore, the task of changing the medicinal water was done by them only. Moreover, this task wasn't allowed to encroach upon their training time. Jun Mo Zai's training methods couldn't merely be termed as cruel. Jun Wuyi was a harsh soldier, but when he looked at the plight of these soldiers he felt that this training was somewhat inhumane. Jun Mo Zai hid on the sidelines. He observed every individual carefully. The young master would change the intensity of their training every day these days. And every day, the soldier would be amazed to discover that when they had barely adjusted to the training of one day they were on the verge of death, the next their limits were exceeded every time. They trained every day and round the clock, and they continued to surpass their previous limits. Their bodily strength would increase every 2 days, and they would be pleasantly surprised to find that their Xuan Kai level would also see a slight increase every few days. And, Although the increase was somewhat marginal, it was still a remarkable increase when one considered the time it had happened in. This sort of speedy enhancement was simply shocking. Chapter 294 Determination. Chapter 294 Determination. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. The Kshuan Kai cultivation within the ranks of these soldiers wasn't very high. The best among them were at the peak of the gold Kshuan, while the overwhelming majority were at the silver Kshuan realm. However, each man's physical strength had reached hair-raising levels. 50 men stood in a row a little distance away. They had their hands to their sides in the horse stance. One they stood like that at the foot of the wall. Beside each man that stood in that stance was another one who held a stick in his hands. Each man on the side would gnash his teeth and brandish his stick with a whipping sound. Head hit each and every part of the man who stood in the stance. The sound of impact was monstrous. It somewhat resembled that of beating a raw cowhide. However, none of the men receiving the beating showed any signs of pain on their face. Perhaps one's face would twitch a little, or maybe another one would frown slightly. However, they didn't show any other outward signs apart from these two things. They staunchly remained in their stance. They'd get beaten hundreds of times. Then, the men would pant heavily as they'd rise from the horse stance. They then stretched their neck, wrists, and ankles in exercise. This would give rise to a loud pop. The noise was similar to the one that is issued when a firecracker is burst. Then, they'd take over the wooden sticks. And the men who were previously beating them assumed the horse stance with their hands drooping to their sides. Their muscles were as taut as a young dragon's. The sharp whistling sounds would be resumed. Only this time those who were getting beaten and those who were doing the beating had switched places. A command was given after they had finished their rounds. Then, the total of these 100 men would make their way to the training field in 2 orderly groups. The 2 groups would stand panting on the field where the previous group had been ordered to fight hand-to-hand. The 2 groups that had been fighting in the field would neatly organize themselves into 2 groups and would proceed to the foot of the wall. Then, they'd beat their partner and then get beaten themselves. Then, another command would be given, and the 100 men who had just taken the field would commence their horrible fistfight. Every fist and every leg would hit a vital point: pit of the stomach, the throat, the temples, the back of the head, between the legs, behind the knee, every critical joint. The scene was hard to imagine as it is. But what would it take to withstand such a bitter beating again and again? However, the men had gotten used to it. They could resist each and every hit. They would try to pick out each and every possible crack in their opponent's defense. And if they fell into a trap, they'd try their hardest to maintain indifference by keeping their skin thick. Occasionally, one person would hit their opponent on the nose. This would cause a long stream of blood to gush out. However, their expression wouldn't change. They'd remain unfeeling, as if the man they had hit wasn't their comrade, but their enemy. Then, there would be a whistle. The men in the pond would come out, get dressed, and line up beside the pond. Meanwhile, the men on the field would stop, make their way to the pond in an orderly fashion, and enter the pool after undressing. The men who had just exited the pool would then start with an even harsher training. They wouldn't fight one-on-one this time. This round would be a hysterical beat-up where anything goes between the 2 groups. Maybe at one point it was one person taking on another one, or maybe at another time it would be many people confronting a single person. An individual could be surrounded by many others at one moment, and he could be part of a large group that surrounded another individual the next. The chaos of the scene was spectacular and indescribable. Many a times one could see a single individual lying on the ground and being ferociously stamped in the pit of his stomach and his lower abs. Then, the next moment, he could be seen flying out and hitting the people that surrounded him. Each man would fight with the vitality of a dragon and the ferociousness of a tiger in this crazy battle, and the entire course of events, besides the bossy battle commands and the walkries, no one would open their mouth to speak anything. They spoke using something else. They spoke using their fists, their legs, their elbows, and even their shoulders. The three groups of men were cycled in this manner. These men were supposedly playing the role of their comrades' training partners. However, this was mere the daytime training schedule. They would undergo Shuan-Kai training in the evening. This training session would be accompanied by something even more brutal than what they'd endured during the daytime and arms drill. Each individual would gnash their teeth and put their very soul and consciousness into the training. They only had one aim in their minds: I must meet the young master's standards. This was because the young master had told them that their final inspection was upon them. They would be removed from the squad if they were to fail the assessment. Then, these so-called defaulters would be reassigned to residence guards and kitchen staff. After tasting the sweetness of steady and rapid progress, after seeing a clear hope of becoming a powerful expert, none of them wanted to return to their former decadent life. It would be a matter of grave shame for them. These steeled troops were like phoenixes that had attained nirvana after a deadly ordeal, and were now waiting to take form again. Jun Mo-Zai's eyes were unfeeling and ruthless as he oversaw the harsh training on the field. His posture was calm and steady. He didn't intend to stop at that. He would use his unique medicines on these soldiers once they had attained the highest limits of their strengths. The medicine would show its best results then, and everyone's efficacy would shoot up. Jun Mo-Zai would assign these troops the specific task of slaughter in the future. Just slaughter, uninterrupted slaughter, unending slaughter. Grandpa Jun and Jun Wuyi stood side by side on top of the high tower of the Jun residence. Their eyebrows twitched for a moment as they saw the cruelty of the training that was taking place below. Wuyi, you see the training he's giving them. What do you think he plans to do with them? Why would he train them like this? Grandpa Jun's vision seemed heavy. Such training would make these soldiers the master of the enemy combatants' life. The soldiers may or may not be able to defeat the enemy on their own, but I think that Mo-Zai is training with a sole purpose in mind. Slaughter. Jun Wuyi spoke with a greedy expression on his face. It was only natural that any general would wish to covet such troops after he had laid his eyes on them. In fact, it would have been extremely absurd if Jun Wuyi didn't feel envious of this squad's abilities. Such a squad would be a part of any general's dream army. Forget 300, even 100 of these soldiers could make a general's army unstoppable. That army would be unbeatable and invincible. Nothing would be able to stop such an army. They would become the enemy's nightmare. Slaughter. Jun Jan Tan looked anxious. Even if they are being trained to slaughter, the important questions would be for whom would they slaughter, and for what reason they'd slaughter. For this question is very important when you keep the other people of this country in your perspective. This child would beg to differ from his father's words. This child believes that no matter what, these troops would find it fulfilling to fight for only one person. Jun Wuyi lowered his gaze coldly. These 300 men would fight only for Mo-Zai and the Jun family. The future of our Jun family rests on Mo-Zai's shoulders. So, what importance would the other people of this country hold? This kind of strength. Grandpa Jun didn't seem any less worried. will attract a lot of jealousy and suspicion once it's revealed to the people. Jealousy and suspicions. Why Jun Wuyi's eyes narrowed. A sharp and cold ray of light passed through them. When has the Jun family ever been involved in misconducts, and hasn't the Jun family always supported the people? Jun Wuyi's line of thought was beginning to get influenced by Jun Mo's eyes. He didn't sound like himself. The old man sighed. Did I really make the right decisions in those days? Our Jun family's talent has withered. Should I also take on some responsibilities? With Jun Mo's eye, our Jun family will rise quickly. No power will be able to hold us back. I'm confident about this fact. Jun Wuyi then turned his neck to look at the tussle taking place on the training field. He then slowly continued, however, we need time and strength to achieve that goal. We need absolute strength, and now we already have a prototype of that strength. Jun Wuyi clenched his fists. The sounds of his joints clicking echoed. Didn't that little brat Mosai say that he'd oversee this training? So why can't I even see his shadow? Grandpa Jun looked around. The training of these men doesn't require anyone's supervision, Jun Wuyi stated. His eyes were full of admiration. This training has reached amazing levels, and as for Jun Mosai, I don't know where he is or what he's up to. However, we shouldn't try to control him. He can take care of himself. We shouldn't worry about him. Father, he's a hidden dragon. We should give him a free hand. You think that we shouldn't worry about him? You think everything is fine then? You're not behaving like an uncle should. This isn't enough. Mosai isn't that young anymore. Aren't you concerned about his marriage? Weren't you the one to witness his growth that day? So, how would I know if he's old enough to take a wife yet? By the way, how's his asset? Good enough? Jun Wuyi asked in a lofty manner. It is really good. In fact, he has surpassed this old man's paragon from the old days. Bar you brat, what are you saying? Do you want a spanking? Grandpa Jun suddenly came to himself and raised his hand. He desired to teach his son a lesson. The third master chuckled. Why are you angry, Dad? Aren't you happy that Mosai has grown up? It's just that when it comes to marriage, he'll certainly take his time to make a decision. However, if you plan to force him into do something he doesn't want to, I won't have any objections. Rather, I'd be glad to see it happen. Facing my sons is like facing an army. Grandpa Jun found himself in a knot as he thought about it. He realized that he may not be able to convince his precious grandson to act against his will in the most trivial of matters, let alone a topic as important as marriage. That little Dugu girl is good to Mosai, and I see that Mosai also finds her interesting. Is there anyone else? I can't stand that girl for Mosai. Jun Jan Tian asked. He seemed unwilling to resign himself. There was nothing dignified about this. The father and son had started to create a harem for their grandson-nephew. Apart from this, Mosai used to wander around the spirit fog lake. Maybe there's someone there. Jun Wuyi winked. Jun Jan Tian almost fainted. He had to use his hand to support himself. Is there anything else besides that? I remember that Mosai would seem very ambitious about King Han. Jun Wuyi dashed past and flew out the open window the moment he finished speaking those words. Even his shadow didn't linger behind. He knew what awaited him if he had stayed any longer. You bastard, get out from my sight! Jun Jan Tian flipped out in rage. However, he realized that his son had already disappeared without a trace. So, he had no choice but to open his eyes wide, stamp his feet and roar down the tower. However, he suddenly stopped his roar in between, and started to ponder pensively. Would our Jun family have to wait for a long time? He let out a long sigh and shook his head. That's absurd, that's completely absurd. The old man had no other words apart from absurd. Jun Mo Zai was on the sidelines of the training field when he heard the faint sound of his grandfather's roar. He couldn't help but be muddled with confusion. Why is Grandpa shouting? Who ignited the fire this time? Young Master Jun was unaware that he was the reason behind his grandfather's anger, even though he was entirely innocent in reality. Jun Mo Zai's body disappeared from the sidelines of the training field without a trace. Jun Mo Zai looked at the sky and figured that it would night soon. His heart was full of anticipation. He was about to deal with a lot of important matters that night. First was that accessory worn by Silver Blizzard City's Zyro Feng Wu. It was indeed a spectacular item. How could an ordinary piece of jewelry invoke such a response from the Hong Jun Pagoda? Young Master Jun was unaware of that accessory's origins. However, it didn't matter whether he knew about it or not. He had nevertheless devised a plan, and was quite certain of returning with that item. Next was the assassination of his assassin. Jun Mo Zai had the highest level of interest in that matter. Not only did Jun Mo Zai like that man's execution style, he highly approved of them. That person didn't even look back after his head-on strike didn't bear fruit. Instead, he escaped far and wide. And he didn't do a sloppy job at that either. The man left behind no trace. This was the same technique which the hitman Jun had employed in his previous life. This man was the only one Jun Mo Zai could consider a true assassin in this world. The other groups of assassins he had confronted in this world were no more than good Kshuan experts. Did they possess an assassin's style? Those people don't deserve the tag of an assassin. Moreover, that assassin was in possession of an extremely fast and unique technique. Jun Mo Zai's killing ability would shoot up like a whirlwind if he were able to obtain that skill. Then, he could even hope to kill a spirit Kshuan expert by staging an ambush for the same. There must be some mystery behind his speed. Jun Mo Zai hid in nothingness till he approached his own small courtyard. His train of thought stopped and he stared blankly in confusion upon seeing two figures overhead. There were two figures at the entrance of his courtyard. They were small and frail. They were kneeling on the ground, their backs were straight. It was impossible to guess how long they had been kneeling like this. However, they seemed stubborn and unwilling to stop. Jun Mo Zai sighed as his demonic and shadowless figure slowly walked past them. These two were among the many children he and his uncle had rescued from the Huang Hua Hall. The rest of the children had been relocated to good places. However, these two children had refused to leave for the life of them. They only desired to learn the skills they'd need to extract their revenge. Their disabilities couldn't be regarded as very serious. However, they were both mute. Their tongues had been cut into half. They would never speak again. Moreover, one of them had only one arm left. It wasn't that Jun Mo Zai's heart hadn't been moved by their perseverance. However, he had reluctantly rejected them after an examination. These kids had astonishing willpower, and their hatred towards their enemy would also be helpful. However, their attitude was mediocre, to say nothing of the fact that they had become physically handicapped. The Huang Hua Hall hadn't abandoned the prospect of their cultivation for no reason. Jun Mo Zai had wholeheartedly considered training the two children at one point. He figured that he could use his harsh training methods to suit their tenacious wills. They could show significant progress in just over a decade as long as they were willing to endure the cruel training and have an old-fashioned baptism by fire. In fact, they'd even have a chance at reaching the Earth Xuan realm. Earth Xuan level could never be considered meager. An ordinary person would struggle his whole life to attain it. It was a very high goal for an ordinary person to look up to. However, this target had no meaning in the eyes of the young master and these kids. However, could John Mozai afford to train them? He'd have to spend lots of time and money on their training and rehabilitation. Moreover, it would be a great waste if their progress were to stop at the Earth Xuan realm. Therefore, John Mozai had considered the topic for a long time, and had then decided that the prospect of their cultivation wasn't worth the effort. Moreover, their strong desire for revenge wouldn't help in reaping any short-term results. Therefore, it didn't have any significance. John Mozai sympathized with them. In fact, he secretly praised their willpower, but he had realized that it wasn't meant to be. However, those two children were seen kneeling outside his courtyard ever since he had refused to train them. They could not speak, but their eyes would implore John Mozai whenever they'd see him. It was already the 9th day since they had been kneeling at the entrance of his courtyard. Their slender bodies trembled as they heard the familiar sound of John Mozai's footsteps. They straightened their backs even more, though they still remained motionless in that kneeling position. The young Master John sighed as he slowly walked to stand in front of them. "Look up and look at me." His voice was a command they couldn't defy. Their bodies trembled as they looked up to face John Mozai in accordance with his command. John Mozai was startled. Those two must be around 13 or 14 years in age. However, their eyes no longer showed the same longing and urgency of the past few days. That expression had been replaced by deathly stillness. However, it wasn't exactly an empty sort of deathly stillness. Rather, it was one where they had disregarded life and death. It was the deathly still of an individual who had disregarded the mortal world. That deathly stillness wasn't synonymous with emptiness. John Mozai sighed inside. These are the eyes of a top-notch killer. One could only bring out this expression in their eyes once they had been oppressed to an extreme degree, and had begun to consider human life as worthless. In fact, such people considered their own life to be worthless. If their natural endowments had been any better, as long as it was even a little bit better, John Mozai would have accepted them without hesitation. However, he was helpless at that point of time. Their natural endowments were too substandard. It required 1 insight and 99 sweat to become formidable. However, that 1 insight was the key. It was more important than the remaining 99 sweat. "Tell me your reasons, show me the extent of your determination." John Mozai's heart felt pity. These two children had suffered a lot. A normal person couldn't even imagine their suffering. Their hearts were filled with hatred towards their enemy, but they didn't have any aptitude to practice martial arts. Therefore, John Mozai couldn't help but sigh. Determination. The two children looked at each other. Then they nodded heavily in unison. The child on the left slowly extended the finger of his remaining hand to his mouth. He then bit down on it resolutely. The kid bit with considerable effort, and tilted his head to the side until he had torn off a chunk of his own flesh. A river of blood rushed out from that finger. His entire body shivered with pain, and his face had gone deathly. However, he was otherwise motionless. The child then started to write a character on the ground with a flow of his own blood. He had only written about half of it when the blood flow slowed down. The boy looked at it in an unsatisfied manner. He then brought his finger to his mouth again. He desperately and ferociously bit down on it again as he tore out some more flesh. A small piece of finger's bone was also pulled out. The white mix of flesh and bone fell down. A fountain of blood shot out. The fountain of blood gushed out far, and some of it was even spilt on John Mosai's face. The other child mimicked the first one, and bit into his finger as well. The two children's bodies shivered, yet they maintained control over themselves as the blood gushed out. The children then drew big and straight characters on the ground. The child on the left wrote, "I will kill them by hacking them down. I will have no regrets till I die." The child on the right wrote, "Those who aren't powerful can only die, nothing more." Their words contained power. The two of them were trembling with pain, but they wrote each character meticulously, and with a lot of effort. The two children kneeled facing John Mosai after they had finished writing, and knocked their heads heavily on the ground. John Mosai's eyes suddenly turned red. He felt a strange feeling in his heart. His heart had started to tremble ferociously. John Mosai had conducted himself with cold-blooded apathy in both his lives. He had never been benevolent, and looked at all living things as mowed grass or lowly dogs. He was numb inside, and thought nothing of the common people. He hadn't felt the least bit disturbed when he had witnessed the horrors of the Huang Hu Hall that day. He wasn't shaken at all. However, the stubborn acts of these two youngsters had moved him very deeply. "Good, if this is how you feel, I will not be miserly to present you the opportunity." John Mosai took a long breath. The color of his eyes became milder as he continued in a sinking voice, "The opportunity I shall provide might grant you the power to rule over the heaven and earth someday. However, it is important that you remember that such a path is full of killing and death. I hope that you will not disappoint me." The two children looked up in unison. They couldn't speak, but their eyes were full of ecstasy. Then, that ecstasy was suddenly replaced by unwavering determination. It seemed that they had made the decision from the bottom of their souls. They looked at John Mosai and knocked their heads on the ground. One of the heads got injured, and blood started to stream out from it. John Mosai quickly took the children into his arms and flew inside. He nearly burst through the entrance. These two had suffered a lot of pain to demonstrate their determination. They hadn't made any noise to reveal their pain, but they'd be in a lot of trouble if they weren't administered a timely medical treatment. This could turn into a very big problem. John Mosai had already decided to help them. So, he wasn't going to let another mishap happen to them again. They possessed such great willpower. They may not have much aptitude, but wouldn't their immense willpower make up for it? The number of people who possessed the necessary aptitude were the same as the number of sand perches on this land. But how many people had such a strong willpower? What would natural talent achieve if one didn't have the desire? When a person could be so fierce in dealing with themselves, how would they deal with their enemy? Two phrases had been smeared in blood at the entrance of the courtyard. The words within these phrases dazzled brightly. "I will kill them by hacking them down. I will have no regrets till I die. Those who aren't powerful can only die, nothing more." The curtain of darkness hooded the sky. John Mosai frowned and pondered deeply as he looked at the two thin and weak figures that lay on his bed. His residence was full of wounded people. There was a thick scent of medicine in the air. Igu Han lay tranquilly on the giant bed on the side. His breathing was faint, but he was free from danger. John Mosai had titted up another bed on the side. It had been taken over by those two children at that moment. 3 wounded people, 3 crippled individuals. Those two youngsters had stretched their vitalities to the limit. They had fainted right after John Mosai had promised to help them. However, they had fainted noiselessly. They hadn't even issued a groan. John Mozai had seen many fierce people. However, this was the first he had seen someone with such a strong base in terms of ferocity, and none with relation to martial arts. Will these little devils turn out fiercer than me? Since I've promised to help them, how can I train up these talentless individuals in the shortest amount of time? John Mozai was completely clueless in this regard. With Xuan Kai, no, this method won't do. The Huang Hu Hall wouldn't have stuffed them into those giant jars if they had any aptitude for Xuan Kai practice. That's it for that angle. John Mozai suddenly stood up. There was an ominous glint in his eyes. At worst, I can teach them my previous life's core law. I'll train them in accordance to the standards I practiced in those days. And as for how much they can advance, it will depend on their luck, and I should be able to refine a cleaning essence, Dan, if I'm able to ascend to the 4th level of Art of Unlocking the Heavens Fortune. I'll personally train these two into something which would shock the entire Xuan continent. They would eventually be capable of killing the gods of this continent with their willpower, my core law, and Dan medicine. These two terrifying demons would rise like the stars. John Mozai left the room gently and sat on the threshold. He looked up at the night sky. His train of thought was long, and a lot of time had passed by the time it ended. The stubbornness of those two youngsters had evoked his own past in his mind. Wasn't I the same as those two in my previous life? I used to play with my life. I would push myself to my limits in training. How many times did I pass out from the shock of pain? How many times did I push myself to the point of death? In what way had John Zai's unrivaled reputation come about? Who knew how much effort, sweat and tears of blood had been invested into his reputation? His fellow apprentices were trying their hardest, but his training had exceeded their difficulty by 3 times. Any man who desired success and unrivaled fame had to be very fierce with himself. Facing the enemy with ferocity was nothing. Being fierce with oneself was important. A true assassin would never care about his life or his accomplishments. Worrying about capabilities brings harm. The worry of one's mind would act as an obstacle. These were the words of his previous life's master. An image of a face floated in front of John Mozai. It was a face which was black as iron and cold as ice. Murderous aura emanated from its eyes. However, he felt relieved whenever those two eyes would look at him. However, John Mozai could feel the presence of those eyes even though he tried to dodge them. Those eyes were full of nothingness. It was as if they had passed through the 2 worlds and were gazing at him from the distance. He shivered in their cold just as in the past, but it felt auspicious and peaceful. Master John Mozai had lowered his head and covered his knees with his hands in sadness. A door opened, and a ray of light escaped from that crack. It painted John Mozai's silhouette. His silhouette curled up as it shivered in the night wind. It was somewhat lonely. Power was it worth yearning for? He heard light footsteps behind him, and then felt a warm overcoat cover his body. John Mozai remained as motionless as before, and asked, "Tell me, little key, do you wish to become a powerful individual?" The little girl cried in alarm. This was clearly unexpected. Become powerful? What use will that be? What use will that be? That's an interesting question. If you become someone like the old solitary falcon, you can kill whomever you want to kill. You can live in this world free and unfettered. Don't you wish such a life? John Mozai asked heavily. The little girl walked to his side and calmly sat down beside him. She then tilted her head and placed her hands on her cheeks to support it. The girl then looked up at the moon and started to ponder earnestly. The moonlight sprinkled on her face. It brought out a somewhat beautiful and gentle flavor to her face. A little time passed. Then, the little girl smiled shyly and said, "Powerful, I don't want to become that kind of a person." Oh, why? John Mosai tilted his head and looked at the little girl. Little Kess's words came very unexpectedly to him. According to Hitman John's view of the world, any person would answer in the affirmative if they were provided an opportunity to become a powerful individual. It didn't matter what they did afterwards to achieve it. Little Key lowered her head shyly and started to gently nip at her nails. "Young master, I don't know what it would feel like to be a strong person. But I don't think perhaps I'll enjoy the attention and the praise. But I don't know why, but I don't want it. I'm only a little girl, young master's little girl. All I want is to take care of the young master every day. I look forward to washing young master's clothes, make food for young master, and wait for him to return when he has gone out. I just want to be an ordinary maid." The little girl smiled shyly again, and spoke, "Young master, do these words mean that I don't have any spirit, but I really don't want to become strong?" "No, what you said, I really like it. You're an adorable little girl who am very fond of." John Mosai carefully looked at the little girl who sat beside him for the first time. The moonlight shone on her skin. Her white blonde hair was tied in a bun, and the loose silky strands danced in the wind. Her long eyelashes blinked, and there was a tuft of hair sticking to the skin beside her ear. The little girl felt a bit uneasy since she was being seized up by John Mosai. She twisted her fingers, but pretended to not notice. However, her heart was jumping madly inside her chest. Her face slowly turned red as she lowered her head. She felt like a deer inside her heart. John Mosai's face reveled in an interesting smile as he felt his mind relax. His heart felt at ease upon having such a pleasant little girl beside him. He unexpectedly felt a faint yet heartfelt happiness. Everyone had their own way of living. This was the least one could do without a problem. Like the little girl, her dream was very simple, practical, and very warm. He caressed her beautiful hair softly and said, "You hurry up to your room and go to sleep." John Mosai was astonished to find that his voice had been very gentle. He felt like he was facing the daughter of his previous life's master. "Yes," the little girl answered as she lowered her head. She stood up slowly. She could feel her cheeks getting warmer. It was like her entire body lacked strength as she slowly walked to her room. She walked 2 steps before she thought of something, and then turned around to say, "Young master, y'all go to sleep early." She found that the young master, who was just sitting beside her a moment ago, had disappeared without a trace by the time she had turned her head. "He's very quick." The little girl bit her lip and smiled shyly again. She then pursed her mouth and raised her head as she remembered what had happened earlier that morning. This made her cover her face. "I am thinking nonsense." John Mosai welcomed the night wind. He didn't even leave a shadow as he flew fast. He could feel the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune revolving inside of him. Each cycle brought about a large surge of formidable strength in him. There was an unstoppable tendency of Kai flowing through his meridians. He felt extremely satisfied at that moment. The first target was the magnificent jewel hall. John Mosai painstakingly restrained his own aura. He floated silently for a while, and then submerged underground. The young Master John then used his spirit sense to search each and every inch of the land ahead as it slowly spread out. John Mosai hadn't forgotten how he had nearly been discovered by Lei Wu Bei the last time. He knew that there were at least 3 spirit Shuan experts inside the magnificent jewel hall. So how could he act carelessly? Being cautious and prudent was a top character requirement for an assassin. However, the result of his spirit senses probe greatly alarmed him. When did the magnificent jewel hall have so many experts? This was quite a terrifying strength. Jun Mo-zai had searched every corner of the magnificent jewel hall. There were several powerful people in the magnificent jewel hall. Some of them were clearly at the spirit Xuan realm, while the others were at least at the peak of the sky Xuan. He could sense 7 powerful individuals. There were 2 weaker people as well. They must be Zyro Han and Mu Zhu Tong. When did so many powerful experts fall from the sky? Are they possibly the reinforcements from the Silver Blizzard City? And Jun Mo-zai's spirit sense detected a very formidable presence in the center. It must be a spirit Xuan expert. There was one amongst them who, although wasn't as strong as Solitary Falcon, but wasn't very weak in comparison. In fact, he was nearly as strong as the Great Master. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and another one. There were 6 other spirit Xuan experts present there. Jun Mo-zai felt himself getting drenched in sweat. Notes: horse stance is martial training stance. Imagine a person sitting on a horse. Now remove the horse and just imagine the person. The resultant image is a horse stance. Chapter 295 Zyro Family's Plans and Arrangements. Chapter 295 Zyro Family's Plans and Arrangements. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. 6 Spirit Xuan experts, 7 Sky Xuan Peak experts, and 2 Sky Xuan mid-level experts. This was a very frightful force from the Tanzang city's standards. Why did the Silver Blizzard City send so many experts? Jun Mo-zai's butt could think of an answer to this question. This force had been assembled to deal with the Jun family. Who else could it be? For they had mobilized this force since one of the 8 great masters, the Solitary Falcon, had taken residence with the Jun family. If such power was coordinated properly, it could be used to defeat the Solitary Falcon. Jun Mo-zai carefully controlled his yin-yang escape and entered the building. Then, he silently hid himself in the ground. He couldn't focus on his main target at this time, since it was of paramount importance to understand the true objectives of those experts from the Silver Blizzard City. He would learn their true objectives, and then quickly devise some countermeasures to neutralize the enemy's strength. Otherwise, the consequences of this situation would be very troublesome. He hadn't expected that his moment of greed would reward him with such important information. Jun Mo-zai sighed from his underground location. Man, my greed is very rewarding. Would I have stumbled upon this information if I hadn't followed after my greed? Didn't I just stumble upon the proverbial pie in the sky? The heavens favor the good. This young master's good actions substitute the heavens' justice. I punish the wicked, and so my good deeds pave a bridge to my success. Would the heavens strongly favor this young master if I hadn't done noble deeds? Humph humph. What for? Don't tell me that wretched cripple is acting up again. I think it's best to take this opportunity and destroy the very roots of this disease, otherwise we'll have to deal with a prolonged problem. Not much could be determined from the voice. However, it seemed to be full of resentment and defiance. Therefore, the speaker must have been Zyro Han. Such impudence were from the upper echelons of the Silver Blizzard City. Yet, you dare to question our word? It seems that you can't distinguish between our ranks. A somewhat gentle voice scolded. Would we be in such a mess if it went for a devil like who willfully started a fire and fanned the flames? The Silver Blizzard City's situation had been tumbled by your actions. If the Dong Fang family hadn't acted out, killed our members, and diverted the public anger. I'm afraid that the Supreme Alliance itself would tried to meddle in that affair, and your willful actions would been the root cause of that chaos, and you're still resigned to the destruction of the Silver Blizzard City. Can the insignificant Jun family ever destroy the Silver Blizzard City? Why are you blaming me for this, grandfather? How did start any trouble? He tried to steal my wife. He started this animosity between us. Please tell me, which man on earth could ever stand this insult? Zero Han asked somewhat emotionally. Grandfather Zero Han's grandfather is the topmost individual in the Silver Blizzard City's Zero family. However, he didn't know whether that person was Zero Xingyun or Zero Buyu. The young Master Jun held his breath and stayed calm. He remained motionless as he continued to eavesdrop. Hitman Jun carefully listened to all sorts of voices, whether loud or faint, without any exception or negligence. But you've already destroyed the 4 important members of the Jun family, and the backbone of their power, and Jun Wuyi was crippled because of a devil like you. What more do you want? Do you intend to show no kindness to the dogs and the chicken in their family? The gentle voice scolded with some resentment and disappointment. And what of the present circumstances? The Zhu Hun Mana and Shi Chang Ziro have issued a joint summon. Is that trivial to you? We should be hurrying towards the south. And now you little devil are delaying us with your quarrel over a nonsensical grudge. I have to admit this person's way of dealing with matters is impressive. At least Ziro Han can't stand up to it. Now that you mentioned that matter, I've remembered another one. These 2 matters are somewhat related. I request grandfather to pay heed. Ziro Han's spirits seemed to rise. We received a small scroll when we were at the Imperial Palace today. There was very little content on it. It said that Jun Wuyi would lead the army which would go south to confront the Xuan Beast uprising. Grandfather, it would be better if we employing common soldiers to deal with the Xuan Beast uprising. The gentle voice suddenly paused as if in contemplation. Then it spoke again. Are good. If this is the case, then this is truly an opportunity perhaps. Second brother, that scroll does present us with an opportunity. But we must remember the summon. They've called all the great masters to arms. This means that the solitary falcon may go south, and in all probability he would be accompanying Jun Wuyi throughout the journey. The solitary falcon won't be easy to deal with even if we can handle Jun Wuyi with ease. Then, the problem will continue to go around in circles. Therefore, I beseech the second brother to focus only on solitary falcon. He's the core of our problems. Second brother, it seems like it's the Ziro family's second in hierarchy. Ziro Buyu. You're right, that old solitary falcon deserves a corresponding reply since he has decided to stick his head out. How could we back away from avenging the 6th brother? Ziro Buyu's gentle voice was brimming with killing intent. Well, wait for an ideal opportunity when we get to the south. First the 6 of us and the 7 swords, we 13, will coordinate and kill the solitary falcon. Then, we can decide whether we'd need to tidy up Jun Wuyi or not. In any case, everything will become clear to us once we get rid of the solitary falcon. In fact, we can easily finish this matter given that area's natural threat once we've suppressed the Xuan Beast's uprising. So, the second brother is suggesting that we wait and deal with this matter after the Xuan Beast's uprising is handled. It was an old and familiar sound. Jun Mozai listened to it, and determined that it belonged to the 3rd elder. That's right, every great master has been summoned this time. So, if we make a move and attack a great master before the matter in the south is taken care of, I fear the rest of the great masters would attack the Silver Blizzard City in return. Therefore, we'll handle him after this situation is taken care of. Xiao Bu spoke with a dark mental frame. Besides, does that matter of the origins and abilities of that black-clothed masked man? Xiao Bu spoke in an even gentler manner. He snatched our Xiao family's soul replenishing jade despite our status. Hell understand its importance soon. Then, Hell become aware of the jade being worn by Feng Wu. So, Hell come to snatch it as well. This will happen because Feng Wu will be alone. Well, make it as convenient for him as possible. He smiled darkly again. There may be a chance of casualties if the jade is in possession of an elder. So, we can't risk it. However, Feng Wu will be an easy target and he's unlikely to feel threatened. Therefore, he won't harm the boy. This old man has already mastered the divine inhibition. I can lock onto his soul's scent for 500 kms. Zhang Sun will remain on standby at all times. Therefore, he won't be able to escape us once he has stolen the jade. We'll find him even if he escapes to the ends of the earth. Then we can concentrate our strength, catch up with him, and resolve the matter in one fell swoop. We'll be able to retrieve both the soul replenishing jades this manner. Good idea, second brother. Everyone's spirit rose when they heard the plan. However, John Mozai was stunned. That's their plan, they've conceded so easily. It had to be said that this plan of Xiao Buyu's would have been very effective in dealing with anyone. Even Yun Baichen wouldn't be able to see through it. However, it was worthless in John Mozai's eyes. This plan seemed like a honey trap, but it was being used on a castrated man. This analogy sounds vulgar, but the result of the matter would justify it. Suddenly, many elders cried in alarm, "Second brother, you can use the divine inhibition. Have you stepped into the fourth level of the spirit Xuan realm?" Xiao Buyu's voice clearly revealed his complacence. I'm ashamed that it took nearly 10 years to make this breakthrough. However, this is the reason why I'm confident that I'll be able to capture that mysterious masked man. Congratulations on the remarkable feat, second brother. Everyone spoke in unison. However, John Mozai laughed in his heart. Confidence? You speak of confidence in front of this young master. How can you behave like that? Your divine inhibition is limited to 500 kilometers. That's worth a fart to this young master. No one is to allow any information out. If we're able to deal with the Jun family successfully. Understood. Power radiated from Xiao Buyu's eyes as he looked around. That's obvious. Otherwise, the lord of the city will blame everyone, and the consequences will be very unpleasant. Besides, the Jun family has the Dong Fang family behind them. So, everyone will carry out their tasks stealthily. Everybody chuckled as they discussed this. This made Jun Mozai very angry. This Xiao family is very malevolent. This young master will see who exterminates whose roots when we're all in the south. Second brother, about this matter with the Xuan beasts. It's apparently a very unusual occurrence. Is it possible that the kings of the Tan Far Forest have decided to meddle in this matter? One, how can there be such a huge commotion? Otherwise every great masters has been summoned. Second brother, which 8 great masters do you reckon will answer to this summon? This was the voice of the 9th elder. That isn't very difficult to judge. No one has seen tracks of Yun Baichen for many years. I'm afraid it'll be the same this time around. And then, the great blue master Main Hong Chen lives too far from the Tan Far Forest. He most probably won't be able to go even if he receives the news on time. However, the cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei and the solitary falcon will go for sure. After all, they're right here in Tan Zhang City. They won't be able to turn their backs even if they wanted to. Also, The one who gave these supreme summonses, Shi-Chang Zyro, is already at the Zhu Hun Manor. Lai Ju-Chan will probably return to his manor since this threatens his family the most. I roughly estimate that 4 out of the 8 great masters will go. As for the Silver Blizzard City, we will go and represent our lord, and perhaps will be the most powerful in the terms of comprehensive strength. And as for Great Master Wen Tian, I cannot say. He may go, or he may not go. But I think the strength of this tyrannical gathering will be enough to deal with the Xuan Beast uprising even without Master Wen Tian's addition. Zyro Bu Yu's smile exhibited great confidence. It's just that this Xuan Beast uprising is very strange. Some say that they are directly attacking the Zhu Hun Manor. Second brother, I don't recall the Tan Far Forest and the Zhu Hun Manor having any cause for quarrel. The third elder frowned. There must be a reason behind the Xuan Beast's decision to leave Tan Far and attack the Zhu Hun Manor. We'll get to know this after we've arrived there. Zyro Bu Yu spoke faintly. The look in his eyes showed that he didn't desire to discuss it further. Everyone was silent. Everyone was confused about the reason behind the Xuan Beast's uprising. However, stationed underground, Jun Mo-Zai had a rough idea as to why. The young Master Jun smiled bitterly. If I've guessed it right, I may have a lot to do with this Xuan Beast's uprising. Notes: King of the Tan Far Forest. This term refers to the King Xuan Beasts. Big Bear and Long Crane are King Xuan Beasts. Chapter 296, The Xuan Beast Uprising in the South. Chapter 296, The Xuan Beast Uprising in the South. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Jun Mo-Zai remembered putting the condition in front of Long Crane and Big Bear if they were able to cause a ruckus at the Zhu Hun Manor and break the legs of its young master, then he'd help them advance in their cultivation and break through their bottlenecks. This would be their reward for dealing with the Zhu Hun Manor. They had said that they would take half a month to complete their task, but he had relaxed the time limit to 1 month. He had anticipated that they'd finish the task in a very short period of time since they had spoken about it in a very easygoing manner. However, he had received no information about them for a while. Therefore, he had started to feel strange. And now there's this sudden Xuan Beast uprising. Who apart from those 2 guys could be behind this? I had merely requested them to put a temporary check on the Zhu Hun Manor. I never asked them to act so aggressively. And now the situation is on the brink of a war. How are these 2 things the same? This matter remained a mystery to Jun Mo-Zai no matter how much he racked his brains over it. There's a lot at stake here. Didn't those 2 realize this? But why did they do this? Did they have some other reason behind it? Jun Mo-Zai admittedly didn't know much about the Xuan Beast uprising. Those 2 Tan Far King Xuan Beasts had left him extremely gloomy at the prospect of venturing south. The heavens' plans supersede our own. It had seemed that dealing with the experts of the Zhu Hun Manor wasn't a big thing for those 2 Xuan Beasts. Moreover, they didn't need to confront the enemy head-on. They were merely required to stir up some trouble. That would have been enough. However, they hadn't anticipated that their appearance in the Tanzang city would alert Shi-Chang Zyro, the Master of Life and Death. After the fray for the Xuan Core had come to an end, Shi-Chang Zyro had left southwards for the Zhu Hun Manor to make inquiries regarding the same. The King Xuan Beasts had come out of the Tan Far Forest. How could this be a trivial matter? The Tan Far Forest was located near the Zhu Hun Manor. Therefore, it would've been curious if the Zuhun-mena hadn't been alerted when the King Shuan beasts had left the Tan-Far forest. Then, another curious coincidence had taken place. The Heavenly Master Lai Ju Tan was in the process of making his return to the Zuhun-mena after getting tired to his travels. What should certainly be happening and what shouldn't have happened had coincidentally happened at the same time. This had given rise to a large-scale commotion. Long Crane and Big Bear had rushed over to the Zuhun-mena. They had decided to carry out Jun Mo Zai's request very energetically. So, they arrogantly kicked down the manor's gate and stormed in. They first ransacked the entire place, and then beat up the resident experts. They had stopped once they had caused enough trouble to mark the end of the first request. Then they had decided to proceed towards the second one. They started to look for the young master of the mena since they needed to break his legs. They had planned to grab the youngster, spank his buttocks, and leave the manor. How would the Zuhun-mena respond to this? Their so-called lord would be disgraced because of this. Those two King Shuan beasts possessed supreme cultivation, and their bodies were absurdly strong. The Zuhun-mena had many Spirit Shuan experts and numerous Sky Shuan experts. But these two powerful sides went a suited opposition for each other. A master is a master and a king is a king. Big Bear and Long Crane were like two tigers in a flock of sheep. Those two fought in high spirits and didn't hold anything back. They were very proud of their origins, and firmly believed that they could even confront a great master on their own. Therefore, they took advantage of the chaos, entered the Zuhun-mena, brought down the eastern wall, and set fire to the western side. The Spirit Shuan experts of the Zuhun-mena were obviously enraged by this. However, they were unable to deal with this threat since their strength was scattered in their numbers. They were beat up instead of being able to punish their infiltrators. The two of them were like ferocious monsters who took joy in causing chaos. However, they weren't able to enjoy themselves for long. The Master of Life and Death, Shi Chang Zyro, had earlier hurried to the Zuhun-mena. He arrived in time, saw the situation, picked his opponent, and started to engage Big Bear. Meanwhile, the rest of the experts combined their strength to face Long Crane. The chaos paved the path to a huge battle, and the situation reversed very quickly. Long Crane and Big Bear were soon at a disadvantage. It wouldn't have mattered if the two King Shuan beasts had decided to retreat at that point. Their task was by and large complete. However, they were both King Shuan beasts, so how could they lose face like that? They couldn't make their return so easily. How could they face the mysterious man who had promised to help them break through their bottlenecks when they hadn't yet carried out his task properly? They had merely burned down a few houses. How could that be considered as wreaking havoc? Besides, they had specifically requested to break Lai Tang Yun's legs. However, they hadn't been able to spot him yet. Would they be able to fool that mysterious master so easily? One must say that those beasts were indeed quite genuine at heart. They had decided to loyally carry out the task that had been entrusted to them by the mysterious master. Shi Chang Zyro is just one guy, right? We'll come back tomorrow if we're defeated today. Then, we'll see who beats whom. Can it be that you humans have more endurance than us divine beasts? That's nonsense. Besides, those two Shuan beasts possessed extremely tough skin. A powerful strike didn't make much difference to them. They had been surrounded, but they valiantly issued the battle cry, and effortlessly killed many more people. The Shuan beasts then acted without any grace, and continued with their wanton destruction, while completely ignoring Shicheng Zyro. Then, they retreated in order to catch their breaths and returned the next morning to wreak more havoc. Those two Xuan beasts had decided that they wouldn't give up till they had satisfactorily completed their mission. The two of them surely had a strong character ethic in that regard. However, this became a cause of grievance for the spirit Xuan experts of Zhu Hun Manor. There were many spirit Xuan experts in the Zhu Hun Manor, but they weren't always guarding the gate or the courtyard. And those two supremely powerful Xuan beasts were repeatedly ambushing their east and west wings. Even a divine entity wouldn't be able to stop them. There were many experts who could take on these two on their own, but they weren't strong enough to keep up for long, let alone kill them. The experts were getting increasingly exhausted, while the spirits of the two Xuan beasts continued to rise. The battles over these past few days had brought them much pleasure. Lai Jutan returned to the manor in the middle of the chaos. Who could have imagined that the second great master would find himself enraged upon his return? He had only been out for a few years, but had come back to find his home under a siege. Everything within a radius of 300 meters of his manor was a complete mess. Things had been brought down here and there, and many things had been overturned. Is this really the Zhu Hun Manor? Is this what I had built so painstakingly over so many years? This looks like a refugee camp. Lai Jutan's enraged counterattack proved near fatal for those two King Xuan beasts. The two King Xuan beasts were extremely fierce and thoroughly enjoyed a tough fight, but they were no match for Lai Jutan. Moreover, they had used up their energies while trifling with their opponents earlier. They were extremely exhausted and weren't in their peak conditions. However, the two King Xuan beasts were gifted with very tough bodies. They cooperated with each other, and were momentarily able to cope up with Lai Jutan, albeit with difficulty. The final result of the battle: the two Xuan beasts managed to escape after sustaining serious injuries, while the Zhu Hun Manor emerged victorious. However, it was a bit of an overstatement to call this a victory. Something that Lai Jutan had painstakingly built over half of his life lay nearly ruined. Many of his spirit Xuan experts lay seriously injured. Lai Jutan had defeated the two Xuan beast kings, but this victory could at best be regarded as a tragic one. However, Shicheng Zyro had paid them a visit. Their old master had returned, and the two King Xuan beasts were nearly defeated. These factors became a cause for celebration. However, mishap reared its head again that too on the very evening the celebration feast had been held. A horde of Xuan beasts, spreading as far as the eye could see, arrived without any prior indication. Low level, middle level, high level, whatever one wouldn't expect were there. What was even more frightening was that a massive pack of bloodthirsty Xuan beast wolves charged at them like a surging wave. Moreover, the pack comprised of an uncountable number of Xuan beast wolves. However, this massive pack of the Xuan beast wolves acted very unlike them, and retreated after they had caused a lot of damage to the Zhu Hun Manor. In fact, the omnipresent beasts disappeared without a trace. They felt that their luck had favored them. Everyone had started to relax. However, at that very moment a massive horse of 10 far forests emanating golden ants showed up. They weren't very lucky. In fact, they were quite unfortunate. They had barely been able to deal with these emanating golden ants when all sorts of aerial Xuan beasts started to attack them. It was said that there was no sun over the Zhu Hun Manor for 2 consecutive days. The two King Xuan beasts hadn't taken their defeat very well, and had instigated a Xuan beast uprising. This was no longer a matter of completing that mysterious master's task. This had turned into a matter of pride. The situation had turned very hostile. Two king Chuan beasts had been forced to turn their tail and flee after being suppressed by a man. Chuan beasts had been defeated. How could they call themselves kings if they couldn't even avenge this defeat? Moreover, the Zhu Han Mana's experts had cheered excessively when Lai Ju Tan had defeated the two king Chuan beasts. Those two had been bullying them around for a few days, but had finally been chased away by their lord. These cheers had naturally been very unpleasant to the ears of the two king Chuan beasts. A battle with Lai Ju Tan may not have killed those two king Chuan beasts, but they nearly died from excessive rage after they heard the cheers of the Zhu Han Mana's experts. Thus, the two king Chuan beasts were angered and enraged. In fact, they had nearly pulled out their feathers in rage. Then, another unforeseen event took place in the Tan Far Forest, and that allowed these two king Chuan beasts to become even more unscrupulous. It was the so-called situation where there's no tiger in the mountain, so the monkey becomes the king. Therefore, they took advantage of this situation. How could they be trusted to deal with bigger issues if they couldn't even deal with such a small task, right? Therefore, the Chuan beast uprising arrived like a reckless storm and engulfed everything in its path. Even Lai Ju Tan had no option but to retreat in the face of such strength. However, the two Chuan beasts didn't accept that as the end. It seemed as if they were unwilling to let him be. It seemed that they'd exterminate them all. However, the two of them were only thinking one thing: old man, we just want you to hand over your son to us. Well, break his legs and leave. Don't you understand such a simple request? We won't shatter his legs. Well, break them very gently. You'll be able to fix him up in a couple of months. It's merely a formality we need to carry out for that mysterious master. It's such a simple request. Why are you trying to turn this into a deathmatch? Chapter 297 Femme Fatale. Chapter 297 Femme Fatale. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. However, who was Lai Ju Tan? He was second only to the most powerful great master, Yun Bai Chen. So, wouldn't it be a problem in the future if he handed over his son under these circumstances? It wasn't that no one from either side came forward to negotiate, but every effort at negotiation was short-lived and failed miserably. So, each side started to attack in an increasingly vicious manner. Soon, the Zhu Han mana was completely exhausted and was about to be wiped out by the Chuan beasts. It seemed that they'd become their meal, and later their excrement. Therefore, Lai Ju Tan and Shi Cheng Ziro had no choice but to issue a joint statement, and summoned all Chuan experts in the world to their aid. And that's how Jun Mo Zai and the others got to know about the prevailing situation. This matter had already turned into a big problem. Everyone was confused as to why such a thing was happening. They wondered as to what could have provoked those two king Chuan beasts. They've taken up arms against the Zhu Han manor, but why? I don't understand. This question not only made everyone gloomy, but also made them feel victimized. Lai Ju Tan and the others from the Zhu Han manor were very confused and angry. Whom did we provoke? Why has such a heavenly calamity befallen us? Who is behind all this? This is very strange. Lai Ju Tan had asked Long Crane and Big Bear several times, why we've lived in peace for so many years. What's more, we've even had business dealings between us. So, why are you suddenly attacking us even if we have to fight? Can you at least tell me the reason for it? Lai Ju Tan's question wasn't unreasonable. In fact, it was a very fair question. Shouldn't there be a good reason for the two large forces to go to war? However, the two king Chuan beasts were unable to answer him every time. Wouldn't it be wrong to tell him that we lost a bet to someone, and your Zuhun manor is an eyesore to that person. So, we've had to come here to break your son's legs, nothing more. Wouldn't we lose a lot of face because of this? It would seem that we've reduced to the status of hired thugs carrying out the orders of another person. Being interrogated like that made Big Bear lose his temper. Aren't you the second great master, and you dare interrogate us like that? Do you know who we are? Lai Ju Tan didn't inquire further after Big Bear said those words. But the attacks from both parties became even more ferocious. In fact, if the Xuan beasts were to retreat at this point, Lai Ju Tan would follow them and raid the Tan Far Forest. Everyone was annoyed. Then, Big Bear came up with a classic line and spoke, "Why not? You're not pleasing to my eyes. I've been watching your Zuhun mana for a long time, and I think it needs a spanking. You had bullied the two of us that day. Right now, we've come with so many beasts in order to bully you. How about it, fusing old bastard? You were more than 80 at the time, and yet you played with young women to make them beget you a son. Even if you aren't ashamed of this, your neighbor, feels extremely embarrassed, so I've decided to teach you a lesson." The 100-year-old second strongest great master almost vomited blood. After that, the ferocity of the battle between the two sides increased further, since the great master was extremely outraged to hear those words. At that point, the two sides reached a point where there was no room for negotiation. Therefore, innumerable people and Xuan beasts amassed to fight at the risk of their lives. This led to the formation of a huge mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But they didn't understand the reason for this hatred, neither were they aware of the truth behind these events. Even the architect of this mishap, the Jun family's young master, Jun Mozai, was confused and stunned. "I had only instructed you to wreak havoc, right? But now I see that you've instigated a world war. I can't be blamed for this battle. I didn't intend this to happen. I'm innocent." Lai Ju Tan devoted half his life to set up the Zuhun manor, but it was on the verge of destruction. However, if he got to know that the real reason for his predicament was his desire to get a young concubine for his treasured son, it wouldn't be surprising if he turned red with anger and died. What's a femme fatale? No man could guess this term's meaning under these circumstances. But the corpses of the countless Xuan beasts, and the blood, the innumerable Xuan experts searched for this truth in the heavens above, and eventually came to know about the truth of the matter. Since time immemorial, there had been legends of beautiful women who had caused problems between countries. However, no woman had ever caused a problem between the human martial world and the beasts. Warren King Han, this young lady from the Jun family, was unprecedented. She could leave any other woman in the dust. If a list were to be drawn up regarding this, the Jun family's young lady, Warren King Han, would surely be adjudged the #1 beauty in the universe. It was only natural for such beauties to cause a ruckus in successive generations. And these beauties had one thing in common: they were innocent. And she was the most innocent of all. Warren King Han was unaware of this entire matter from the start. She was thousands of kilometers from this place of sorrow and tragedy. So, how would she know that a mountain of corpses was being formed because of her? In fact, this entire matter would remain an unresolved mystery for an eternity. At the moment, the 6 spirit Xuan experts on the ground floor of the magnificent Jewel Hall were coming up with random conjectures. Similarly, Jun Mozai also frowned and pondered over this problem while hiding underground. This Xuan beast uprising, what's its purpose? A battle of such massive armies? It's a waste, in my opinion. Jun Mozai stayed calmly inside the ground. His thoughts tossed and turned inside his mind. However, he felt as if he had failed to grasp the most important point of the matter. He felt that some unforeseen mishaps would exceed his expectations and preparations. In the end, he decided not to worry about it. Does this Xuan beast uprising have any direct relations with me? In fact, I think this is very a fortuitous event. Besides, I'm only going to the Tan Far Forest to hunt for treasures. The others may be going there to put a stop to this uprising. But I don't have the time to do that. Moreover, these people above are really hateful. They plan to deal with third uncle and the Jun family. In fact, they've gone as far as plotting to destroy our Jun family in one go. This can't be tolerated. Then, Jun Mozai escaped into the distance. He silently made his way inside the ground. The young Master Jun was very stealthy the entire time. This yin-yang escape was very mysterious. Even an extremely strong expert would be hard-pressed to find his silhouette. Earlier, Lei Wu Bei was able to detect faint signs of the young Master Jun, but he was unable to truly locate him in the end. Jun Mozai was truly amazed at the sharpness of the great master's senses. However, his confidence in the yin-yang escape had increased manifold. If a great master was unable to find his tracks, one could forget about the small fries then. Xiao Feng Wu wasn't present in that meeting. Perhaps it was because of his status. Perhaps he wasn't considered qualified enough to attend such high-class meetings. However, Jun Mozai hadn't forgotten the main purpose of his visit. Only a genuinely good item can provoke such a reaction from the Hongjun Pagoda, the Xiao family's soul-replenishing jade. That name is very awkward to pronounce, Jun Mozai criticized. The corners of his mouth became crooked. Xiao Bui used divine inhibition locking onto my soul's scent for 500 kms. Pumph. I will go into the Hongjun Pagoda once I've grabbed my prize. Even an ancient immortal's divine inhibition would be useless then, right? And as for that soul scent locking technique, your technique may be awesome, but it won't be able to detect me, would it? As a matter of fact, this is precisely like those saying, virtue is 1 foot tall, but the devil is 10 foot in height. You're strong, but I am better than you. It is rare for a Xiao elder to show such good intentions. Xiao Feng Wu is isolated in a separate room as if offering to be robbed. Such good intentions fit well with me. It's like they are offering a present with both hands, so how can I disappoint such good intentions and turn down this offer? Jun Mozai would feel very guilty if he turned down the Xiao family's second elder's well-intended offer. This Xiao family's second elder isn't merely magnanimous, but he's very easygoing too. Therefore, Jun Mozai started to search the entire building for the hidden treasure in high spirits. They've deliberately choreographed everything in a manner which would make it easy for me to steal the prize. So, it shouldn't be very difficult to find it. Jun Mozai's mind was calm as he searched each room in the building with his formidable spiritual sense. He realized that there was one thing that was common in each room. Everyone had secretly dispersed a part of their faintly discernible spiritual essence, whether strong or weak, inside the rooms with the purpose of monitoring them. Whereas, a secret room in the middle of the building was covered with layers of these essences. Therefore, a person who broke in wouldn't be able to retreat without getting smothered these layers. Jun Mozai smiled since he didn't feel any fear. He then stealthily started to move towards the secret room. Boast you think yourselves to be great masters, you think your spirit's essence monitors the room, really you think too highly of yourselves, and underestimate me too much. Sure enough, everything was as expected. Xiao Feng Wu sat cross-legged and straight-backed inside the room. His eyes were closed. His face was a little pale, His hands were placed on his chest to support and protect a jade. That jade was the young Master Jun's main target, the Zyro family's soul-replenishing jade. This item was the genuine thing, not a fake. Jun Mozai could feel a massive amount of pure energy concealed in it. The Xuan Kai cycled with every breath of Zyro Feng Wu's. Bit by bit, it came out of the jade and was converted into absorbable Xuan Kai, and would start to flow through the young man's meridians. It could be seen that Zyro Feng Wu's complexion improved by an almost unnoticeable margin after every cycle. The usage of the Zyro family's soul-replenishing jade suddenly became clear to the young Master Jun. The young Master Jun could clearly feel the pure energy that Zyro Feng Wu was absorbing. The jade concealed a lot of energy, but the young man was absorbing less than a fraction of it. However, Jun Mozai was very distressed at this. How can this bastard possess this item? How can this lowly Zyro family be allowed to hold such a precious treasure? How can they be considered a suitable owner for such an invaluable item? They shouldn't be allowed to possess this heavenly item. Their attitude is outrageous. They anger the heavens and infuriate the people. Only this young master is capable of being a flawless fit for that jade. Therefore, Jun Mozai flew across at a great speed without any hesitation. His hand became like an eagle's claw as it floated in front of his body. He then quickly grabbed the item. His movements were lightning fast. Chapter 298 The Jade is Running Away. Chapter 298 The Jade is Running Away. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Zyro Feng Wu was wholeheartedly absorbing the energy from the jade. With that, the injuries to his body and meridians were getting healed. He knew that he was being used as bait because of his soul-replenishing jade. And it would false to say that he wasn't afraid. There was a chance that the mysterious master wouldn't kill him since the youngster was too beneath him own self in terms of rank. However, Zyro Feng Wu was panic-stricken at the thought that his injuries may not be able to fully heal if the mysterious master was to show up very early, though that fear was baseless. He'd have to suffer this pain for a few more days. Therefore, he diligently and wholeheartedly continued to absorb the pure energy from the jade. The effect of this pure energy on his meridians was such that he could distinctly feel as if his entire body was soaked in a warm spring. He felt warm, relaxed, safe and comfortable. His seriously damaged meridians were getting restored at an astonishingly rapid speed. This amazingly and comfortable feeling almost made him feel like moaning. It was as if his mind was floating, like he was at the limits of the heavens. Zyro Feng Wu felt he was intoxicated and in a dream. Then, the jade he held suddenly disappeared during this period of comfort. Zyro Feng Wu hastily opened his eyes in alarm. He saw that the jade wasn't on his chest, but was in fact floating in the air. However, it was going away from him rather quickly. What was most astonishing to Zyro Feng Wu was that he could neither see a shadow nor sense any person's aura. It was as if the jade had sprung a pair of legs, attained life, and was escaping on its own. How's this happening? What's happening is that mysterious master using Xuan Kai to manipulate the soul-replenishing jade away from me, but there's no fluctuation in the Xuan Kai either. Zyro Feng Wu couldn't distinguish the truth of what he was witnessing. Zyro Feng Wu's consciousness felt a bit fuzzy. He felt as if he was in a dream. He cocked his head to regain some sense. He realized that the jade would soon disappear. He was dismayed at the thought of losing the miraculous soul-replenishing jade. He was initially very reluctant, but he gathered some courage and exerted himself to shout mournfully, "Someone come here, the jade is running away." The jade is running away. Jun Mo Zai almost laughed and gave away his position in the nothingness. Damn, this guy is very talented. The jade is undoubtedly a marvelous thing. But it's still an inanimate object. To say that it's running away, I'm truly speechless. However, Xiao Feng Wu was desperate. Moreover, he was at a loss as to how he'd explain what was happening in front of his eyes. As for someone snatching it from him and running away with it, well, he couldn't see anyone. In fact, he couldn't even see the shadow of a ghost. Therefore, Xiao Feng Wu had shouted in desperation, "The jade is running away," not realizing how ridiculous it sounded. Though his words had managed to accurately describe what he could see. Someone is attempting to steal the soul-replenishing jade. Xiao Bu Yu was in the other room, but his white eyebrows shot up the moment Jun Mo Zai snatched the jade from Xiao Feng Wu's hands. He had initiated his divine inhibition, and it had instantly transmitted a message to his mind. Then, a delicate green eagle quickly flew out of his chest, and flew straight towards Xiao Feng Wu's room. This result was something which he didn't expect. In fact, it was beyond reason. The third elder had described the mysterious man's tyrannical strength and temperament. And, since the former had already discounted the status of his opponent and snatched away the younger generation's treasure, it was unlikely that he wouldn't attempt to take the other half as well. In fact, he had no doubts about it. However, the room was covered with many layers of spiritual essence at that point of time. Thus, it had a very powerful defense mechanism. Even the first great master, Yun Bai Chen, would find it hard to conceal his position. So, it would be impossible that a normal person wouldn't trigger the spiritual essences that were being used to guard it. But this mysterious person had managed to infiltrate without giving anything away. Such skill was extraordinary and extremely rare. The next moment, Xiao Bu Yu's slim body quickly flew out, light as a feather and swift as the mist. He flew to the secret room where the injured Xiao Wu was getting healed. Xiao Bu Yu simultaneously let out a gentle yet shrill scream. The volume of the scream wasn't very high, but it was uninterrupted, and alarmed the entire magnificent jewel hall. The spirit Xuan experts reacted with an amazing speed. In an instant, there were 12 experts who had surrounded Xiao Feng Wu's room in accordance with the plans set out earlier. Everyone in that cordon focused their full attention, and seemed prepared to react at any moment. This man had infiltrated several layers of spiritual essence, and had stolen the jade. He wasn't a regular foe. Everyone understood this. This man is a major enemy. Xiao Bu Yu's shrill scream hadn't yet ceased. His eyes were brimming killing intention. The elder then took initiative, and rushed into Xiao Feng Wu's room. He attacked the thick-red sandalwood door with his Xuan Tai when he was about 7 feet from the room. The door then silently disintegrated into small fragments and disappeared midair. Xiao Bu Yu ducked into the room like a young dragon. The speed of his movements had been as fast as lightning. Xiao Bu Yu had counted the chickens before the eggs had hatched. He believed that his troops would simultaneously move into action if he took the lead. However, he needn't have every man burst into the room. That would result in a chaotic situation, and would instead help the mysterious man to escape. Therefore, he had decided that only the strongest person would burst through the door, while the rest of them would form a huge encirclement around the room. They could then initiate strict surveillance, and block off any route the escapee could attempt to use. In that case, The thief would have to face one of them head-on if were to step out of the room, no matter which escape route he'd try to take. If the one blocking that mysterious man's path brought out his full power and managed to stop him for even a moment, that would be enough for the rest of them to surround the enemy and mount a joint attack. Zyrobuyu had full confidence in his people, even the weakest one amongst them. They could even make it hard for the strongest of the 8 great masters, Yunbai Chen, to break through as long as they had put their life on the line. Forget about other people. Zyrobuyu wouldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could escape his line of sight at this juncture. Moreover, 5 spirit Kshuan experts and the Silver Blizzard City's 7 swords were waiting outside. That mysterious man was able to infiltrate the room very stealthily, but it would be a joke to think that he'd be able to escape such a tight cordon. This arrangement was absolutely flawless and secure. There was no chance of any mishap. However, Zyrobuyu hadn't realized that mishaps often happen unexpectedly. He broke in and flew inside Zyro Feng Wu's room. He was covered in spirit realm Kshuan Kai from head to toe, and had bursten like a massive cluster of tornadoes. He had heard the rumors about that masked man's terrifying strength. Though he wasn't afraid of that. He had also been provided a description of that man's character by the 3rd and the 6th elder, and he feared it. He was worried by his own negligence could help that masked man escape. So, could he dare to be careless at that point? His body was covered with Kshuan Kai as he entered. Then, he quickly spun in a circle on his toes. It appeared as if a ballerina was trying to perform a very difficult move. However, Zyrobuyu couldn't find anything strange in the room. Only Zyro Feng Wu was present inside the room. He stood with a foolish expression on his face. "Where is that man?" Zyrobuyu yelled. He thought to himself. "Don't tell me that we're too late. This is impossible. The fragrance eagle also flew in this direction. What did we do wrong?" Which man? Zyro Feng Wu was at a loss as to what his grandfather had just asked him. So he asked in confusion. "The man who stole your jade." "Are you an idiot?" Zyrobuyu felt like vomiting blood because of his own grandson. Damn it, that man snatched that jade from his hands, yet he asks which man. It was a good thing that Zyrobuyu had enough cultivation. Otherwise, he would've caught fire due to his own rage. There was nobody here. Zyro Feng Wu was dazed. He looked at his empty hands and then at his angry grandfather. He was at a loss as to what had just happened, and was endlessly confused. How did that jade fly away from me? This is extremely strange. Did it turn into a ghost? Nobody took away your jade from your hands. Are you telling this old man that the soul-replenishing jade sprung wings and flew away on its own? Came a loud rebuke in reply. Yes, grandfather. It was very strange. The jade didn't grow wings, but it did fly away on its own. Really? Zyro Feng Wu's face was truly earnest. You're a piece of trash. Zyrobuyu rained curses in anger. His clothes made a whooshing sound as he leapt into the air. His face was dark with anger. I have seen useless individuals. I have even seen idiots, but I've never seen trash such as this. And unexpectedly, this kind of trash is my grandson. Well, I'm telling the truth. The jade flew away. It didn't grow wings, but it flew away, and it did so very quickly. Zyro Feng Wu mumbled as he stood in front of Zyrobuyu. He felt wronged, and felt that he was being treated unjustly. Why do I even speak the truth when no one is ready to believe me nowadays? I'm only speaking about things that I've seen with my eyes. In your grandfather, you scoundrel. How dare you speak such nonsense in front of me? Zyrobu rained curses while in midair. The key congealed in his palm, came down like the wind, and hit his grandson's face with a bang. Zyro Feng Wu staggered a little bit and fell down. His face swelled up. Zyro Feng Wu covered his face in resentment, but he kept his feelings to his heart. Bullshit, you're my grandfather, then find that person. But you're no grandfather of mine if you can't find that person. Zyrobu's body shot up like a meteor in the horizon, and rose 30 meters above the magnificent jewel hall. He started to roam around in wide circles. He was as quick as lightning. His eyes took in everything under the starlight for around 5 kilometers. However, he couldn't find the tiniest of clues. Can that man's movements be this stealthy? The small fragrance eagle also circled around with him. It was evident that it had also lost bearing of its target. How is this possible? Chapter 299 We fell head first. Chapter 299 We fell head first. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Zyrobu's voice was gentle, yet it echoed heavily. It seemed as if a volcano was about to burst. He was unable to restrain his emotions. Did you see anyone go out? The 12 experts who had covered the escape routes looked at each other in dismay. We weren't able to discover him when he infiltrated the place. So, how do you expect us to find him now? Nobody came out. Be at ease, second brother. The 12 of us have set up a very tight cordon. Even a mosquito won't be able to fly out and escape. Therefore, I request second brother to make the move. The third elder touched his sword's handle. He had spoken those words in a respectful manner. His white hair was like strands of silver. His beard was as white as snow, while his sword shone with a cold light. Third elder brother is right. Please be at ease. Second elder brother. Everyone echoed their agreement. It seemed like they were making a solemn vow. Zyrobu would have been gratified if he had heard these words earlier. In fact, he would have even felt proud. After all, the abilities of his junior brothers could never be doubted. However, at present, their bold words sounded ridiculous to his ears. In fact, he felt somewhat ashamed of them. An incomparable feeling of helplessness arose from his heart. He looked up and let out a long and desolate sigh. Then, the second brother slowly descended to the top of the magnificent jewel hall, and stood there in a daze. Is something wrong, second brother? Everyone could see that his mood wasn't good. So, they couldn't help but crowd around him and inquired with concern. We fell head first. Zyrobu sighed deeply and looked into the distance. His expression was melancholic and desolate. It revealed the utter humiliation his heart was suffering. Who was this man who stole the soul-replenishing jade? Who in this world could possess such godly and clever methods that we couldn't even track them? He came in without exposing his tracks or even a shadow. He left without leaving a single trace. Could Master Yun Baichen and the other legendary characters have pulled this off? We fell head first, second brother. What are you saying? Each one of the other 12 experts turned pale without exception. After Zyrobu had said someone is stealing the soul-replenishing jade, everyone knew what had happened. They had presumed that that mysterious man had finally appeared. Everyone was in high spirits and was rearing for a fight. They wanted to see who was superior between them and that man. However, they couldn't even find his shadow. Everyone assumed that it was a false alarm, but then they heard that they had fallen headfirst from Zyrobu's very mouth. Could someone have lived long enough to reach their age if they couldn't even comprehend the meaning behind this sentence? Could it be everyone looked at Zyrobuyu and noticed his expression? Their words were inquisitive in nature. Their expression revealed their disbelief, but the tone of their voice suggested that they had already started to believe it. Yes, you've guessed right. The soul-replenishing jade has fallen into the hands of that man. Zyrobuyu's gentle voice seemed gloomy. In fact, he couldn't talk properly because of his dismal, I couldn't even see that person's shadow. And the jade has disappeared without a trace. We couldn't see the man even though we gave him an immediate chase. You people obviously couldn't spot that needle in the haystack either. This is one tumble the Silver Blizzard City has taken headfirst. How can that be, second brother? We mustn't forget that you had used your divine inhibition on the jade. The ninth elder stared wittied, but with the precautions we took wouldn't it be easy to find him if we wanted to? Everyone had a "you are an idiot" expression on their faces the moment those words left his mouth. Would the second brother show such a mournful expression if his methods were of any use now? However, everyone's expression underwent a huge transformation as they thought of this. It's of no use. The moment that man laid his hands on the soul-replenishing jade, his superior method eliminated my divine inhibition and the 500 km soul scent lock. We can't use them now. Zyrobuyu looked up at the small green eagle that was soaring above. He felt very helpless. How's this possible? The 12 experts gasped a mouthful of air. The divine inhibition links itself to the target's body once it makes contact. So, how could a person break away from this connection without a trace? Moreover, what kind of strength did this person possess to pull this off? Furthermore, the 500 km soul scent lock is a secret substance of the Silver Blizzard City. It literally sticks to a person's soul once it makes contact with its target. Only the special antidote from the Silver City could remove that smell. Otherwise, it would remain stuck to a person throughout their lives. So, how was this man able to remove it? This entire matter seems completely inconceivable. Are you sure, second brother? A stern voice asked. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, and realized that the fifth elder had spoken those words. Out of the 9 brothers he was the most cautious one. Sure, Zyrobuyu sighed and frowned. It seemed that he had aged 10 years in an instant. Then, he continued softly, my main concern right now is that he was able to eliminate the divine inhibition and the 500 km soul scent locking, so we can't say that his strength is number 1 under the heavens, but it is many levels above ours. So, I reckon that if he wants to obtain our soul-replenishing jades he could do it with ease. In fact, it wouldn't be difficult for him to compel us into surrendering the remaining jades by attacking the Silver Blizzard City. So, everyone understood the meaning behind his words very clearly. Yes, if he's truly an unrivaled expert, why would he willingly shoulder the reputation of a thief throughout his life? His name would be tainted with that reputation. And he won't be able to remove this stain if he were to become famous throughout the land in the future. This doesn't make any sense. Everyone went silent. If everyone present fought with heart and courage, their strength would possibly been enough to prevail over the great 8 masters. However, this man hadn't revealed himself. And those 13 experts from the Silver Blizzard City had fallen headfirst into a tumble against this mysterious man. So, everyone felt frustrated. But they were also afraid of him. In fact, they were extremely scared. We're lucky that he only wanted to steal the jade. Had he intended on fighting with us, wouldn't he have been able to pinch us to death like we were nothing more than river snails? The 7 swords of the Silver Blizzard City stood expressionless. However, they were clenching the hilts of their swords so sharply that their bones were visible. I've held my head with complacence in the Silver Blizzard City for the last 30 years. But I've unexpectedly been handed a defeat today. Zyrobuyu moved his hands behind his back as he stood at the summit of Magnificent Jewel Hall. He pensively gazed at the Tanzang city. The city seemed ablaze with lights under the luminous starlight. He then let out a long sigh and stood motionless for a long time. The 12 experts felt a somewhat stifling sensation in their chests. The mere process of breathing had started to seem like a tough task, as if the vast sky above the Tanzang city was suddenly pressing down on them. They felt as if layer upon layer of heavy pressure had started to descend upon their minds. Hurry up and fly to the Silver Blizzard City. Inform them about today's matter. We shall leave for Tanfar soon. This place hasn't been benevolent to us. We must hurry. Zyrobuyu's white hair, beard, and gown rustled as they floated in the wind. His voice was extremely desolate and bleak. It seemed that the pride and arrogance, everything he had cultivated throughout the years, had left his body as he spoke those words. There was an air of unspeakable dismal about him. It felt as if this was the end of the road for a hero. Second brother, the 12 experts called out in concern. Zyrobuyu waved his sleeve. Too much thinking isn't good for you. Everyone must go and rest. His body moved as he finished his sentence. Then, he suddenly vanished from the rooftop, leaving behind a heavy and desolate aura. Junmo Zai had smoothly put the soul-replenishing jade in the Hongjun Pagoda in a split second. Then, he had put all of his effort into initiating the yin-yang escape, and had stood motionlessly in the corner of Zyro Feng Wu's room. The young Master Jun had decided to quietly observe the situation, and any changes which would occur thereafter. However, Zyrobuyu had burst in the moment he put the jade away. The elder's sharp Shuan Kai had dispersed in all directions along with his divine inhibition. It was as if 1,000 sharp swords were swinging wildly in the air. It had almost made it difficult for Junmo Zai to breathe. He couldn't help but be astonished. This person from the Silver Blizzard City is no small fry. His imposing aura is slightly inferior to the solitary falcon's, but not by much. No wonder the Silver Blizzard City was so confident about their plans. After that, Junmo Zai settled in to watch the drama unfold free of cost. He could only feel one thing about these experts from the Silver Blizzard City: they are amazing. He was nothing more than a small fry in front of them. However, these great shark-like spirit Shuan experts had praised him, and had nearly declared him the #1 expert under the heavens. This was very pleasurable for him. In fact, it was almost too pleasurable. It was only natural that the young Master Jun was merely observing everything from the sidelines at the time, nothing more. He wasn't going to make his opinions known at that point. So, when Zyrobuyu was standing depressed, Junmo Zai stood not far away from his side. He had placed his hands on his knees and looked at the elder's face with interest. The young Master Jun was deriving joy in his sadness. Junmo Zai unexpectedly felt very relaxed when he witnessed Zyrobuyu make a sudden decision: go to Chanfar. He was aware that these people would try to make things difficult for him and his uncle in the Tanfar forest. In fact, they might even try to kill the solitary falcon, but he wasn't worried about it. He was aware that the effect of his aura would be far worse in the south than it was here. So, would he need to fear them? That would be a big joke. However, He was worried about the possibility of these people from the Silver Blizzard City intercepting and attacking Jun Wui's army en route. The chances of this taking place were very slim. In fact, it seemed ridiculous. But this was Jun Mozai's main concern. Everything else was unimportant in contrast. Therefore, Jun Mozai didn't leave since he had decided to keep watch from the top of the magnificent jewel hall. He would only feel relieved after he'd see them leave. Then, he would try his best to delay the movement of the army since it wouldn't be good for him if these people were to attack the army midway. The next morning, Jun Mozai saw the Silver City's 6 great elders, 7 Skychuan peak experts, Xiao Han and Mu Xiu Tong again. The pale-faced and weak Xiao Feng Wu and Princess Han Yan Ming and her luggage were accompanying them as they departed in a grand manner. He saw them leave the Tanzang city and trailed them for half a kilometer. He noticed that they were completely engrossed in their journey. So, he felt relieved and set off to return home. "You've finally fled Tanzang is my world now." Jun Mozai returned home feeling as light as a feather. He felt incomparably relieved. He had barely reached the gates when his nostrils were assailed by an extremely acrid smell. He nearly tumbled. What is this matter about? He carefully tried to ascertain its origin, and jumped up in fright. My heavens, what's this? Chapter 300. That's how ingredients are procured. Chapter 300. That's how ingredients are procured. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. He hadn't noticed that a group of soldiers had escorted over 10 chariots to the Jun residence gate. One team of soldiers was moving the boxes from the carts onto the ground. Each of those boxes was either bulky or delicate, and the extremely pungent smell of medicines which had assailed his nostrils was originating from these boxes. Fortunately, those boxes were being moved inside the house, not outside. Otherwise, Jun Mozai's first response would have been, "People have raided our house, they are confiscating our stuff." The scene was very chaotic to begin with. However, it didn't end there. A group of approximately 50 middle-aged men were scrambling around. They were calling out loud mournfully as they impleaded. This had made the entire situation even more chaotic. What is going on? What in the world is happening here? What is this? Jun Mozai walked through the crowd with suspicion and doubts in his mind, and just when he was about to enter through the gate he heard loud cries from his side. The mournful middle-aged men had come rushing towards him, and had started to kneel in front of him. Their faces were covered with snot and tears. They started to implead, "Young Master Jun, please be kind, please be generous, and let us off. We wish you a long life. We pray you have a blessed life of 100 years, and you attain a great position in the court. Have pity on our small businesses. We have families to feed. Please have mercy on us." Jun Mozai was stumped. How am I related to this? What are they saying? They are making it seem like this young master is an evil man from the legends who forces girls into prostitution, like I am an evil tyrant who brings great misfortune and oppresses people. Who are these folks? What is this? What's the matter? Jun Mozai frowned. He knew that those merchants wouldn't dare to talk back to someone of his stature. So, he asked a soldier standing at the side. But the soldier merely shook his head. Unexpectedly, he wasn't aware of the reason behind that commotion either. Just when the young Master Jun started to feel gloomy, the ground started to shake. Then, a monstrous head arrived. "I've brought the medicines you had asked for. The ones which were easily accessible, and the ones which went. I've brought them all." Fatty Tang chimed in his distinctive intonation. It seemed as if he were showing off his treasures. He then extended his round and fat bear's claw hand to gesture. And these are it. Your brother moved fast, and gave his 100% to the task. Jun Mozai felt somewhat dizzy. I had told you to get as many ingredients for my medicines as you could. But this is too much. And what's the deal with these middle-aged men? He couldn't help but blurt out. How did you get so many ingredients, and what's the matter with these people? Our young master, everyone is on the same side. So, why do you speak so formally, and why do you look so confused? Tang Yuan squeezed through the crowd and winked as if to imply a clear understanding between the two. Young Master Tang, young Master Jun, please be kind to us. Please let us off, we beg you. Leave some means for our survival. The middle-aged men started to weep the moment they saw Tang Yuan. They then surrounded the two young masters, kneeled in front of them, and started to knock their heads on the ground. Jun Mozai was stunned for a while. Then, he slowly started to understand what had happened by and large. It seemed that Fatty Tang had gone to several pharmaceutical families and had seized these ingredients from their stores. And if I'm not mistaken, these people may not have been in a position to give out such a large amount of raw material. You had urgently asked for these ingredients, but the amount was a lot. How could I have procured so much in such little time, and where would I go to get those ingredients for you? So, this young master frowned and carefully devised a plan with his foresight. Tang Yuan looked very pleased with himself as he spoke. Therefore, I made arrangements to go to these pharmacies. Then I made my desire to buy the ingredients known to them. However, you had asked for a very high amount of ingredients, and they said that they didn't wish to part with so much of it. They told me that they wouldn't be able to conduct their day-to-day business if they sell the ingredients you require. Jun Mozai was speechless. He rolled his eyes. You've made a stupid move. How will they do business if you seize their stock with prior notice? Don't you know that it takes several days for one family to complete its turnover? And did you just say all of it? Have you taken everything in their stores? So, this elder brother got very angry. Tang Yuan's eyes opened wide, and a murderous expression emerged inside them. They had refused to do business with me. They weren't selling anything to me. That clearly meant that they were trying to defraud me by force. Really, how could they do that? They dared to bully us two brothers, and isn't this a breach of the law? So, I straight away went to the Ministry of Justice and obtained a written approval. Then, I set upon rectifying these people. I then went to the biggest families, and because they acted so tough yesterday, I took everything they had and closed their shops. Now, I've transported those medicinal ingredients here. Jun Mozai staggered. What reason did you give to the ministry to seize these items from these families? Did you tell the Ministry of Justice that you wanted it and they thought that it was awesome and gave you the written approval? Third young master, aren't you being foolish? Why are you talking like you don't know how the business works? Tang Yuan looked at him suspiciously. We can seize their stuff whenever we want because of our status. Why do we need to give any justification? They will learn to respect us if we can go and seize their families' resources at our whims. That is exactly why powerful people go and make arrests for baseless things. They seize the businesses and wait for a few days. Then they usually let the owners go if they're in a good mood. However, they chop everyone's heads off if they're in a foul one. Since listening to these laments about trivial matters is very annoying. The corners of Tang Yuan's mouth rose upwards. He then made a scoffing sound. Jun Mozai stared with his eyes wide open. This was the first time he realized that he hadn't properly integrated with his social status since crossing over to this new world. Tang Yuan's ideology was very reasonable. Given the setting of this feudal society, would two young nobles like Tang Yuan and Zhang Mozai need to give any justification if they wanted the entire stock from a shop? But isn't it too forceful and tyrannical? There was no better way to explain it. Zhang Mozai and Tang Yuan could act harsh and unreasonable. Their status would allow them to walk into any shop and seize the family's entire business. Even if they were to kill each of these people, they could turn to the Ministry of Justice. After that, they could strut around and say, "We've killed them." But it's important to mete out justice to those who deserve punishment. We acted in accordance to reasonable self-defense, and deserve to be accorded an imperial commendation. Oh, and wait, the dead man's family still owes compensation for the damage to our spirit. Humph, we had suffered quite a shock, but what of the family whose men you murdered? Send them all to prison. Otherwise, they'd trouble me if they were left in the open. And, if you lowly officials have a problem with it, I don't mind sending you to prison for a few days. This I've decided. This was an advantage of such a high status in this type of a society. It might as well be asked how many people in all of Tanzang could provoke the two great families of Tang and Jun. I can't speak for this world, but I could never have acted like this in the previous one. The internet would've. So, this really is a different world. Zhang Mozai turned around to look at the numerous entreating faces. He counted their numbers. Eventually, he figured that shopkeepers from pharmacies of 7 families were present outside his door. He had started to understand this matter very clearly. Fatty Tang had acted exactly like the hitman John would've. He killed the target and moved in without a second thought. But the base of this matter, everyone heard me. Right? Do you know what the problem is? Let me tell you, this elder isn't happy. Let me ask you, who in Tanzang Empire dares to refuse business with this elder? Tang Yuan had cried his throat hoarse with this nonsense. How could those pharmacists have missed it? I regret this now from the bottom of my very heart, and even my guts. I would've given him a cheap bargain if I had known that this would happen. Maybe he would've left me alone if I had given him a present as well. We can't do business beyond 1,015 days under these circumstances. If I look at things now, my family is ruined. The pleading members of the crowd nodded in agreement about something. We're willing to offer all of our family properties to the two young masters. We merely ask that the two young masters don't take the entirety of our stock and show us some mercy. Boast, do you think this young master is poor? You think I need your offerings? Besides, what could you offer me except medicines? Damn it, will you give me medicines along with the gifts? Are you hoping that I fall ill? Would you be happy if I died? Tang Yuan shouted as he waved his status in their face once again. We hope that you both fall ill. The common people will be very fortunate if you fall ill and die. The shopkeepers thought angrily. However, their faces only showed obeisance out of fear. Everyone, listen, our aristocratic hall needs those ingredients urgently. We had no choice but to use such a method to obtain them. I'll gladly accept your medicines for now. But later, you can arrange an accountant and settle the accounts with young Master Tang. This young master will ensure that you get paid no matter what amount we will have owed you. We'll buy your goods at fair prices. We don't try to cheat anyone. Shall we agree upon this, gentlemen? Zhang Mozai had deliberated at length before he finally opened his mouth. Why would he wish to exploit those shopkeepers by using his status? It didn't feel good. Fatty had overstepped the boundary a bit too much in this case. So, it was better to settle this matter as quickly as possible, since it would be quite improper if any more trouble was unnecessarily provoked. Yes, We lowly people wouldn't dare object. You wouldn't dare to object. I'm in charge here. The decision is mine anyway. Good now, everyone must return to their homes. This matter had been decided. Jun Mo Zai frowned at Tang Yuan. Foot the bill for these urgently needed ingredients to me. Pay them double the price. Anyway, I had instructed you to pay a higher price. And yes, tell the authorities to remove those trivial accusations. These people are innocent. Let them go. Tang Yuan's face twitched in distress. Pay them double. We lowly folks wouldn't dare with this. The matter was finally resolved. The shopkeepers relaxed and sighed in relief. They didn't say anything since they didn't wish to get into more trouble over these ingredients. But at least their family businesses had been saved. And I don't want so much of it. I need whatever is remaining after I'm done filtering through them. Jun Mo Zai pointed at the ingredients and spoke. He barely took a step before he stopped. Oh, that's right. Send your shop assistant to lend a hand. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll be able to finish with such a large amount. The shopkeepers agreed with pained expressions. They could only think, what way of the world is this? We run honest businesses. We didn't provoke anybody. However, one person comes out of the blue and seizes our family business. Then, he threatens us with death. Then unexpectedly, we're let off. And we're grateful for that, but now we have to send our assistants to help sort out and recycle whatever this person doesn't use. And we have to keep a smiling face the entire time. This is unfair. This is very unfair. Why didn't I see this coming? All 7 shopkeepers thought of the same thing in unison. Good, now relax and do what I just told you to do. And hurry up. Everyone get moving now. Jun Mo Zai pulled up his gown and proceeded in through the door. He could faintly hear Tang Yuan's voice in the background. It seemed that he was gnashing his teeth. So you guys opened your mouths and convinced the young master to pay you double. We wouldn't dare to. The replying voices were full of respect and humility. Jun Mo Zai couldn't help but smile. He felt that status and authority was handy in dealing with things. Why hadn't I thought of this earlier? These pharmacies didn't have any legendary medicines in their stock, but they had every common a person could hope for. I could've saved so much time if I thought of this earlier. End Vol 3 Part 3.